morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming out and being punctual. I must say, last year was our first return to in-person for this conference, and things were a little vacant at the 9 a.m. start. They didn't fill in till lunch. So obviously we're all getting a little more used to commuting back down the red line first thing in the morning. I am Gregory Poling. I direct the Southeast Asia program and the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative here at CSIS, which are the two programs that co-host this conference. As I said, this is our 13th annual South China Sea Conference, of which we are enormously proud. I've also been at CSIS for 13 years, so the conference and I grew up together. I feel very personally protective of it. I'm glad to see it back in full swing. Just a little bit of housekeeping before I introduce our first keynote and we kick things off. So the reminder, everything that you hear over the course of the day is going to be on the record. It's being streamed over our website and on YouTube. Those watching online, you are encouraged to ask questions as well. You can type those in, and all the moderators will be able to see them. And the conference today is being made possible by support from a consortia of what we call like-minded partners. So the embassies of Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and the Philippines, as well as the Foundation for EC Studies in Vietnam. And I think that's enough from me, so why don't I introduce the real star of the morning. Our opening keynote is going to be provided by Representative Jennifer Kiggins. Representative Kiggins represents the 2nd District of Virginia, which I just told her backstage includes my wife's hometown of Virginia Beach. Before entering the Congress, Representative Kiggins was a nurse practitioner. She was a former United States Navy helicopter pilot, including spending a significant amount of her professional career in Japan, so no stranger to the Indo-Pacific. And she currently serves on the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, and just wrapped up, I think, a pretty long markup of this year's National Defense Authorization Act. So with that, please join me in welcoming Representative Kiggins.
Well, good morning to everyone today. Thank you so much for being here on a Wednesday morning, bright and early. I appreciate the opportunity just to talk a little bit about some of the work we're doing from Congress and the work specifically that we're doing from Armed Services Committee. So it's great to be with you all for the 13th Annual South China Sea Conference. I just wanted to speak a little about, about all the issues that divide us in Congress. I feel like there's one issue that is very unifying for us, especially on Armed Services Committee, and that's the issue of China and where the threat is at, where our potential adversaries are. China is a challenging security threat. It's the most challenging threat we've faced in 30 years. The CCP has demonstrated its desire to increase influence and aggression far beyond the South China Sea, and it can't go unchecked. China's ships are operating closer to Taiwan now. They're more aggressive, unsafe, and unprofessional maneuvers in the air and sea, from the Chinese spy balloon that we saw pass over our country to 150-foot passes in front of our destroyers. Now, I ran for Congress last year and won a tough seat in Hampton Roads area. And I ran because I represent a district that's really the backbone of the Navy. As a Navy veteran, I am married to a former F-18 pilot. I am the daughter of a Green Beret who served in Vietnam, the granddaughter of a Navy postalman, and I have children who serve now. I have a son who graduated 2 weeks ago from the Naval Academy, and I have another son who's Navy ROTC at VMI, Virginia Military Institute, and I have a daughter who will be entering Navy ROTC in the fall at Virginia Tech. So another daughter who said she's going to be a literature professor, so we'll see where that goes. But my children inherit this world. They inherit the military. They inherit my Navy. So there's nothing more motivating than something that you feel like is putting your kids at risk, right? So I want to make sure that my kids and the children of so many other people who are serving our great nation, that they are equipped, that they have the resources and the tools that they need. So having a seat at that table is life-changing. It's so important. It's a great privilege that I certainly do not take lightly. But I was worried, about Congress's spending priorities before I came here. I was worried about how we're maintaining our national security, how we're taking care of people who serve in the military and their families. I'm worried about recruitment, retention, quality of life issues. It's not just the the ships and the submarines and the aircraft that we have in the Navy, but how are we taking care of those people? Because none of those things will go anywhere without people behind it. And we are starting a task force from the Armed Services Committee that will specifically look at those issues next month. So I'm excited to do that. As a Navy wife, a Navy mom, and veteran, I just think we need more voices who really can understand some of those issues as well. But our Navy's the greatest in the world, right? We've come a long way since October 13th of 1775, when the Continental Congress voted to send out 2 sailing vessels armed with 10 carriage and swivel guns and manned by crews of 80 on a cruise of 3 months to intercept transports carrying munitions and stores to the British Army in America. We've grown from those 2 sailing vessels to now we hover right around 300 ships, of which a third, about 100 ships, are currently deployed at any time throughout the world. In the Indo-Pacific region specifically, we have around 200 ships in PACOM with 150,000 sailors and civilians. But we're watching China because they have spent the past 20 years increasing the number of ships they have. Back in the early 2000s, they had about 37 ships. Today, they are closer to 350. We know they are outpacing us in their shipbuilding and their ship repair capabilities, and they've invested in their naval industry and infrastructure. They have a booming commercial shipbuilding industry. We do so much trade with China. We've invested so much in them militarily. Listening to an admiral from Fleet Forces Command talk about, it's a terrible strategy we've adopted in the United States. We've been literally investing and paying our adversaries for decades, and to turn around and kick us in the behind. So it's not a great strategy. We have some room to make up for, and that's our job really in Congress, to make sure that we are preparing and we are providing for our Navy. We know that the Indo-Pacific contains sea lanes where 50% of the world's commerce transits. It's free and open Indo-Pacific waters, but we are watching China more aggressively police those. We're watching their rocket capabilities and ranges. We're watching China's Belt and Road Initiative, the economic investment that they're making throughout the world, Central and South America, far away places next door to China, but then other places too. We see them invest in choke point places like Djibouti in Africa, and places that we need strategically as well. So how are we competing with that? How are we keeping up with that? They're adopting strategies that we've used for years, things like wargaming, things like those relationships, those partners that the United States does such a great job of building throughout the world. We see the Chinese adopting those same types of things, civilian exchange programs, corporate exchange programs. They are learning from us, they are watching, they are copying. So we are watching them. They're also excelling in other places, their nuclear capacity, their cyber capacity, their space capability. They're forcing navies out of the China Sea, ignoring some of our international laws. So we know that we have some work to do. We know that we're behind in the number of ships. We know that we've consolidated our shipbuilding and our ship repair industries after the Cold War. We need more commercial and public shipyards. That's an issue for me and my district, where we are struggling. The infrastructure piece is a real challenge for us. We have spent money on some of these the toys we have, the ships, the subs, the aircraft, but we've neglected a lot of our infrastructure. We look at the condition of our dry docks. We just closed 4 on the West Coast because of seismic concerns. That was the only West Coast dry dock that was capable of repairing an aircraft carrier. So we're down to 1 on the East Coast. What are we doing to think outside that box to really restore those dry dock and that ship repair capability? It's an important issue that has to be included in the discussion every time we talk about shipbuilding. Ship repair has got to be right there with it. But we got to keep our ships on schedule. We got to keep that ship repair schedule, on schedule as well. We look at the budget this year, and that was one thing we did last week with the NDA, the Defense Authorization Act. I had personally wanted a little more for our defense budget. What we got was what the president wanted. It was a 3% increase from last year, which was a total of $886 billion. But inflation hovers around 6%. So if you do the math, in my mind, that's more of like a 3% cut. When again, I would like to see not only more money, but maybe some restructuring as well. I think that we can do a little bit better spending money more efficiently, and where are we prioritizing. The Marine Corps specifically asked that we keep 31 amphibious ships. We've kept those ships for them. We've kept the 31 ships. The president had asked for us to decommission 8 ships. We're only going to decommission 3. But I'm very leery of, we go on tours of some of the ships that are on this list of possible decoms. And for example, the USS Vicksburg is in my district, and that ship specifically has been in the yards for almost 7 years. So the taxpayers have spent $600 million, and the repair work it's so behind. I don't know if Congress didn't provide the oversight it needed, but I feel like we can do so much better than that. So the Vicksburg is one of the ships of the 3 that are on the decom list for this year. It's in a point where, and when you go and you talk to especially the leadership on the ship, I mean, they haven't even welded in the technology that we put on it, and the technology is now out of date. We need to do a better job when the U.S. Congress allocates that money to the Navy, that the Navy actually is getting the work done, that the ship repair industry is staying on schedule, and the Navy is staying on schedule. So congressional oversight, I think, is something that we can certainly improve on. And as the representative from that district, along with a lot of other Virginia delegation and just our HASC members, we need to do a better job at providing that oversight. Because we all know quantity has a quality of its own. We've heard that before, and I believe that the U.S. is a formidable fighting force. I know that our Navy is ready. I can say that wholeheartedly. We have 11 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. They each have about 5,000 sailors on them. China has 2 diesel-powered aircraft carriers. I have to put in my plug for naval aviation as a helicopter pilot and naval aviation family, but the work of the aircraft carrier is like no other. We've spent over 100 years really perfecting how we can do naval aviation safety, bringing the fight, to where it's at. It's an amazing resource that I am very protective of. An air wing can deliver 150 strike or air-to-air sorties a day, and we can surge to deliver 900 precision-guided munitions every day and every night, and we can repeat that. It's very cyclic. We've learned how to do it safely with a lot of practice and a lot of mishaps, but learning from our mistakes. That's where we excel. So that's where I, again, am very protective of that capability. The submarine force is the silent service. We don't talk about it as much and go into really what their capability is, but they are out there and they are doing a great job, and they are certainly staying head-to-head with the Chinese and the Russians. So I'm very proud of the work that we do, and our special forces, and in addition to the other branches of service. One thing we do need to do in all of Asia is be mindful of our relationships with our allies there. Japan especially has been a longtime friend for us, and they are worried about the threat of China. They are investing and helping us as much as we are invested in that fight. The Philippines is also doing their part. They are building 4 extra bases. They are allowing us to use 5. They are very much bought into the mission there. India, we see India's invested in this as well. We had the Prime Minister from India here last week, just reassuring us of that. Guam, I had a Guam delegation in my office not too long ago that was talking about reopening World War II dry docks. They are invested with us. We look at Australia, the AUKUS agreement that we have signed with them, where we are selling them 3 nuclear-powered submarines, but then they will be building some of their own, 5 of their own. They will be helping us. They are on some of our ships and submarines right now, learning from us. That's such an important partnership. South Korea is invested, countries like Thailand, Singapore. We need our friends in Asia right now. We need to continue to invest economically, just like the Chinese, to stay head-to-head with those guys. I think diplomacy is an important part of it. I know during our August break this year, a lot of the congressional delegations will be visiting different parts of Asia. I'm looking forward to going. But just reassuring those countries that the U.S. we are in the fight with them. We are invested just like they are. Our main advantage, I feel like, that our country has over places like China and some of our adversaries are the people that make our U.S. Navy work. This is something that, a big reason why I ran for Congress, and something, again, I'm protective of and a loud advocate for. We can do, I think, better than what we've done for some of our military men and women and their families. It's something that I fight for every day. Things like housing issues, things like childcare issues, spouse employment issues, healthcare, mental health care especially. In my district, we had some cluster suicides from ships that had been in port too long. We'd taken those sailors out of their mission, sailors that were in limited duty capacity. We saw a rash over the past couple of years. So as a former nurse practitioner and someone that has been providing mental health care just as a profession, it's such an important issue to me. We can do better than this because we have to take care of our people if we want the people to be able to do the mission. So that's a great privilege to be able to be a voice for them. But I think our number one priority needs to be that we have to be a deterrent, right? That's how we keep world peace. If we want peace, we have to prepare for war. I think that makes a big statement. Peace through strength. I've always been a big peace through strength girl. I will continue to do that. We do so many good things in Congress and some debatable other things, but without world peace, nothing else matters that we've done in Congress or anywhere else. So that should be our priority. That should be our focus. Whatever we can do, especially from Armed Services Committee, working together from a very bipartisan place. I want to just remind everybody that committee especially, we do work together on both sides of the aisle. It's one reason I love that committee, probably best of all. I have the privilege of serving on Veteran Affairs and Natural Resources, love those committees as well. But important work to do out there. I just appreciate you all being here, being interested in the issue, being interested in the work we're doing for Congress. Keep being a voice for our national security, a voice for our military, and just thank you. Thanks for having me today. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, Representative Kiggins, for helping us kick off the day with, I think, a clarion call and maybe a bit of warning. I suspect I already know the short version of your answer given your remarks, but just to put it out there, does the U.S. military have the platforms, the posture that it needs for the competition with China?
Yeah, I believe it does, but it's a constant and I guess annual fight. When you look at the defense budget, we need to continue to remind people how much we do need. I know there's a lot of spending priorities in Congress. I sit on the committee that's very focused on the needs of the military. So it's a struggle, right? Especially when we look at where our economy's at and we look at some of the other things we've done in Congress. We passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act that lowered that top line spending back to fiscal year 22 levels. So cutting some of the spending, we've spent, both sides of the aisle spent a lot of money over the past few years. And so now we're at a point where we've really got to talk about where we're reducing spending. And when we reduce that top line number, there's a lot of voices out there of where we're going to do that from. I'm a person who, again, an advocate for the military. It has a lot to do with my district, but just for national security reasons. So using my voice, a lot of veterans sit on Armed Services Committee with me as well. We have 5 Navy SEALs in my class. We've got 4 helicopter pilots. There's 3 jet guys, a couple Green Berets, and we've got F-22 guys. So there's a lot of great veterans that really care about, our colleagues that we left in the military, that will continue to be voices and fight for those spending priorities, because there's only so much money we can spend as a country. So I want to make sure we're spending it in the right places.
If we look below the top line for the defense budget, what's the role of the Congress in your mind in making sure that the resources allocated actually go where they need to go, and that we're not wasting them on, say, legacy platforms that are maybe jobs creators, but not necessarily the things the services needs? Yeah,
some oversight. I think that's an important job of Congress. I think that we didn't do a great job of oversight for that Vicksburg example. For Congressman Rob Whitman, who also represents Virginia, who's chairman of Tactical Air and Land. We were talking the other day just about, I don't know if we need to do more in-person visits, but just to let ship repair and the Navy know that, hey, Congress is watching. We gave you this pot of money. What have you done with it? And what you've done with it is not impressive, and it's almost wasteful. And we're going to now have to decommission a ship that we've spent $600 million on. That's not right. We gave you the money. The ship was working when it showed up here years ago. So what are we doing? So I want to be more of an oversight role for me. We've got ship repair right in my backyard. PA, or BAE, MHI, so many great ship repair facilities. It's easy enough for me to stop by in person, but also for us to, and report back to my colleagues. But are we following up? Are we making sure we're writing letters. We're just keeping in touch. We're making sure that they stay on schedule. If they stay on schedule, then we don't have to have these long deployment cycles. We're seeing our deployment cycles be 9+ months. They routinely were 6 months. The longer we keep ships at sea, it's harder on the ships. It's harder on the people, right? I mean, these are people that run in these ships, and I know that very intimately, just as a Navy family, how hard that is for Navy spouses, for Navy kids. So what are we doing to ensure that our deployment cycles are on time so that I don't have to extend because I'm waiting for some other ship to get out of the yard? That's how we keep people in the Navy. That's how we retain a great and experienced fighting force. We look out for the people that serve on those ships. So that's where we've got some work to do.
Given finite resources, as great as they may be for the U.S., they are finite. What is the role in your mind of allies and partners of Japan and Australia and Singapore, maybe the Philippines, in maintaining U.S. posture and presence in the Pacific?
Yeah, we certainly can't do this without our allies. We can't be the deterrent that we need to be without our allies being bought into this. So I appreciate those relationships. We need to continue to foster them, develop them, with that, if that means economically, if that means, again, with military exchanges, corporate exchanges, civilian exchange, student exchange, you name it. I mean, any type of that diplomacy building, we can't forget that piece. It's not too late. World peace, we have world peace now. We need to the name of the game is maintaining it. So how are we using our allies around the world? But they are bought in. Again, my limited time, I've been here just over 6 months in Congress, but to have the Australian ambassador visit, the Australian defense minister, come to my office as a freshman in Congress and really discuss our relationship and how important that is, and thank me, for what I'm doing to facilitate from Armed Services Committee. That means a lot. That's a big statement. To have the Prime Minister of India come and address a joint session of Congress last week, that's a big deal. So those relationships are there. We need to continue to foster, make sure we're investing in them. But we can't do it without our allies, so I'm very thankful for those relationships.
Thank you. Let's open it up to the audience. So for those in person, we have a stand mic. I know it's a long way away for those on this side of the room, so I can wait for you to get over there. And for those online, go ahead and type them in, and I can see them on a very large Google Doc here in front of us. Let me read the first question. It's coming online from, I suppose, an anonymous asker. I must also apologize, it's directly behind the camera in front of me, so I can't really see it. Let's see. Notwithstanding the administration's talk of figuring out how to coexist with China, the U.S. Congress is being consumed by a focus on China that is skewed heavily toward military deterrence, yet the imperative is to avoid conflict. How are these approaches compatible?
Compatible with, I guess, our other missions throughout the world. I mean,
I suppose, how do we coexist with China if the Congress is only focused on deterrence?
And we're not just focused on China. I mean, let me be clear. We still, to think we even have remotely peace in the places like the Middle East. When we watch what's happening right now in Russia and Ukraine, there's a lot of what's happening with Israel. There's a lot of instability out there that we're not neglecting. I think we're a little hyper focused on Asia, but that's because we've seen more aggression, especially right now, and the Chinese have the economic capability to do that. And we see them again throughout the world investing and maneuvering, and then we see them very blatantly. I mean, the spy balloon incident was just one, but we see them in aerial maneuvers and in proximity to our ships that are deployed. So much more aggressive behavior, not just with our navies and our shipping, but other countries as well. So because they are more aggressive than perhaps other places, I think that's kind of why we're hyper-focused. But we certainly need to be mindful of threats throughout the world and what we're doing on all fronts of the military, not just the Navy. I'm partisan to the Navy just because of my background in my district. But the ground presence is so important in the Middle East still. And we need to just make sure that we're maintaining peace throughout the world, really. But.
All right, let's take our first question from the floor.
Yes, sir.
CSIS. How do we match our constrained capacity in shipbuilding with giving 3 or selling 3 nuclear-powered submarines to Australia?
Yeah, so the Australians there's a monetary price. They are paying for some of, well, for the submarines, but also for our work with helping them to train and whatnot. And they're sending people to our country. I asked that same question. I said, we are behind in shipbuilding. So how are you helping us with that problem? We're workforce challenged, we're supply chain challenged. So they know that. And from what they told me, they're helping with those things, sending people, sending parts. It's a give and take. We're still doing our building at Huntington Ingalls, for example, in Newport News shipbuilding, which is just outside my district. But I want them to be armed and have the capability as well. But I need them to be chipping in. It's something. The workforce challenges, supply chain challenges, is not just specific to shipbuilding, and that's pretty much universal probably, but it's any industry I talk to in this country, those are the challenges they have. So what are we doing to incentivize things like skilled trades, things like VOTEC trades? Because I need more workers. I need people back in the workforce. With big push in the state of Virginia for veterans, we have such a military presence. How can we incentivize them to want to go into those jobs so that we can build more ships, so that we can build ships for our allies and with foreign military sales. So we need to expand. We're a little challenged. We're challenged locations. We're challenged with people. We're challenged with supplies. So I think that we have to work on that, not just from Congress, but I need the states to do their part as well. So it's a work in progress, but I hear you. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Anybody else? Shy this morning? Oh, we have one more online. Okay. Well, let me reinsert myself into the queue because I do have another one, and I hate to ask a Navy vet about the Coast Guard, but what's the role of the Coast Guard in pushing back against Chinese efforts to violate international maritime law in Asia? And particularly, can you speak to the fact that the Coast Guard's budget is relatively meager compared to the other services, and there's been multiple attempts to cut it over the years?
Coast Guard's budget is also not where it needs to be. We are relying on them more for international policing. They have a presence throughout the world as well. Things like fishing, making sure that no one's violating fishing laws, and then always still the drug trade and whatnot. The budget is not. It's more than what the president had asked for, but it's still not where it needs to be. It's about $40 million less. We need to. Again, I wish the whole thing was more but it's a spending priorities discussion, and Coast Guard is on the list. It will stay on the list, but we certainly need to look out for them too.
Okay, we have one last question.
Thank you very much for your remarks. My question related to the earlier questions and bring it into sharper focus. You mentioned that the U.S. has about 300 ships and China more than that. How would Congress address the asymmetric problem where the U.S. has to spread its Navy all over the world, while China can concentrate most of its ships in one area, South China Sea?
This divest to invest strategy that the U.S. has been talking about and wanting to decommission more ships than we're building is a problem. We've got an old fleet of ships. We got to keep those ships at sea longer. That becomes a ship repair discussion then. But we need more faster. I worry about how long is that going to take. If we start to, God forbid, we do enter a conflict, there will be repair work needed. So you're stressing an already stressed industry. So as much as we can do to build up to that, we don't have the capacity. If you look at maps of where China's shipbuilding and China's even repair capacity, it's more than ours. So what can we do? We are thinking outside of the box, relying on other countries like our allies to, again, reopen things like World War II, dry docks and things. But that's kind of where we are, and I think that's where we need to be. We need to make that financial investment and making sure we can finance those things, because that's how we're going to keep the peace. That's how we're going to continue to be that deterrent. But I would love to see more. If you have a solution for where I can build more ships and get the people to do it and the supplies to do it, I'm all in. I'm all into that, and I think a lot of my colleagues in Congress are as well. But we're working through those challenges. But it's a concern, and we watch it every day. Yeah, thank you.
We're going to have to cut it off there so the Congresswoman can get to her next meeting. A quick programming note, you've got a 10-minute coffee break, and then please be back here for our first fantastic panel. And in the meantime, please join me in thanking Representative Kagan.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. Could you please take your seats so we can get started for our first panel of the day? Well, welcome, everyone. My name is not Andrejka Nadalagawa. It is Lily Macqui. I am a fellow in the Freeman Chair in China Studies, and I'm really excited to be moderating this panel, which is going to look at the state of play in the South China Sea, the political, economic, security developments we've seen over the past year, and regional and international implications. And I'm excited to be joined by a really all-star panel. From my left, we have Harrison Preta. He is an associate fellow and associate director of the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative here at CSIS. And we have Natalie Sambi, who is founder and executive director of Verve Research, an independent research collective. And finally, Bonnie Glazer, who used to be at CSIS, needs no introduction, but is now managing director of the Indo-Pacific program at the German Marshall Fund. We're going to go in that order, and we expect this to be a lively discussion, so we'll go pretty soon to audience Q&A, so please have your questions ready. So I'll turn it over to Harrison to start.
Thanks, Lily, and hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I thought I would start off with some observations about the last year of activity in disputed waters in the South China Sea, particularly some new and interesting activities from the Philippines and Vietnam, as well as China's many continued activities to assert its claims. I think the biggest story of the year, in my eyes, has been the Philippines really stepping up its activities in the South China Sea and doing almost a 180 in terms of its rhetoric and its overall policy from the previous administration. This is all centered around an effort to publicize Philippine activities in the South China Sea, including the patrols of the Philippine Coast Guard, but also especially the interactions that they've had with Chinese vessels and the Chinese vessels that they're encountering as they patrol in the Spratly Islands. An interesting example of this occurred just in April. This has been going on since last year, but in April, there was a Philippine Coast Guard ship, the BRP Malapascua, who conducted a patrol of Philippine outposts in the Spratly Islands. When they went to Second Thomas Shoal, where they were trying to resupply Philippine troops on the BRP Sierra Madre, which is grounded there, a Chinese Coast Guard vessel stopped them, physically stopped them with the hull of their ship coming in front of the BRP Malapascua, and there was a near collision. The ships came within 150 feet, so really quite close. And the whole incident was watched and recorded by international media that were sitting on another Philippine Coast Guard ship that was off to the side and able to view the whole incident as it happened. So you see this really clear effort to bring the media in, take pictures, release the information, which has been, again, really a stark difference from what was going on under the Duterte administration. You also have an interesting move in deploying these buoys in disputed areas. So the Philippines deployed 5 buoys last May and 5 more this May. They have the Philippine flag on them, and they were put at Philippine occupied features for the most part, although this May 2 were put at unoccupied reefs, at Whitsun Reef and Irving Reef. In response to the recent round, China deployed 3 of their own navigation beacons, one of them also at Whitsun Reef. So now at Whitsun Reef, you presumably have a Philippine buoy and a Chinese buoy staring at each other across the reef. But the Philippines plans to deploy more of these buoys this year. They have not yet deployed one to Second Thomas Shoal. It'll be interesting to see what happens, as that's been certainly the central area of Philippine-Chinese frictions for the last year or two, if they deploy a buoy there. Also, you have an interesting move on the tourism front, believe it or not. The Philippines is promoting this Kalayaan expedition, where they've actually invited tourists to come and visit Philippine outposts in the Spratly Islands. They're doing fishing and diving. They also have a lunch with Philippine troops. And so overall, you have this clear effort to not only publicize the activities that they're doing with their Coast Guard, but kind of assert that, hey, these are islands that we're claiming, and we're going to use them like they're ours, even though there's all these Chinese ships around. Across the sea, with Vietnam, you have a very different activity taking place. They've actually done more dredging and expansion of their outposts in the South China Sea this year than they had done in the last 10 years combined. It's around 450 acres total this year that was added to Vietnamese features in terms of dredging new land. This is a significant number. To put it into context, though, China created over 3,000 acres of new land between 2013 and 2016. So this is still an order of magnitude smaller, but it's significant. Some of the features that they're expanding are looking to become larger than Spratly Island, which was previously their largest feature and the only one with an airstrip. So as these features get developed, it'll be interesting to see what facilities they put there and whether this facilitates an increased presence of Vietnamese vessels in the Spratlys as China's expanded outposts allowed China to post more vessels in the Spratlys. Finally, on China, I've been talking about the Philippines, I've been talking about Vietnam. China remains the most active claimant in disputed waters by far in terms of the number of ships, the size of these ships, the activities they're doing, and the activities that they're actually trying to deny, and in some cases succeeding at denying Southeast Asian claimants from pursuing. There's Chinese Coast Guard vessels patrolling at key features across the South China Sea daily. There's fishing vessels, hundreds at any given time, loitering at reefs like Whitsun Reef and Iroquois Reef. And there's professional militia vessels stationed at sensitive features like Second Thomas Shoal and Scarborough Shoal that are ready to assist the China Coast Guard. And then finally, the oil and gas tensions have again cropped up recently. There was a survey off of Vietnam that China conducted for a month, escorted by China Coast Guard and militia, and chased by Vietnamese law enforcement. That survey is now over, but today there is a survey vessel in Malaysia's exclusive economic zone and continental shelf claim. Chinese survey vessel conducting a survey to challenge Malaysian oil and gas activity. So in many ways, China's playbook here has stayed the same for the last 5 years. All the activities it's doing today, it's been doing since the islands were completed. But it's being a little bit more thorough. It's a little bit more routine. I think looking forward, it'll be interesting to see if there's any new trends, new behaviors that Chinese vessels adopt in response to this big shift from the Philippines and the new activities they're pursuing. With that, I think I'll end it here and turn it back over.
Great, thank you, Harrison. On to you, Natalie.
Thanks very much, Lily. Thank you so much to Greg for inviting me to be here. It's my second time here, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about Indonesia. I think it's really important to understand we're the largest state in Southeast Asia, how it's looking at what's going on in the South China Sea. So I'm going to summarize some developments over the last 12 months. I'm going to put these in the context of Indonesia's domestic and foreign policy priorities. And then I'm going to leave you with some thoughts with what I think the leadership role of Indonesia should be within the greater context of the Indo-Pacific as well. So first, turning to the developments over the last 12 months, I think carrying on from what Harrison said in terms of no real change in China's behavior, the critical point from Jakarta's perspective is that China has continued to harass Indonesia within the North Natuna Sea, which overlaps, of course, with the 9-dash line. We've seen boats, we've seen a range of Chinese vessels, both Coast Guard and also from research vessels that have come into the North Natuna Sea in June, in August, September, and December. They've been lingering around, conducting research surveys, but in particular, there's been the largest patrol boat from China that was deployed to the North Natuna Sea between December and January. And naturally, this causes consternation for Indonesia. The observation I want to make about this pattern of Chinese behavior is that it's seemingly now timed around the Garuda Shield exercise that Indonesia conducts with the United States. So I'd be curious to see whether this is something that will continue in future. And so what has Indonesia done in response to a lot of these Chinese activities? I would characterize the Indonesian response as still piecemeal. It is not willing to get confrontational and is not willing to get into conflict with China. China is still Indonesia's second largest source of investment and its largest trading partner. And it's not the case that Indonesia is not willing to get vocal about these kinds of diplomatic issues. We've seen Indonesia become very vocal and criticize the AUKUS deal. So it's certainly within its arsenal of diplomatic tools, but particularly where China is concerned, it's certainly much more reserved. It still continues to deploy military and Coast Guard assets to the region, but often the Navy and Coast Guard have had orders to stand down and not to intervene where research vessels are concerned. I mean, it's not that the Indonesian Navy is not willing to use force. We've certainly seen on past occasions a propensity to arrest and detain Chinese personnel, but certainly in the last couple of years, Indonesia has had a lower and lower profile of dealing with the Chinese in this way. So in this sense, it is not just the case that Indonesia will be able to prevent these kinds of activities in future. I think asking China to denounce its 9-dash line and therefore stop these incursions is a little bit unrealistic in a unilateral sense. I'll talk about regional and multilateral solutions in a moment. But I think certainly for Indonesia to develop some sort of South China Sea strategy that is not motivated simply by economic and investment priorities will be key, I think, in future. The other important developments concerning Indonesia, I think, are bilateral. Illegal fishing remains an issue within the South China Sea, and Indonesia has made some progress in some maritime boundary negotiations, particularly with Vietnam over the last few years, and I think that is a positive sign for intra-ASEAN ties as well. In December, Indonesia and Vietnam concluded negotiations delimiting their maritime boundary, and that will provide some clarity about areas of overlapping illegal fishing claims. It will also provide the ability of Indonesia to be able to drill for gas and then export that to Vietnam, which there's obviously an economic benefit there, and then provide opportunities for Coast Guard and navies to cooperate as well. So I think that's a positive sign on Indonesia there. In terms of multilateral developments, there are two more I'd like to highlight over the last 12 months. In the multilateral context, Indonesia, as chair of ASEAN, has pushed the COC negotiations to restart again in March. It's still early days, but at least they've recommenced. And the second important development is the announcement of an ASEAN-wide naval drill to be held later on this year in September in the South China Sea. It's now been moved out of contested areas, but I think it's important to note that this is the first time ASEAN will do such a drill without the United States and without China. And I think I will take this as a positive development of Indonesian leadership using ASEAN instruments in order to deal with these kinds of maritime issues as well. So this is a work in progress, and we'll see where that goes. Now, again, all of these developments are somewhat positive, even if Indonesia has a somewhat weak response to China's incursions. But we have to situate this within Indonesia's domestic and foreign policy priorities. And the bottom line for this is that while maritime sovereignty is of critical importance to Indonesia, in ranking in terms of its foreign policy priorities, it's not that high. In the last major foreign policy speech by Indonesia's Foreign Minister, Retno Marsudi, she did mention that negotiating these kinds of maritime boundaries were important for Indonesia, but ultimately she did not mention the South China Sea once. And furthermore, Indonesia's foreign policy priorities have often and will continue to be the prioritization of migrant workers' rights, economic ties and cooperation, and of course, in a post-pandemic world, health diplomacy. And we set that against the broader context of not only Indonesia's interests, but Southeast Asian countries' interests in 2022 and 2023. It is undeniable the fact that economic growth, particularly with ASEAN's slogan of epicentrum of economic growth, is really where the leaders of these countries will be at. And it is, again, not to say that maritime issues will not be important, but we must recognize the limitations and the bandwidth that ASEAN and ASEAN countries can afford to give these kinds of maritime issues. And certainly if we think in light of the bandwidth that Myanmar and the trouble that Myanmar has been causing, that again is another complicating factor I think we should consider. The major domestic issue that we need to take into context with respect to Indonesia and the South China Sea is that President Jokowi is in wrap-up mode. The reality is that there is a presidential election next year, so campaigning will start towards the end of the year, and he will be looking to shore up his domestic legacy. The South China Sea and North Tuna Sea will not be among those priorities, unfortunately. It will be continuation of economic growth and investment in infrastructure as well. And it's a shame because the North Tuna Sea was named under his watch, and there was so much promise about him becoming more of a muscular maritime president, but it seems like a lot of those expectations have not come to fruition. So what does this mean for Indonesia? Where does it go from here? And what does that mean for the South China Sea? I would say one possibility is for Indonesia to keep promoting ASEAN-centric mechanisms and activities. As we've seen over the last 12 months, some nascent gains on that front, but after Indonesia is not chair of ASEAN, where will it go? But I think certainly having started this naval drill, there is potential for that to be built upon. But again, as I said earlier, that is contingent on the ability for ASEAN to manage many of its other problems as well. The second possibility is for Indonesia to embrace minilateralism. There have, of course, been consternation and chatter amongst ASEAN countries that these kinds of minilateral engagements will take away some of ASEAN centrality. But actually, that is a simplification of the reality that many of these minilateral, quadrilateral sort of organizations, trilateral, can form a complement and strengthen other activities in the region. Antonio Carpio, who is the former justice of the Philippine Supreme Court, himself said that ASEAN coastal states, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia should lead the way, should spearhead these kinds of minilateral organizations. So if ASEAN wants to remain relevant, then its members should be taking the lead. And one of these examples could be minilateral coordinated patrols. Perhaps we can talk a bit more about that in the Q&A. The third possibility, I think, is grappling with the bigger picture, that this is really fundamentally about power in the Indo-Pacific and the behavior of states. And in that case, what we will talk about then is about deciding what the new modus vivendi is in the Indo-Pacific and how do we avoid conflict in the South China Sea. What I would propose would be a more unified stance amongst emerging middle powers and emerging powers like Japan, India, Australia, South Korea, and France, alongside Indonesia, acting as custodians for the regional order, actively shaping and upholding that order as well. We've already seen that with India stepping up with ASEAN. South Korea has released its Indo-Pacific strategy in December. We have a sense of France wanting to become a puissance d'équilibre alongside this other issue of Australia promoting strategic equilibrium. We have a moment where there is a potential for an overlap within the visions for the Indo-Pacific, and I think the time is to act upon that as well. So what can the US do amongst all of this? I think the first point is to say that there is potential to support this growing multipolarity. Many countries in the Indo-Pacific now see multipolarity as the reality, and so encouraging and supporting partners to do that, I think, would be the first step. A second one would be on a practical note for Indonesia, particularly on maritime issues, would be to support domestic challenges. This may seem a little bit to the left, but anti-corruption in particular in terms of supporting good governance, and certainly the allocation of resources, particularly to its maritime domain. Investing in maritime capacity and building veritable, providing veritable steps like providing vessels and training. The Coast Guard Training Center in Batam was a great start, but I think the United States could even go further. And lastly, supporting maritime domain awareness so that countries like Indonesia are armed with the right kind of information when they sit down for negotiations with China as well. So in summary, I think Indonesia will continue to deal with maritime issues amongst the whole number of foreign policy and domestic challenges it faces in the year ahead. It will continue to be a critical partner in the Indo-Pacific, and harnessing its potential as an emerging leader within this context, I think, will be part of the solution moving forward in the South China Sea as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Lots to chew on, lots of probing questions for us to potentially get into in the Q&A, but I'll turn it over to Bonnie, who I think has a slideshow for us.
Yeah. A slide deck. I don't know if it's a slideshow. Thank you, Greg and CSIS, for having me back for the 13th of your South China Sea conferences. As you will see from the title, one is Select Dangerous Intercepts that have taken place, because we don't know about all of them. There's only some that have been made public. And I am going to cover a period of 18 months, not just 12, because there were a few that took place earlier last year that I think are important to note. And I'm also going to include a recent incident that took place in the Taiwan Strait, which of course is connected to the South China Sea, but may also have implications for future potential incidents in the South China Sea. I might as well, go to the first slide. Before I get into each one of them, I will say that these dangerous intercepts by China are increasing, and in particular, this is not, of course, just against U.S. military platforms. This is increasingly against military platforms of our allies, and I will talk about some of the episodes that involve Australia and Canada. I also want to note that the United States put in place, I believe it was 1998, the Military Maritime Consultative Agreement, which was intended to talk about operational safety in the sea and in the air. It had been going on at various levels. There's plenaries, and then, of course, there's working level communications. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but I think that it is really not met for about 18 months. Close to that, which is unfortunate because that was really the place that the U.S. and China were talking about these dangerous intercepts and how to prevent them. There are no dedicated mechanisms that other countries have to talk to to talk about these with China, but of course they come up in the mil-mil dialogues that they have. As you all know, the U.S. mil-mil dialogue is for the better sort of intents and purposes is frozen, with the exception of our attaches. Military attaches are having some contact with the Pentagon here and in Beijing. That was one, I think, of the disappointment of Secretary of State Blinken's visit that he recently made to China. There was a hope to restart these mil-mil dialogues. Some of the mechanisms were suspended by Beijing when Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited China last year. So that's just as an introduction. I'm going to just briefly go through each of these episodes and incidents and talk about why they were dangerous. So the first one that you see goes back to February 17th, and that involved a Royal Australian Air Force P-8 Poseidon. It was flying in Australia's exclusive economic zone, so this is international airspace, but it was in fact intercepted by a Chinese warship. And what they did was they used lasers against the pilot. And of course, as you would know, if you point a laser at somebody, it can blind the person who is the target. It can also damage instruments in the aircraft. This is not the first time that we have seen the Chinese military use lasers, and there are many incidents of that in the past. So this was a particularly dangerous episode against our Australian partners. We'll go to the next slide, please. And this is, again, another Australian episode that took place in May of last year, again with a P-8. I don't know of any other incident of this kind, so this may be the only one. But what took place in this incident, as I understand it, was that the PLA pilot tried to communicate with the pilot of the P-8, warning that pilot away, whatever the language was, or you were getting close to maybe Chinese airspace or something like that. After the communication and the Australian pilot did not veer away and leave the area, what the PLA fighter jet did was release chaff. And flares as well. In that case, the chaff entered one of the engines. And we're talking about chaff. It's something like thin strips of maybe aluminum or zinc that is usually used to confuse a missile that might be, flying towards an aircraft, so that you want to ensure that it doesn't hit your aircraft and you want to send it off course. So in this case, it was released and went into the engine of the Australian jet. That could have that could have made the engine completely dysfunctional. It did not in this case. That aircraft was able, I believe, to return to base, but it could have brought down the aircraft. So that was a particularly dangerous episode. Go on to the next one, which involves our Canadian allies, and this is a Royal Canadian aircraft that was actually conducting duties related to Operation Neon. So this is the UN Security Council sanctions that were imposed on North Korea. And there's a fairly large coalition of states that are involved in enforcing these sanctions, and Canada is one of them. And so Canada was actually performing these duties when it was intercepted by multiple PLA aircraft and forced to divert its course to avoid a mid-air collision. I don't know the exact distance that it came within the Canadian aircraft, but it was reported between 20 and 100 feet, close enough for a member of the crew to give a middle finger to the Canadian aircraft. Also probably not the first time that we've seen that. We should know, of course, that the Chinese voted in favor of those sanctions on North Korea. So this was not an example, of course, of China vetoing or actually abstaining. China had supported those sanctions. Let's go on to the next one, which was December of 2022, and this was a case where an RC-135 from the U.S. Air Force was performing a routine surveillance flight over the South China Sea, was intercepted by a J-11, and that aircraft from the PLA Air Force flew within 20 feet of the RC-135. That again was an unsafe maneuver that required that aircraft to take evasive measures to prevent a collision. I think I have two more, and these are far more recent. We'll go to the next slide, please. So this is an example where the U.S. made the video public. So what you see, of course, is a screenshot from the video that was released by the U.S. military. And again, this involves an RC-135 that was met with an aggressive maneuver from a PLA J-16. This again over the South China Sea. It flew alongside at about, it was about 400 feet, and then engaged in a maneuver which many of you would be familiar with that is called thumping, when you force the aircraft to fly through the wake turbulence. This was the maneuver, if you remember, from 2001 when the US EP-3 was hit by a PRC fighter jet at the time, and that pilot of the PLA aircraft was intending to engage in a thumping maneuver. Again, this is a dangerous maneuver that is considered to be unprofessional. So the last one I'm just going to talk about in a little bit more detail. If you go to the next slide, please. This is the one that took place in the Taiwan Strait on June 3rd. And the United States has been transiting the Taiwan Strait, our military, our Navy, and our Air Force for a very long time. It has been making public, really since the Trump administration, most of those transits, and they've been taking place on a monthly basis. In this case, we had a U.S. destroyer that was conducting the transit with, alongside one of our allies, the second time that we have done this with the Canadians, at least that was made public, and the USS Chung Hoon, the destroyer, was transiting through the Taiwan Strait. And it is not unusual, of course, nor is it illegal for the Chinese to shadow that vessel as they make that transit. What happened in this case, again, a video was made public, first, I believe, by Canada and then by the United States. And what you see there is the Chinese Luoyang 3 class destroyer, the DDG-132 Suzhou, proceeding to cross 150 yards in front of the Zhonghun's bow. And I want to clarify what the rules, norms, regulations are that were actually violated in this case. So, of course, we have the 1972 Convention on International Regulations for Preventing Collisions at Sea. And the provisions there require flag states to conform regarding rules of navigation, avoidance of accidents at sea, and good seamanship. China is a signatory to this convention. So in this case, it was a violation of what we call coal regs. The Chinese naval vessel also violated the international law duty to exercise due regard, which is a matter of both customary law and law of the sea. And the Article 87 of UNCLOS, while referring generally to the freedoms of the high seas, including freedom of fishing, qualifies this by stating, and I will quote, "These freedoms shall be exercised by all states with due regard for the interest of other states in their exercise of the freedom of the high seas." The U.S. destroyer was operating on the high seas. Of course, even if China claims an EEZ from both Taiwan's coastline and from its own coastline, there is still an area of the Taiwan Strait which is high seas. And I will close by saying that when I was at the Shangri-La Dialogue last month, and China's Defense Minister Li Shangfu was there, I did have the opportunity in the Q&A to ask him about this incident. You can go back and look at the video. There's also a transcript of his lengthy answer. He criticized military activities that are taking place close to territorial airspace and waters. Again, this was not an incident that took place in China's territorial airspace or waters. He said that China doesn't engage in hegemonic navigation, the implication being that that's what the United States was doing, close to territorial airspace and waters of other countries. But his main message was quite clear, that the problem would be solved if the United States just doesn't operate close to China. Doesn't matter if it's on the high seas or in international airspace, essentially saying the U.S. doesn't have a right to be there. But I also want to note that the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman took this up on June 5th. And he said that China was following the law. He said the Chinese military carries out sea and air responses at the scene in accordance with the rules and regulation. The relevant measures are completely professional, but also reasonable and lawful. And so I think that this really underscores that with the U.S. and other allied military assets operating in close proximity to Chinese military assets, that we need to have a better understanding about what is our unprofessional maneuvers. We need to have mechanisms where we can actually discuss these close calls, these dangerous incidents, so that they can be avoided in the future. I think my assumption would be correct in saying that neither the United States nor China would like to see a military accident in the air or at sea that could escalate to a broader conflict. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Bonnie. So we have about 25 minutes left. I want to make sure that we get to your questions as well. So I'll start taking hands now. But while we do, I want to ask the panelists a question actually from Andrejka, who was supposed to moderate this panel but couldn't make it, which is, we saw Rep. Kiggins talk about the importance of U.S. allies and partners in the region and those relationships. And we've seen a revitalization of some of those relationships over the last year, specifically the U.S.-Philippines alliance. And I wonder, that was highlighted by increased access to Philippines military facilities announced in February. What, maybe Bonnie, potentially you could speak to conversations in Beijing about this, Natalie, potentially in Indonesia, and Harrison, potentially Vietnam, if you're willing. What are the implications of that revitalization for these countries' assessments and risk calculuses in the South China Sea going forward? Harrison.
To be honest, I'm going to sidestep your Vietnam suggestion and maybe just go with what it means in the South China Sea in terms of this relationship between the Philippines and the U.S. The Philippines has been a treaty ally for a long time. In the past decade, there's been instances where they haven't felt that it's done much for them. In 2012, when China seized control of Scarborough Shoal, there was a lot of concern then, and from that moment, there's been a ripple effect of kind of doubting what is the U.S. alliance doing for the Philippines if our islands can just get taken from us and the U.S. is going to watch. And you saw that play out with the Duterte administration, who really gave voice to that line of argument that the U.S. is useless, and instead we have to work with China. So in that context, I think that the revitalization of the alliance, the implementation of EDCA and the expansion of EDCA is really a huge reassurance to the Philippines, and is throwing that line of argument off that, in fact, the U.S. is making the alliance credible. It's making it capable of responding to the 21st century threats that the Philippines is facing, that is not just open war, but gray zone confrontation and incidents in disputed waters that don't reach the threshold of conflict. So I think it's important, and I think it has implications on what the Philippines is willing to do in the South China Sea and the activities that they're willing to engage in. So for me, I think that's the immediate impact on the Philippines' activities in the South China Sea.
Thank you, Harrison. Bonnie, do you want to talk about conversations in Beijing?
Haven't been in Beijing in quite some time. I would just say in general how important coalition building is for really our efforts to preserve peace and stability, enable countries in the region and the claimants to hopefully develop their own energy, to access their own resources, including fishing, and upholding international law. Clearly, if you have individual countries that are far weaker than a country like China that is harassing and bullying them, and if that country is isolated, dealing with it on their own, that's what Beijing prefers. And I think that the trends toward more coalition building, and not just within the South China Sea and the claimants, but also bringing in partners from outside the region, are extremely important. And we see many countries that are willing to put some skin in the game to exercise essentially freedom of navigation, which doesn't mean doing FONOPs necessarily in the same way that we do them, but sailing through waters, flying in airspace that may be challenged by China. So I think this trend of coalition building is very important.
Natalie?
I'm going to riff a little bit of what Bonnie said. I think coalition building is very important. I think from Jakarta's perspective, non-US coalition building is actually where it's at. And I think from Indonesia's perspective, looking at the revitalization of ties with the Philippines is an ambivalent development. Okay. And you disaggregate within Indonesia, there'll be different voices that will have taken this in different ways. The foreign ministry, the president's office, the military, and so on. So I'm just going to give an overview very quickly, is that I think on the one hand, yes, it's a good thing to be able to support states that are being left out on their own, to be able to strengthen the Philippines' capacity. But at the same time, Jakarta would be concerned about the extent of US influence and the ways in which Southeast Asian states might be looking like they're more in the US camp. Even if that's not really the case, they're worried about the perception and how that might be read in Beijing.
Okay. Thank you, Natalie. I see we've got several audience questions, so I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. Bonnie, just wondering two things. Are we underutilizing the good offices of the IMO? And can you talk a little bit about our rules of engagement? Are they public? Are they known? Do we shout them to the world? Are they secret? Are they ad hoc? And would they apply to a drone conducting the same mission as we saw in the Black Sea pretty recently? Are we more tolerant of an attack or somebody messing around with our multi-million-dollar drones than our manned aircraft?
I'm going to have to pass, Peter. I'm going to kick the IMO question to the next panel because we do have a legal panel that's good, that is far more familiar with the IMO, but also the ROEs, because that's also really it's a practical issue for the military. I don't know if our ROEs are public, so I'm not going to speculate, but maybe the next panel can take those up.
Great, thank you.
So I'll give you this one, Bonnie. I'm Ray Powell from Stanford University. I guess when we talk about these kinds of activities, this aggression, is this a one-way ratchet? It almost seems like China is willing to take on everyone, everywhere, all the time over everything. Can they be deterred? Is there, and then, relatedly, why does this happen? To what extent do you think it is directed behavior, and to what extent do you think it is individual pilots and captains and such responding to what they think the incentive structure is within the military?
Well, those are great questions. I doubt that you would have so many incidents of individual operators in China that were violating their ROEs. So that's not what I think is going on. I think that pilots, operators in China are being instructed as to what they can and cannot do. This is particularly true under Xi Jinping, where I think most people believe that he has more control over the military than perhaps his predecessor did. And if we go back to 2001, there were actually concerns that were aired even before the EP3 incident had, that one individual pilot was flying in very dangerous ways, but nobody stopped him from doing so. I mean, so there at least is some sanctioning of this behavior if we're seeing it happen so often. It is clearly being directed against our partners, against allies, not just us. So they are trying to demonstrate to our allies that they should not be flying close to whatever claims China has, and should not be working closely alongside the United States. And we see this, of course, happening not just in the air and on the sea, but diplomatically. Complaints about U.S. coalitions such as the Quad. The question about whether China can be deterred, I think, is something we really have to think about carefully and how we do that. I don't think that the United States should be pulling back our operations from where we are conducting them. There are people in China who's that, as I said, that's their goal. That's what they would like us to do, and they would say that's the way you will get China to stop behaving the way that it is. But this is part of a larger problem of how we deter the actions that China is taking against the claimants. So it's a bigger question. It's not just about us or allies. It's about all of its behavior in the South China Sea. And I will just say that the code of conduct is not going to solve that problem.
I have two questions. First, please tell us about the situation of military balance in the South China Sea nowadays. I mean, how and what the U.S. and China deployed their military forces in South China Sea and around the South China Sea, and especially how Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia deployed their military forces in South China Sea to protect their national interests. And from your point of view, with such a situation of military deployment, so is there any military balance in the South China Sea nowadays? And the second question, we do not want war, but in the case there is a military conflict happen between the US and China in the South China Sea nowadays. From your point of view, who will take advantages at the first round of the battle? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would take advantages in the first round of battle? If there was a war? I think, so I think the first question could apply, maybe Harrison and Natalie, you want to opine there before turning it over to Bonnie for the second?
Sure. I mean, I'll touch on the, the forces that are deployed in the South China Sea. From the claimants, I mean, what we see is that China is outgunning everyone else, obviously. The Philippine Coast Guard ships that we see are half the size and often less than half the size of the Chinese Coast Guard ships that are blocking them from, going to Saikatama's Shoal. The number of ships and the area that they're covering is also far superior from China. They have Coast Guard ships at every corner of the 9-dash line basically every day. So there's the number of ships, the size of the ships is all in China's favor when compared to the Philippines and Vietnam. In terms of the US and China, China certainly has more military forces around China than the US does from the perspective of their total, the US has other global engagements. I would hesitate to speculate on the overall ultimate strength of China versus the US in the South China Sea. That's not really my specialty. I haven't crunched the numbers on that one. But certainly the US has forces in the region. Many of them are in Japan or Guam, and that's not very close to the South China Sea. And so that's part of why the EDCA implementation in the Philippines has the potential to be very strategically significant if there's more US forces closer and ready to respond in the event of a crisis. That's a lot closer than Japan or Guam.
Thanks for the question. I mean, Indonesia, much like Harrison said, I mean, Indonesia is in a similar position as the Philippines. It's not going to have any sense of parity with Chinese naval or Coast Guard assets within the South China Sea around North Natuna Sea. Any kind of naval modernization that Indonesia needs to undergo, which it's currently doing, any kind of Coast Guard upgrades are never going to provide the ultimate deterrence. What they can provide is some sense of security for Indonesia, that it can protect some of those elements around its EEZ. And I think that's as far as it can go. Indonesia doesn't have other military allies, so it doesn't have the benefit of other ships that may come to its assistance in that regard. So again, Indonesia's thinking around that is merely about providing that limited deterrence. But we will see, and again, Indonesia's military modernization sits along many other security challenges for the country, many of which are land-based as well.
Feel free to jump in here, but I see we have a very long queue, so I'm thinking maybe we'll limit it to one question per audience member for now. And if you wouldn't mind, we'll take 2 questions at a time.
Okay, hi. This is Huang from the East Institute. My question is for Bonnie. Most of the encounter that you just described happened on the surface and above the surface. I was wondering if there has been any efforts at also transparentizing what's going on under the water surface, or making dangerous behavior under the surface more public, and if transparentizing is still an effective way to deal with such kind of tactic, or has China become more or less sensitive toward transparentizing actions? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll save that. Yes.
Hi, my name is Laurel Schwartz. I'm with the China Project. You all mentioned in unprofessional behaviors and moves that both aircraft and ships from the PLA have been doing in the region. I'm curious, is that a definition that China has signed on to in some kind of convention? Is that something that is informally agreed upon in the industry? How are we defining unprofessional moves?
Thank you.
So I already cited the collision regulations which I think is an example. Of course, there's also the Law of the Sea Treaty, which China is a signatory to. And of course, the United States is not, and I've long advocated, including in hearings in Congress, that the United States become a signatory of the Law of the Sea Treaty, but we do abide by it as a matter of customary law. And then of course, you could look at the Chicago Convention. The U.S. and China in 2014, I believe, signed an MOU on safety in the air and at sea, which the sea portion of it is based on the Code of Unplanned Encounters at Sea, AUKUS, which was signed multilaterally. I actually think our bilateral agreement may have been 2015, and AUKUS was multilateral with the other countries in the region in 2014. So those are some examples. Again, the next panel, I'm sure, will discuss this in more detail. There is not complete agreement, of course, between the United States and China on how to define, I'm sure, what an unprofessional maneuver is. But having those conversations and examining individual incidents and talking about why they are unsafe and how to avoid them in the future, I think would be very important. The other question, I think, is really a very important one about whether China is becoming less sensitive. I think the answer to that is probably yes, but China wants to be seen as a responsible actor. It does want to be seen as abiding by international law, as demonstrated by the fact that its foreign ministry spokesman said that China is acting lawfully. So I think we have not gotten to a point where China has dismissed international law and said that it is just simply going to defend its interests any way that it thinks is necessary. That's not the position it's taking. And we wouldn't want to put AMTI out of business by saying that transparency doesn't matter any longer. I think shining a light on the behavior that is taking place is important. Because it's not just something that the United States and China should know about, or Australia and China, or Canada and China, but all countries should know about what's taking place. And finally, I doubt we're going to see greater transparency in the undersea environment.
Natalie or Harrison, do either of you have comments on that? All right, so we'll take the final two questions over here.
Good morning. My name is James Spear. I'm a former deck officer on commercial ships and a professor at SUNY Maritime College. My question is, there's been a lot of discussion around and examples given on the harassment military to military assets. And my question for the panel, alongside that as well in coalition building, my question is in either the potential or the momentum towards greater harassment of commercial, deep sea commercial vessels, or coalition building efforts, especially non-US coalition building efforts, again, on the deep sea commercial side.
Natalie, do you want to start with that?
Sure, I think in the case, or do you want to wait for the second question?
Oh, right, sorry. Yes. Good call. Final question.
Good morning, everybody. My question is in regard to possible arbitration. Just recently, the 6th anniversary of the Philippines China South Sea Arbitral Tribunal ruling passed. So my question is, given the fact that China is acting unilaterally in terms of advancing its interest, is there any way to put more pressure, like from a multipolar perspective, uniting maybe ASEAN and the United States to try to maybe pressure China in a way that's not going to lead to a possible war? That's what my question is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with you, Natalie.
Sure. Just quickly on the question of different kinds of vessels. In Indonesia's case, it's not mil-mil. Most of the incidents tend to be either related to research vessels where China's harassment is actually its presence itself and lingering on for things like 7 weeks. There has been some intimidation of Indonesian fishers by Coast Guard and Navy, but that is not really the kind of harassment that Indonesia tends to see, that there hasn't been that kind of confrontation. But certainly there have been Chinese protests against drilling activities. So there have been that intersection between government and private sector. So we'll see where that leads, particularly because Indonesia is looking to do much more explorative activity around gas and oil fields in the Northern Tuna Sea.
I would echo that, that for the Philippines and Vietnam, some of the principal friction points in the South China Sea over the last few years has been harassment of drilling activities and challenges by Chinese Coast Guard. And for the Philippines, last year it finally started up again to explore for oil and gas off its coast, and almost immediately shut it down because China immediately sent Coast Guard vessels to respond, and the Philippines was not willing to risk what might happen if it continued. So that continues to be a major feature of that.
Bonnie, final word?
I would just add to what Harrison and Natalie have said that China's interference with these drilling or exploration, energy exploration activities is against every single one of the claimants at one point or another. Certainly against Vietnam, and we have seen at every single one of the claimants that is conducting these activities. They take place in areas that overlap with the 9-dash line. And China has never, of course, made crystal clear what its claims are, but it wants to have bilateral agreements with countries to develop energy jointly. And that's an ongoing objective that China has and has not yet made progress toward. Probably more progress with the Philippines than any other country, but there have been legal questions that have been raised in the Philippines about whether or not that's even possible. So this is an area, and I will just add that has become particularly problematic since the militarization of the South China Sea, because China now has the capability for Coast Guard ships to operate 24/7, where they don't have to go back to Hainan to resupply or refuel or rest, that there are these bases now in the South China Sea that support these sustained operations. So that, to me, is one of the most significant daily impacts of the militarization of the South China Sea. It's not the military, it's not really what it's necessarily doing against the United States, it's the operations against the countries in the region.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Harrison. Our next panel will be in 10 minutes. You have a coffee break in the interim, looking at legal developments and dispute management. Please give our panel a round of applause.
So this panel, as is our tradition, is the legal issues panel. We always make sure that it's just before the lunch keynote so that everybody has to stay. Again, for those who might not have been here at the start of the day, I'm Greg Poling. I direct the Southeast Asia program, the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, here at CSIS. We're going to hear from three great panelists on this panel, and I'll introduce them in just a moment. To reiterate for everybody, everything you're hearing is on the record. For those who might just be joining the live stream online, you can ask questions during the Q&A just like those in the room. Just go ahead and type them and I'll be able to see them here. We have 1 hour with our panelists, and I know three things. One, I am going to do my best to keep them on time. Two, the lawyers are not going to do that. And three, it'll be worth it anyway. I promise this is going to be a very interesting discussion. So first, we're going to hear from Bob Harris. Bob is Assistant Legal Advisor for East Asian and Pacific Affairs at the State Department, and basically the guy who knows all things related to maritime claims in East Asia over at the department. Then we'll turn to Nguyen Lan Anh. Nguyen Lan Anh is the Director General of the EC Institute at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. And we'll close out with Isaac Hardin. Isaac is a newly minted senior fellow for China Studies at the Carnegie Endowment here in DC, before that at the U.S. Naval War College, and author of a recently released tome on China's approach to maritime law. So with that, let me turn it over to Bob first.
Thank you very much. I guess my slides will show up on the screen before very long. There we are. And my topic is the use of domestic law to advance maritime claims in the South China Sea with a focus on the PRC's domestic laws. I think we're having a moment to refresh there, but that's okay. And I'm going to be motoring through these slides pretty quickly. And in fact, you'll see a number of maps multiple times during the slide to sort of emphasize some various points. Don't worry, because Isaac is going to not have his own slide presentation, so I will occupy an unfair amount of time during this, but then we'll make up for it later. I see that there's no signal.
And we're filibustering.
And so, but in any event, what I'll do is I'll start without the benefit of maps. But there's been a lot of recent attention on PRC laws, domestic laws, and as they are applied, especially in the South China Sea, but also in the East China Sea, the Taiwan Strait. But before you can understand those domestic laws, and we'll talk about them briefly, it's really important to go back to the context in which they are being enforced. So in the South China Sea, this is interesting. What we'll find is that their domestic laws, and their domestic laws, as we'll see, are overreaching in a number of ways. They believe in superpowers for coastal states in a number of respects. Those superpowers that are inconsistent with the right of innocent passage in the territorial sea, with the rights of the coastal state in the contiguous zone, and the EEZ to have certain security powers on behalf of the coastal state. And then in the EEZ and continental shelf on activities that are allowed under the law of the Sea Convention, whether they're the laying of submarine cables, maritime traffic safety, or even maritime surveys. So those are restrictions under Chinese law that are inconsistent with the law of the Sea Convention. But my premise, assuming we ever have maps to show this, is that even the best laws that the PRC would enact domestically are problematic because of their underlying maritime claims in the South China Sea. And to just give you an example, one of the situations would be it's not unreasonable for Coast Guards to have to use weapons from time to time. Coast Guards around the world may be in a position where they have to use weapons, either for law enforcement purposes or even in some cases a military operation if authorized and pursuant to international law. The problem, though, is the areas in which these laws reach. And so in the case of the Coast Guard law, as I'll show, it looks like we're having real problems, doesn't it?
One sec. For those of my team watching the live stream, are Bob's slides appearing on the live stream at least?
No.
They are? All right. No, they're not. They're not. Okay, then nobody can see it. Never mind.
Okay, which is why I'm sort of doing my presentation in a slightly different order than I would have done it naturally, but I assume that people are working to get this back on. But the upshot is there are these laws that overreach. But understanding the context of this is that these laws are being applied in areas where the PRC has no underlying legal entitlement. And that the legal entitlement is actually either the users of the maritime domain exercising freedom of navigation, or the layers of submarine cables and pipelines, or those vessels doing surveys that are permitted under the law of the sea, or those coastal states that actually have exclusive economic zones and continental shelves that they're not allowed to exercise because of the reach of the underlying PRC maritime claims in the South China Sea. And that is sort of the thrust of what my presentation was going to talk about. So I started off thinking about these bad laws, which we protested and many other countries have protested. But then as I stepped back, I thought, well, there's nothing wrong with a country regulating fishing. There's nothing wrong with a country not allowing other countries to build facilities in their territorial sea or in their internal waters. The problem, though, was what the PRC was claiming to be its EEZ, or areas under its jurisdiction, or its internal waters, or its territorial sea in the South China Sea. So I sort of came full circle as I was preparing my slides for this presentation. And I think, having said that, why don't we just move on, and at the end, if we have time, I'll show you some really cool maps that will help you understand sort of the delta between those claims that the PRC could lawfully assert under international law and those which they do. And I think that is an important context for understanding why there's as much concern as there is with the application of PRC domestic policy. And with that, I will pass the remote and hope she has better luck than I did.
I know you, so I pass it to Isa.
I'll jump on the PowerPoint grenade.
You want to save us? Go ahead.
We'll shuffle this up a bit, and I was going to comment a bit on some of Bob's and Lanan's maps, but without that, maybe I'll take the opportunity to nest some comments in this framing that Bob's offered us, which is the application of PRC domestic law, but also administrative regulations and departmental rules manifesting in practice in disputed maritime zones. I think that's sort of the general category, and I think Bob's point is really well taken. On their face, China's using the language of the law of the sea. They're describing things like internal waters, territorial seas, contiguous zones, EEZs. Fine, but if you're enforcing those rules in areas that are also claimed as even internal waters and territorial seas and exclusive economic zones with other states, you have inevitable conflicts. And what we've seen and learned from some of the presentations earlier this morning is that China's capacity to do so with physical capabilities in the form of a Coast Guard and fishing fleet and, of course, a PLA Navy over the horizon that are more present, sustaining operations more often, is that we actually see the practical implications of these claims that China will claim have existed for time immemorial. So what I was actually going to do to start off, and now I guess I'll do it as my second comment is, of course, quote the chairman, Xi Jinping, on this issue, because he has had quite a lot to say about maritime affairs. It was one of the first things that he did as General Secretary was convene a Politburo meeting to discuss maritime rights and interests. And in the context of that, he was also on the international diplomatic circuit talking about some of these issues with Southeast Asian states. And I'll read a quick quote from a speech he gave at the National University of Singapore in 2015. Because there are 6 things in it that I want to talk about in 5 minutes very briefly, and hopefully that will filibuster enough time to get some attractive maps up. But what Xi Jinping said was, China insists on resolving the disputes, the South China Sea disputes, with the countries directly affected. Let's note the directly affected, and this is particularly a comment about the United States and other putatively extra-regional actors. through negotiations and consultations, and that's where I want to focus. This is the proposed Chinese rule, as it were, the mechanism by which they intend to, I would argue, manage rather than resolve disputes. Through negotiations and consultations, 对话协商 for those who are familiar, or 协商对话, depending, on the basis of, first, respect for historical facts. That's the first consideration. What's the basis for our negotiations with the affected states, with the states with claims to resources, to jurisdiction? On the basis of respect for historical facts first, and then second, and in accordance with international law. It's one of two considerations. I don't know that we can necessarily infer from that sequence that it's inferior, but I would argue you could infer from practice that China views particularly things like the 9-dash line as predating and therefore, according to I'd argue a probably faulty legal interpretation. I'm not a lawyer, so I won't offer any paid judgment on that, other than to say what China is effectively saying there when they start with respect for historical facts and in accordance with international law is that international law is only scoped so narrowly to govern some part of these questions. For those who think of the law of the sea as a constitution for the oceans, this is quite an affront, and it's quite a challenge to the comprehensiveness and arguably to the effectiveness of the convention. So this is an annotated version of Xi Jinping's short sentence. So moving on, and in accordance with international law, he then goes on to say, we're fully capable and confident of working with ASEAN countries to maintain peace and stability in the South China Sea, again in Singapore in 2015. And I would argue that this is more or less the same guiding set of principles and key terms that Xi Jinping is not the author of, for what it's worth. Arguably, this policy and basic orientation has been in place since Deng Xiaoping. But his articulation of it raises a couple important points that I really want us to focus on. And it's that when we think about international law here in Washington, the image that we have in our head typically is of a universal system. That's a little bit immodest, maybe global system, although space law is a special interest and has some universal implications. But what I mean by universal is that if it's a rule, it's supposed to be applicable across the board, particularly the law of the sea, which has this aspiration to be comprehensive, to be a constitution for the ocean. From China's perspective, and I think Bob put this really well, coastal states have superpowers under the law of the sea, which is to say coastal states, any state with a sovereign claim facing out on any ocean real estate, basically, if we read the way that China's construed its laws quite vaguely, they have more or less unlimited discretion to interpret what the law of the sea means in that case. And that's what we see in this empirical record of as relations and rules, which I'd appreciate Greg flogging my tome on my behalf. His book is also excellent on a lot of these, really get deep into the weeds on the specific ways in which China is articulating its preferred rules and putting them into practice. I'd commend you for this conversation, in particular, Chapter 6 on dispute resolution, which is where I'll close and say that there's a regional valence to the dispute resolution rules that China is putting in place. The South China Sea arbitration, running from 2013 to 2016, is the key impediment to China's ability to pursue non-formal, non-third-party institutionalized dispute resolution management. That is what he is talking about when he says countries directly affected through dialogue and consultation, or negotiation or consultation. This is the basic formula, and what I want to call it, with this very important exception of the South China Sea arbitration, which maybe I'll reserve for further discussion in Q&A. With that notable exception, what we see is something that I think you might characterize as an emerging regional norm, whereby ASEAN states and the countries directly affected, which is to say the claimants, have de facto acquiesced to a process in which there is no recourse to discussing the underlying disputes. Chinese sovereignty, the key issue that's making these domestic laws so difficult to deal with, this idea that it crowds out all the other claims, that there is no Vietnamese EEZ or Vietnamese continental shelf in vast areas where any reasonable interpretation of the law of the sea confers it to them, It's that Chinese sovereignty makes it a non-starter. None of these discussions are happening. What they're proposing is dialogue and consultation on the far margins of what's potentially negotiable about this. From Vietnam's perspective, this has been totally outrageous because they only propose areas of potential joint development or of any type of resource cooperation that are well outside any reasonable Chinese claim, even if the 9-dash line is considered. Some of these are really pushing way out, as Bob will show on his maps, which now have come up, well up to what would be basically territorial sea limits for a lot of these states. So now that we have the slides on, I've had a chance to filibuster for you a little bit. Let me just leave with a re-emphasis on the regional characteristics of this and the ways in which China's practices in maritime East Asia really create a contradiction, as it were, for the United States, which professes to be upholding and practicing a universal or global or a relatively uniform set of rules and norms. What we see from China, and I'd say especially in this dispute resolution space, is them saying the law of the sea is not the only body of rules and norms that's governing our maritime conduct here. And in fact, it has no bearing whatsoever on more or less all of the key issues because they're all crowded out by Chinese sovereignty. For those of us who've had the great fortune or misfortune of pouring through the South China Sea Award, as well as China's various submissions and its sort of secondary sources on this, you'll see this come through very clearly, and it's a simple message. It's just the law of the sea doesn't govern almost all of these matters, and the reason for that is Chinese sovereignty. That's the key impediment, and I think we'll have plenty of other opportunities to talk about how that manifests. So let me turn it back to Bob or Lanan, whoever wants to
Well, I guess my slides are up, although they're not up in a place
Let
I
me
can
make a
see
quick
them.
interjection. So is it now at least on the live stream? Can those watching online see it?
Yes.
Okay. So just one note for those watching online. Now when you submit your questions, my team will text them to me since we no longer have a working screen in the room. But otherwise, let's just run with it, working with the wheels that we have.
Don't we love technology? Yes. So I'm going to be quite quick, but I think that the key to help explain is the delta between those claims that the PRC can lawfully claim as a matter of international law and those which they do. And I think the maps will help explain the delta. On July 12th, we will have the 7th anniversary of the arbitral award in the Philippines-China arbitration. That arbitral award, which is legally binding on the Philippines and China, provided that China's maritime claims as they were understood at the time, to the extent that they extended beyond their entitlements under the law of the Sea Convention, were unlawful. That meant that the 9-dash line or historic rights or whatever it might be understood to be were not lawful to the extent that they went beyond the entitlements of coastal states under the law of the Sea Convention. That all islands in the South Tennessee and in the Spratly Scarborough Reef had to be looked at individually. You could not collectively look at the Spratly Islands, draw baselines around it, and try to claim entitlements from the Spratly Islands as a whole. And the tribunal also found that Scarborough Reef and all the Spratly Islands, those that were above water at high tide, were entitled only to a 12 nautical mile territorial sea. And that all the features that were below water at high tide and not islands were entitled to no maritime entitlements under international law. And so the picture that you'll see there, I will apologize a little bit because it has the 9-dash line on it, but the slide is those lawful entitlements as determined by the arbitral tribunal. Look at the pink circles. The pink circles that you see there are the 12 nautical mile territorial seas around the actual islands in the Spratlys and Scarborough Reef. All the other waters, and you see the purple dash line there, and especially as they face the Philippines, would be the Philippines, EEZ, and continental shelf. Those were determined to be the lawful entitlements of the PRC in the South China Sea. What you see next, I think, where are we looking at now? Right. So the day after the decision, the PRC re-articulated its maritime claims in the South China Sea. And in effect, they said that the PRC has historic rights in the South China Sea. It was the first time, actually, 2016, that unambiguously the PRC said it had historic rights. Everything else about historic rights was ambiguous. What's its geographic scope? What's the nature of these historic rights? Are they exclusive? Are they shared with other countries? All other aspects of those historic rights are unclear, but at least there was an articulation that there were historic rights in the South China Sea. And then also what's often called the island group claim, that the PRC had a right to treat 4 PRC-designated island groups on a whole, as a whole, and claim maritime entitlements from them, draw baselines around them. In 2019, December, Malaysia made a submission to the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, very much a geological question about the seabed and subsoil. The PRC objected, re-articulating those 2 maritime claims. In the years since then, 11 countries have formally protested that maritime claim. And just for reference, I don't think there's been a maritime claim in the world that has ever been protested by 11 countries. And what you'll see is those protests came from all over the world. The countries in the region, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Vietnam protested, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, the UK, Germany, and France all protested that those claims were unlawful, which is really quite extraordinary. But to try to give you a sense of the claim, if you see the island group here, this is just one. These are the 4 island groups. If you look at probably the Zhongsha is the most obviously unlawful claim. This is a huge maritime area, about the size of Wisconsin. And remember, under the law of the sea, land dominates the sea. Well, what is the land dominating that huge ocean space? It's Scarborough Reef. That is the only land feature in this entire so-called Zhongsha area, and that's Scarborough Reef. So if you want a sense of compliance with the law of the sea, I think that gives you a good sense that we're talking about a maritime claim that is just not ready for prime time. Unfortunately, it is ready for prime time because it is being acted upon in a very serious way. But as a matter of international law, this is not a hard question as to the scope and the delta. So anyway, I will leave it at that. The one thing, though, that I might move up forward to and just talk for a moment about is the Coast Guard law, because I think there's been a lot of attention paid to the Coast Guard law. And one of the provisions here that I'd talk about is Article 20. Without approval of the PRC competent authority, if foreign organizations and individuals construct buildings, structures, and install various fixed or floating devices in sea areas and islands under jurisdiction, the Coast Guard, which is all areas within the jurisdiction of China, the Coast Guard has the right to order them to stop and demolition, or to conduct demolition themselves on those. And just so you get a sense, this is the Spratly Islands. Every single box you see there is a facility that one or another of the claimants has buildings on. We're hoping that this is not ever going to be applied in that area, but on its face, it is sort of a warning shot to the other claimants that someday there could be some sort of actions taken, that the Coast Guard would have authority to take such actions. We're certainly not hoping that that's the case. But the law itself has sent some shivers down some spines that this could be something someday that might be availed of. Anyway, that's all I'm going to do for this, and I will pass it on to my good friend, Lanan.
Well, I guess that I will continue and with very favorable condition, because my 2 panelists already paved out the background of the issue. The topic of our panel have 2 parts: the new development and the dispute management. And Isa already touched upon the dispute management. So my job is talking and unfold some legal recent development. And I try to focus on the China claims in the South China Sea, as it is kind of like all sources of the problem that we have in the South China Sea nowadays. Oops, So I'm waiting for the slide to come up again. Hopefully, okay, we got it. In order to inform you with the new development, I will try to span very quick to highlight what have happened in the past with the Chinese claim. It clearly that Bob has mentioned about the claim, and also Bonnie in her previous presentation also say that China never crystallized the claim. But in fact, actually, China tried to use all the time the language that has been used in UNCLOS to justify for some kind of the claim. So in 2009, China tried to use the phrase sovereignty and sovereign right and jurisdiction. So normally, according to UNCLOS, sovereignty will refer to internal water, and sovereign right and internal water and territorial sea, and sovereign right and jurisdiction also refer to the right of the quota state over the EEZ and continental shelf. However, what China did is that it has sovereignty over the adjacent water and sovereign right and jurisdiction over the relevant water. We never know what is adjacent water and relevant water. Instead, it's a attached map, and it was the first time that the 9-dash line map were introduced to the world in annexion of the North River sent to the UN. And the second time that China used the language of UNCLOS, it was right after the arbitration award in 2016, when China claimed the sovereignty over the Nanhai Qudao, which is the 4 group of islands that Bob just illustrated for us over the screen. And in addition to the sovereignty over the features, China also claimed the internal water, territorial sea, EEZ, and continental shelf. Those are the perfect suitable language in accordance with UNCLOS, but based on Nanhai Qudao. So what has been provided for under the 2016 Tribunal Award is that the Spratly cannot be used as draw the straight baseline around them, and from there to claim the EEZ and continental shelf. So you can see that China tried to use the language of UNCLOS, but try to twist it a little bit. So people normally, when just have a quick look, have a feeling that, oh, nothing wrong. China complied with UNCLOS and use the language of UNCLOS. But it's all what we have before the recent development, that China stick to UNCLOS and try to interpret in their own way of the application of UNCLOS. I try to introduce the 3 recent developments of the Chinese legal claim in the South China Sea, which happened this year, in the first half of this year. The first one, which was introduced in March 2023, when China announced publicly the 33 sites for their research vessel will be frequently visit and conduct the research. And if you look at the first map, the map on your left, you can see the area that they will send their research vessels, including Indian Ocean, the Pacific, and East China Sea. So with all the line indicate the location of the vessel ship in the future will be visited. And of course, in your right-hand side is the map of the South China Sea, where all the main research vessels will frequently visit. And it will be announced publicly and without hiding. What is the problem with the announcement? Normally, UNCLOS provide that carry on marine scientific research will require the consent of the quota state. It be conducted within the EEZ and continental shelf of the quota state. You can see the area is just symbolic illustrated in the map, but clearly it may cover some EEZ of the continental shelf of the quota state, in Indian Ocean, in East China Sea, in Pacific Island, and in the South China Sea. Not sure whether China will seek the consent of the leader state in the future. And you will have the answer in a second. The second event just happened with Vietnam last month. It was a research vessels, and using research vessels is a new chant of China, try to enforce what it calls is Chinese jurisdiction. So we have the vessel in our EEZ and continental shelf for May the 8th of this year. And if you follow the red line, all the line indicate the direction that the research vessel has been in our EEZ. And clearly, because if you look at anyone with any application like marine traffic or any other like open source that can follow ship with AIS signal can easily find that they were there. But then look at this statement made by the spokesperson of China, Mao Ning. China has sovereignty over Nansha Island. It's nothing new. And it adjacent water and sovereign right and jurisdiction over the relevant water. Again, the phase of 2009 were repeated. But the new element is legitimate and lawful for relevant Chinese vessels to carry out normal activity in water under Chinese jurisdiction. And the most novel part of the statement is that there's no such a thing as entering in other country exclusive economic zones. So in your right-hand side map, clearly China research vessel was in EEZ of Vietnam and continental shelf of Vietnam, but on your left-hand side is denied of the existence of the EEZ and continental shelf of Vietnam. So it's a kind of like challenging of the current legal regimes that clearly provide under UNCLOS. And in the third recent event, it was the recent conclusion of the BBNJ agreement. So for your background, the BBNJ agreement were first initiated by the General Assembly in 2019, and it kind of like a negotiation that gathered over 100 countries in the world to govern the maritime area that beyond the national jurisdiction in order to protect the biodiversity. China and as well as all the little states in the South China Sea participate in the negotiation. Nothing happened. All the beautiful word because China emphasized that the new agreement cannot contradict with UNCLOS and should carry on all the like current legal provision that has been enshrined under UNCLOS. But on the other hand, China tried to advocate for certain like point of view, and in the very last minute, try to advocate for the avoidance of using BBNJ in disputed water. So Article 13 that I show on the screen, just one of the examples that try to harmonize different viewpoints had been introduced in the negotiation. And with so much effort from different countries, we can see the formula here that anything under the BBNJ cannot be relied upon as the basis for asserting or denying any claim to sovereignty, sovereign right, and jurisdiction. However, when it comes to the South China Sea, China rejects the application of BBNJ agreement in the South China Sea because first, there's no such area beyond national jurisdiction in the South China Sea, and second, because in the South China Sea there is disputed maritime zones, and therefore BBNJ agreement will not apply in the South China Sea. So we have like a contradiction idea. On the one hand, there's no contradiction against UNCLOS, but on the other hand, whereas if we apply UNCLOS, there is a high sea in the South China Sea. If we follow tribunal outward, there is a high sea in the South China Sea, but BBNJ cannot apply it because cannot support the claim and because there are no high sea according to China because it's all under Chinese jurisdiction. So the recent three new developments just indicate that perhaps China's moving. I a little bit disagree with Bonnie because this morning Bonnie just said that, perhaps transparentization still very much important because China still stick with international law. China not dare to say or to protect their interests with all means. But it seems like the emerging signals to see that China is moving from arbitrary interpretation but still stick to UNCLOS at first, but now moving to deny the existence of the legal order, deny the existence of EEZ and continental shelf, and perhaps what happened in the BBNJ agreement show that they step forward to take the lead in building the new rules in favor of their interests. So it's a new development, and I just stop there and perhaps looking forward for the Q&A later.
Thanks. All right, those online, again, feel free to get your questions in. We'll be able to see them here. I'm going to ask a couple of the panel, but then those in the room, I would encourage you, if you'd like to ask a question, to move over to the stand mic. So first, I'd like to stay with online for a minute. We had the conclusion recently of the Indonesia-Vietnam EEZ delimitation, which means now Vietnam's both continental shelf and EEZ boundary are fully delimited with Indonesia, which pays no attention to the 9-dash line. Vietnam and Malaysia have, in 2009, submitted their extended continental shelf claim, which again pays no mind to the 9-dash line. Can you speak a little bit to this kind of progress in delimiting intra-Southeast Asian maritime disputes in a way that effectively rejects China's claims by just pretending they're not there, and whether you think that that's likely to continue?
Well, I will put it in another way that we do not try to reject any legitimate claim, but we try to enforce international law as is already clarified under the Tribunal Award. So after the Tribunal Award, we can see that there's much clarity in the South China Sea in terms of what you can claim and what you cannot. And country in the south, at least the south part of the South China Sea, understand the extent of their right. So therefore, like what happened to Vietnam, Indonesia, and Indonesia is that we are going forward to delimit the overlapping maritime zone that we generated in accordance with UNCLOS. So more recently, Vietnam and Indonesia concluded their long-lasting 12 years of negotiation on like EEZ delimitation. The two countries still waiting for ratification. So that's why I haven't disclosed any more details, but for sure that the negotiation was based on international law and state practice.
Bob, I want to turn to you next. The more, I suppose, novel legal interpretation being developed within China to justify its claims without reference to the 9-dash line and historic rights is the concept of offshore archipelagos as a unique thing that stands above and beyond UNCLOS and that may only apply to China. Could you speak a little bit to this new claim that China's legal community has put so much effort into creating?
Yes, well, I would say there are two aspects of it. The first is the nature of the claim itself. And as I said briefly, that under the law of the sea, land dominates the sea. And to think about land, you think about those features that are above water at high tide. And you look at each one of those features and you draw baselines consistent with international law. Under Article 5, it's the normal baseline, the low water line around the coast. And in certain special geographic circumstances where the coastline is deeply indented or cut into, think of Norway, states can lawfully draw straight baselines. And those are the rules for drawing lawful baselines. So the challenge with this offshore archipelago is it would take a giant area of ocean and sort of punctuate it with potential baselines by really, really tiny features, and in some cases, underwater features. So the claim itself doesn't have a basis in international law, but there is an argument that we've heard from the Chinese Society of International Law that this might be justified as a matter of customary international law. Customary international law is another body of law in addition to treaty law, but you have very strict requirements for the creation of customary international law. There has to be a general and consistent practice of states that they carry out under a sense of legal obligation. So we looked in the United States because we wanted to understand this better in Limits in the Seas 150. It's a report from January of last year where we actually looked at the state practice internationally of offshore archipelagos and looked at those countries that were not archipelagic states like China or the United States and see what their practice was. What we found, we did an entire 95-page state practice supplement, and in that we found that countries around the world did not think there was some other body of customary international law, but that they were trying to apply Articles 5 and 7 of the Law of the Sea Convention, and we actually talked to the countries themselves who said, well, of course we're trying to apply Article 5 and Article 7. That's the relevant international law. So we've looked at it very carefully, and if people are interested in reading more about that, you can just Google Limits in the Seas 150, and there'll be a long, perhaps mind-numbing legal report on that topic.
Let me just quick follow-up. Do you remember how many case studies you dealt with in?
23 countries, I think more than 30 island groups.
How many of them in any way look like what China is claiming for a regime of offshore archipelagos?
Well, none of them look like that. I mean, you saw from my slide presentation the Zhongsha, quote unquote, island group, which consists of one island and a maritime area about the size of the state of Wisconsin. So no, there's nothing that looks anything like that. Now, that doesn't mean that all maritime claims are perfectly legal, that all baseline claims are pristinely perfect, but the world is trying to apply the Law of the Sea Convention. And that's the basis of law, that is the standard that countries are trying to apply.
Okay. All right. Last question for me, I think it's going to be a little philosophical, I'll admit. Having read your book, which I know I described as a tome on China's Law of the Sea. I should have been more specific. It is actually called China's Law on the Sea, so just feel free to Google that. But, as you point out, China's legal justifications for its claims have been a moving target. Bob pointed out how it's moved and changed over time. It's not as if there's some, perfect effort to mold China's claims to the law. It's an effort to mold the law to China's claims. And as your introduction to the book points out, this is the Leninist approach to law. Law is a reflection of the policy preferences of those in power. It doesn't have unique normative value. And Chinese leaders consistently and explicitly say that China is to be a nation ruled by law, not rule of law. So what is the point in us trying to argue against a legal figment that we know China doesn't actually see as binding in any meaningful way?
That's a challenging question, Greg. I think it's a really good one. What is the point of engaging with China on these questions if we accept at least this interpretation that it's a second order consideration, would be another way of classifying that there's a set of policy goals. I'd say China's maritime rights and interests is the best vehicle, I think, for capturing what those are, and it's not accidental that it's rights, which has a legal connotation, and interests, which has a political and power connotation. These are fused concepts in the way that China pursues its maritime claims. The law of the sea is the battlefield on which, at least I personally have engaged them on it, and I agree with you. There's a genuine philosophical question about if it is the case that, I guess one way to characterize it, that they're not acting in good faith with respect to the application of the rules, that there's not a discussion about what is the rule that we all agreed on. It's more like, how do we reinterpret this rule in light of our present preferences? It does feel a little futile in some ways. But on the flip side, I think this is a domain in which the regional states and the United States and other interested parties in the South China Sea, or as we're likely to see in other maritime areas in which there are some differences of opinion with China, whether it's governance of high seas fisheries or deep seabed or any number of things that are kind of under this law of the sea architecture, China is not rejecting it outright, and in fact are willing to engage from their perspective and bring it back to maybe a Leninist interpretation of this. This is still the hegemonic superstructure of the system they're operating in. The international legal system is itself something that China feels it must engage with, even though that's not its preference as far as how it would, for example, order maritime behavior or claims or rights and jurisdiction in East Asia. By necessity, because it is the treaty that reflects this broader international consensus on the way things are to be done, China must conform is probably the wrong word, but rather interpret its practices and its claims in light of that. And I think we shouldn't give away that discourse power, you might think of it, and that's the way the Chinese view it, is that they're playing in our game in a way that they're at some existing disadvantages. I'll take this moment to offer a little deep cut from the second chapter of the book that goes into some of the history of the Law of the Sea negotiations. But we shouldn't forget, Chinese delegates to that conference, and anybody in China then and including now who is familiar with the implications of the geographic-based regime that was agreed in the convention, this idea that EEZs and continental shelves and territorial seas, all the zonal entitlements are a function of geography in some way. They have recognized early on in the 1970s as the EEZ regime was consolidating and have continued to wrestle with this reality that China's geographically disadvantaged by these rules. And even though it's deeply frustrating and in some ways dysfunctional conversation on these issues, because we're not approaching, I think the rule of law versus rule by law paradigm, I think, captures some of why this is not a meeting of minds in any way that's going to produce some agreed norms or rules, because the way we approach it is nonetheless something that I think the United States ought to be doing, to the extent that I guess I'll take the opportunity to join all my colleagues and just about anybody with any sense who suggests the United States ought to ratify the convention, in part because this gives us a voice in this ongoing discussion. It's not the end of the law of the sea. The law of the sea is a living body of rules and norms, and so I think we should embrace the fact that China is engaging in this, even if it's frustrating, because it's better than the alternative. The alternative is for them to say, not as they are, law of the sea has a limited scope. They could just say law of the sea is illegitimate altogether, and we're doing this according to our interests, not our rights. And I think as long as that's not the case, we have this venue for hopefully it's constructive dialogue.
All right. So 13 years and counting, multiple speakers at this conference have called for ratification of UNCLOS. So call your senators and congresspeople. Let's head to the first question to the floor, right?
Hi again, Ray Powell, Stanford. My question is for Lanine. The survey ship that came in on the 7th of May and stayed for almost a month in Vietnam's EEZ, it was more than half over before Hanoi finally spoke out. And there had been considerable international press about the survey even before that. And relatedly, the survey that Harrison mentioned earlier that's happening right now in Malaysia's EEZ has been going on for 8 days, and there's been no word at all, no protest from Kuala Lumpur. What accounts for all of this reticence by Vietnam's government, by Malaysia's government, to say something about these illegal surveys? And is it working that your governments are so hesitant to speak out in these cases?
Well, actually, it takes time to react for certain incident, because we would like to follow international law. We would like to know the substance, the activity of China conducted in our EEZ, whether it violates our right, because just be there, just present in the EEZ doesn't mean that it violates international law. China, as happened to anybody else, will enjoy the freedom of navigation and overflight. If it just be present there, just sail through, that's not violate any right at all. So therefore, it takes us some time to actually understand what happened with the research versus and come out with the arguments.
I'm sorry, but if I may, when they entered accompanied by 2 Coast Guard vessels and 7 militia ships. I mean, it would seem like their intentions would be pretty clear from the beginning.
Yeah, but again, if they interfere with the resources, activities, if they're conducting some research or interfere with the continental shelf, otherwise, be it research vessel, Coast Guard, or fishing vessel, they all enjoy the passes.
Peter Humphrey, I'm wondering if these claims are in any way fixed in time, or can we look forward to a future in which perhaps a meter of sea level rise makes claims disappear? Does that mean that vulnerable island states have to do what China did and start hauling out ships full of concrete to maintain their claims through time?
That is one of the more interesting and talked about issues in the law of the sea right now, is what about sea level rise and climate change. And that is an ongoing set of discussions that are happening. The International Law Commission is doing work on it as well. There are a lot of different questions related under international law to obviously as the sea level rise goes up, islands that were above water at high tide may no longer be above water at high tide. And I think there's a large amount of international sentiment to try to solve those problems, to try to not have countries lose their maritime entitlements because of human-induced climate change. And so that is a really interesting set of questions that the international community is grappling with right now. And so I would say I think we'll have a more interesting conversation 5 years from now, because I think there's going to be a progressive amount of work being done to try to clarify what the legal rules will be.
And a bit of history, the convention did extensively discuss what to do about erosion. It did not think about what happens when the opposite is true, when the water's rising, not the land's disappearing.
Well, yes, strictly speaking, as a matter of the law of the sea, it did, because baselines are ambulatory. So the general rule of international law is that as the sea level goes up and the relationship between the land and water changes, the baselines change over time. But I think the international community is not prepared to accept that result if it is caused by sea level rise caused by climate change.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Trajan Sexton with Department of State EAP, and my question has to do more along the lines of the articulation of legal policy and U.S. enforcement of respect for UNCLOS. Obviously, in the South China Sea, the PRC has some very egregious unlawful claims that the United States indiscriminately enforces or challenges through freedom of navigation operations and lawful passage. However, in the ongoing PR battle, how can we work to be more effective messengers for policy when the PRC inevitably challenges with the argument that the United States is not a signatory to UNCLOS and that the United States is conducting these operations with little regard and anticipated escalation of PRC-U.S. strategic competition? And as a follow-up to that point regarding the living nature of UNCLOS and respect for these ongoing institutions, what is the current legal framework in terms of looking at areas below surface level entitlements, such as particularly undersea telecommunication cables and the kind of legal battleground that lies ahead in the years to come? Thank you.
Well, I guess freedom of navigation operations would be directed toward me, as the American here, or the American with the US government. I think it's important to remember that this is simply one tool that the United States operates. Principally, when there are unlawful maritime claims, it's something that is handled diplomatically. So the United States will, if there's an unlawful maritime claim, it affects all countries in the world. And so if a country is claiming an unlawful area, every other country in the world suffers from that, because the activities that they can engage in on the oceans are restricted by the extent to which that claim is unlawful and unlawfully restricting the activities of other countries. But principally, the United States has, for many, many years, since the 1970s, had what we call a freedom of navigation program. And the principal tool for that is diplomatic notes, diplomacy, to talk to countries to try to convince them to comply with international law. I mentioned Limits in the Seas. That series is a series of technical studies that the United States has done since the 1970s to try to lay out what claims are out there internationally and the extent to which they're consistent with international law. So I would say FONOPs are simply one manifestation of that. And typically, it's just a vessel going from point A to point B. And our naval vessels go from point A to point B constantly. So while they're at it, they will be, if there's an unlawful claim, it could be challenged simply by doing the lawful action that would in itself be inconsistent with the unlawful claim. How to better communicate and do all those sorts of things is the kind of question that the United States thinks about all the time. And I do think it's important that we work with our allies and partners to create more countries that are aware of these, more countries that are prepared to defend their rights under international law. So it doesn't have to be so much a matter for the United States doing it.
All right. Isaac, any thoughts?
Yeah, I guess if I could just tack on to what Bob said and then turn to undersea cables. And I don't know if our friend is also going to ask again about undersea cables, but maybe I'll preempt some part of that. On freedom of navigation, or the mechanisms that the United States has to play formally in this law of the sea discussion, you know, I guess I'll repeat again, the utility of being within the treaty framework, I think, it's not been properly priced in DC. We've told ourselves, and maybe this will put me into an argument with Bob, which may be productive, that customary international law is sufficient to provide us with the legal basis for all of our actions, and that in fact, by our interpretation of it, our practice is quite compliant with, again, our interpretation of customary international law. I'm curious, just looking around this room with obviously a lot of guests from the region and from countries not called the United States, just how persuasive that is and just how robust a basis for the United States engaging meaningfully in the progressive development of the law of the sea it is. And I think it's a much more severe strategic liability than we've accounted for, and it's a relatively low cost measure to implement. So preaching to the choir on this particular point.
Just say that the Biden-Harris administration is in favor of getting the Senate to approve the law of the sea convention. So that is certainly the policy of this administration, like its predecessors. So you are pushing, from our perspective in the U.S. executive branch, on a very, very open door.
And I'm aware of that, and I guess one thing that I'd suggest is related to the subsea cable question, is that the BBNJ agreement, the High Seas Treaty, I think offers a catalytic kind of event to rethink what it is we're trying to do, because you don't want to be standing on the sidelines as those norms and rules are developing, particularly for that really interesting part of that negotiation that Lannan shared for this. I was not aware of that. I'm trying to learn some more about it. So I'll ask you further about it, other than to say what areas are going to be designated as high seas, what areas are going to be designated as the area or deep seabed, and what the practical patterns there have immense consequences, economic, environmental, strategic, et cetera. And the idea that we're going to be able to play effectively on the basis of our sort of described adherence to customary international law, a particular interpretation of customary international law that's not necessarily shared, not so dissimilar in that sense from the PRC, I don't think it's not a very stable surface to stand on. And so this bears directly on that question of undersea cables. The short answer on what do we see China doing there is obviously a number of worrisome developments that may involve interfering across the globe, not just China, with this type of infrastructure have raised a lot of questions about their status. Most of the significant ones are laid through, at a minimum, exclusive economic zones, but probably through non-jurisdictional space as well. And so there's a complex knitting together of the regimes that we need to see on this. And I think the one thing that we can say with a lot of confidence in China's case on this is an undersea cable that, say hypothetically, connects the mainland to Taiwan. That's exclusively in Chinese exclusive economic zone from their standpoint. And from this coastal state superpowers thesis, I've been calling it coastal state discretion, but I like superpowers a lot better. I would argue that there's nothing specific other than some very technical rules that you can dredge up out of the various agencies in China that are responsible for some of the engineering and safety and administration on it. So you can see some rules on it, but there's really no normative guideline that's constraining central leadership in China from deciding what they think are the relevant rules under Chinese domestic law in their exclusive economic zone or their continental shelf, which in the Taiwan Strait should effectively be just the same thing. So if you can, I would say this is an area to watch the development of Chinese law, which has very much tracked some of their practical, political, economic, or strategic interests. And I think it's quite an important area to watch, and I thank you for the question.
So we are officially over time, but we do have a long break before the lunch keynote. So we're going to go into a lightning round here. I'll give you until that says 12 o'clock. So let's collect maybe 20-second questions.
Okay, I'll be very quick. This is Huang Do from the East Sea Institute in Vietnam. My question is for Bob and Isaac, because you mentioned Coast Guard present earlier, right? And the U.S. has been increasing its Coast Guard presence in the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea, I've seen arguments from the China side saying that, oh, the Coast Guard from the US is operating way too far from home. They're also equipped with weapons, and because of their neutrality in the sovereignty dispute, they are also barred from taking any law enforcement activities in the disputed area. What would be the legal counter arguments to those? And second questions, I'm so glad that you brought up UNCLOS with the emergence of the Taiwan Strait hotspot and South China Sea hotspot. We saw also once again the emergence of the debate surrounding what is international water. Is there international water in the Taiwan Strait? And what the U.S. can do while not being a member of UNCLOS. So I was wondering, what is the necessity? How do you assess the necessity and the probability of UNCLOS being ratified, not just with the executive branch, but in other branches of the government? Thanks.
Next question.
Sarang Shidore, Quincy Institute. Appreciate your reiteration, Robert Harris, of the administration's position, and I suppose a lot of us here hope that this comes to pass. My question, though, is on the arbitration award, which is very interesting in terms of the way it declared a lot of the features as rocks in the Spratlys. It's clear that Chinese claims and its practice are excessive here. But my question really pertains to the U.S., implications for the U.S. Of this ruling. Are there features that the U.S. has in the Pacific or the Caribbean outside the South China Sea where the declaration of them being a rock may now cause an adjustment in terms of the EEZ claims that the U.S. currently has? And is the administration engaged in this matter of any kind of reevaluation of those broader geographies and claims? Thanks.
Thanks. And then, because neither of us went to Line 9, if you'd like to address any other issues, closing thoughts. We also have one question that came in online from an unspecified person. Basically, there's no body to enforce international law, so what do we do about any of this? So it's now 12 o'clock. You can each maybe give us a minute on any or all or none of those.
With respect to the Coast Guard would certainly take any actions that are consistent with the international law of the sea and authorities. So they would be very mindful of their activities. But of course, Coast Guards operate all over the world. The PRC's Coast Guard is operating in areas where it doesn't have jurisdiction necessarily anyway. And Coast Guards operate internationally. So that would be one piece. In terms of international law, that is always the challenge. I teach international law, and we always focus on the times and instances in which international law is not complied with. Ukraine being a great example right now. So countries don't always comply with international law, and yet international law is mostly complied with most of the time. And so I always try to encourage my students not to give up on it, even though some of the instances in which it isn't complied with are fairly spectacular.
Well, perhaps I will give a help for the question raised by Huang. Perhaps bilateral arrangement between the U.S. and some other country for the operation of Coast Guard may help. For the question of no international body to enforce, of course, as violates the equality of sovereignty between states. So therefore, we don't have such kind of body, but nothing prevented from joint effort and joint voice against the blatant violation of international law.
I'll cede my time to the conference. I appreciate it, Greg.
You are too kind. All right, a couple of programming notes. We have lunch outside. You are encouraged to go get some chow, come back. We will start with Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink at 12:15. Also, my IT team has told me to announce that if anybody has a laptop that is hooked up to the Wi-Fi and your username is adminbc, come let a member of our team know. You might want to talk to our IT staff. With that, please join me in thanking our panelists.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. Might ask folks to take their seats. Right. Well, welcome, everyone. You can certainly feel free to continue eating as we begin the keynote session here. I'm Chris Johnstone. I'm the Senior Advisor and Japan Chair here at CSIS. Again, welcome to CSIS this afternoon. It's my great pleasure today to introduce the keynote speaker for this conference, Daniel J. Crittenbrink, who is the Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of East Asian and Pacific Affairs and a career diplomat since 1994. Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink represents truly the finest of the U.S. Foreign Service. He previously served as U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam from 2017 to 21. He was Senior Director for Asian Affairs at the National Security Council in the Obama administration, 2015 to 2017. Also my boss for a year at that time. And before that was the Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing. He also completed multiple other overseas tours in Beijing, Tokyo, Sapporo, and Kuwait City. Truly a remarkable career path with experience really across the Indo-Pacific region. And earlier this month, as everyone here knows, Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink joined the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, in traveling to Beijing, where the Secretary had meetings with President Xi Jinping, the Director of the CCP Central Foreign Affairs Office, Wang Yi, and Foreign Minister Qin Gang. As the State Department's readout of those meetings says, they had candid, substantive, and constructive discussions on key priorities in the bilateral relationship and on a range of global and regional issues. I suspect our audience, Dan, will be interested in your thoughts on the trajectory of U.S.-China relations in addition to the specific issues related to the South China Sea. But there's no better person to join us here today. So let me invite Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink to the podium. And after that, we'll have a fireside chat, not in front of a fire, but a
excellent
chat.
Hey,
Great.
thank you, Chris.
Welcome, Dan.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. All right, good afternoon, everyone. What an honor to be here. Chris, thank you for the overly generous introduction. Chris Johnstone is a great American, great public servant. Delighted to see the contribution you're now making to U.S. foreign policy here at CSIS, Chris. And thanks for everything you've done for our country. Thanks for everything you've done for me personally, including the time we worked together at the White House. And I do want to recognize this great institution. Really profoundly grateful for the scholarship and the policy leadership that CSIS provides. Thank you as well for giving me a platform and an opportunity to occasionally come here and address the great scholars you have here and the audiences you assemble. I was reflecting this morning that I last spoke at the CSIS South China Sea Conference back in 2016. Things have changed a little bit since then. But look, this is a really important conference, and it's an important conference for the State Department as well. I reflected on my prior remarks here at this conference in 2016. In July 2020 as well, some of you may recall, we used this very forum to announce an updated U.S. policy regarding Beijing's unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea, including, for the first time, publicly clarifying that the PRC has no lawful claim over maritime areas determined by the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal to be in the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. Today, I'd like to give you a set of remarks focused exclusively on the South China Sea. We'll try to put it in the regional context, but I would like to give you an update on our latest thinking about the challenges present in the South China Sea, why these issues matter, how we're trying to grapple with them, what some of the current challenges are. And then when I sit down with Chris and we do our Q&A, we can go in any direction you want. If you want to talk about the South China Sea, that's great. If you want to talk about anything else going on in the region, I'm open to that as well. I do want to put the discussions on the South China Sea into a larger context, however. As you know, last year we unveiled our U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, in which maritime security, including the South China Sea, featured prominently. And that's because for the United States, our vision for the Indo-Pacific is one in which the region remains open and accessible, and where the region's seas and skies are governed and used according according to international law. And we plan to continue doing so by building support, including through our partners and allies, for a free and open rules-based order, again, including in the South China Sea maritime domain. And that's because peace and stability in the South China Sea is vital to the entire world, including to the global economy. We have a strategic interest in upholding the rights of all countries to exercise freedom of navigation and overflight. The South China Sea has become one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, through which approximately 1/3 of the global economy runs. More than half of the globe's oil tankers and other raw materials pass through the South China Sea, with total annual trade flowing through the South China Sea estimated to be more than $3 trillion. The South China Sea also accounts for 12% of global fish catch, which is estimated to generate $100 billion annually, and which supports the livelihoods of 3.7 million people. So the South China Sea matters. That's probably not a newsflash to this group. In terms of U.S. policy regarding this vitally important waterway, I do want to reiterate that the United States takes no position on territorial claims to high tide features in the South China Sea, but we do maintain that all South China Sea claimants should comport their maritime claims with international law as reflected in the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention. We also believe that South China Sea claimant states should be able to exercise without interference, threats, or coercion their sovereign rights and jurisdiction over natural resources in their exclusive economic zones and on their continental shelves. So, what are we doing to protect this critical maritime commons? I always like to highlight 3 key lines of effort that I think describes well American policy in the South China Sea. First, our diplomacy. Together with like-minded partners, we are promoting respect for international law and the rules-based order, freedom of navigation and overflight, unimpeded commerce, and the need for peaceful settlement of disputes. Secondly, our maritime capacity building programs. We have a number of maritime capacity building programs for the region's maritime law enforcement agencies and militaries, and these programs give countries maritime domain awareness and the ability to patrol their claims, which we believe further promotes peace and stability. And third and finally, I want to highlight our own operations. Our own operations of the U.S. military, which include freedom of navigation operations and routine presence operations, which demonstrate that all countries have the right to fly, sell, and operate anywhere that international law allows. And we've been doing just that. Over the past 5 years, the U.S. government has provided more than $1.6 billion in military and law enforcement assistance to Southeast Asian partners, with a focus on building maritime capabilities and enhancing maritime domain awareness. For example, at the U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit last year, the U.S. announced $60 million in new regional maritime security initiatives, including the placement of a U.S. Coast Guard regional training team in Southeast Asia. This was followed by the Department of Defense announcing plans last November to invest approximately $10 million each year to launch and support a new network of Southeast Asian emerging defense leaders. Through the Quad-supported Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, or IPMDA, we're helping increase transparency in the region by enabling Southeast Asian nations to monitor their maritime areas and international sea lanes via low Earth orbit satellites that identify ships by their radio traffic and automated tracking systems. Through IPMDA, we're providing near real-time integrated and cost-effective maritime domain data to the region, particularly to the claimant states. And we're supporting maritime agencies' efforts to combat a wide range of illicit maritime activities, including illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and responding to climate-related and humanitarian events. In addition, earlier this year, the Philippines and the United States announced plans to accelerate the full implementation of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or EDCA, by designating 4 new locations in strategic areas of the country. We also announced the substantial completion of projects in the 5 existing EDCA locations, and we've allocated more than $100 million in infrastructure investments at the new and existing EDCA sites by the end of this fiscal year. I think as many here probably already know, EDCA also authorizes U.S. forces to access agreed locations in the Philippines on a rotational basis for security cooperation exercises, joint and combined military training activities, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief activities. And this announcement was followed by the largest iteration of the Balikatan bilateral military exercise with the Philippines to date, which also involves some 100 Australian Defence Force personnel and observers from 11 other countries. So in achieving our regional security priorities, I want to emphasize that we've consistently prioritized multilateral diplomatic engagement through ASEAN. We're very much looking forward to the ASEAN-related ministerials in just a few weeks. We've called on our ASEAN partners who are negotiating an ASEAN Code of Conduct in the South China Sea to ensure that any agreement that is negotiated is consistent with international law and protects the rights and interests of all parties, including third parties. We also urge all ASEAN claimants to make progress in resolving their overlapping maritime engagements to strengthen their collective voice during negotiations with Beijing. We're particularly encouraged by recently announced maritime boundary delimitation agreements between Indonesia and Vietnam, as well as between Indonesia and Malaysia. We believe that U.S. policy has bolstered regional confidence in U.S. resolve, and it's empowered South China Sea claimants to speak up publicly to protect their own rights and interests. Moving forward, we want to support Southeast Asian claimants with both our words and our actions. The lights have gone out, Chris. Just setting the mood, but I'm still under the spotlight. I'm going to keep going. The United States is also committed to supporting implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific's Maritime Pillar. The AOIP's Maritime Pillar includes deploying personnel and presence to the region, promoting capacity building through maritime coordination and fusion centers, countering IUU fishing, expanding training for regional partners, maritime law enforcement agencies, and also promoting readiness, sustainable equipment, and workforce professionalization. As I alluded to earlier, the United States also maintains a longstanding program to uphold freedom of the seas for all nations under our International Freedom of Navigation Operations Program. The FONOP program that we conduct challenges unlawful maritime claims around the world, and they are conducted in response to excessive maritime claims by countries worldwide. In the South China Sea, the U.S. conducts regular FONOPs in the Spratlys and Paracels to demonstrate firm opposition to those who make excessive and unlawful maritime claims, including the PRC. We will always defend U.S. interests and ideals and stand up for compliance with international law, including respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. We will speak out against those countries that act against these principles. And here I think it would be appropriate for me to say just a few words about the People's Republic of China. As you know, Secretary of State Antony Blinken just visited Beijing, and I had the honor of accompanying him. In the course of that visit, the Secretary made clear that we intend to maintain open lines of communication with PRC leadership as part of our efforts to responsibly manage the U.S.-PRC relationship, and particularly to reduce the risk of miscalculation that could veer into conflict. We think this is what mature, responsible powers do and should do. During his visit to Beijing, the Secretary also reiterated that in keeping with our long-standing position, the United States continues to reject the PRC's sweeping and unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea, and we urge Beijing and all South China Sea claimants to comport their maritime claims with international law, again as reflected in the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention. We're advocating and upholding long-standing international law and a set of shared global standards for maritime security that benefit everyone across the Indo-Pacific. This, we believe, is a timely and important discussion because we've seen a clear and upward trend of PRC coercion in the South China Sea, including efforts to exercise its expansive and unlawful maritime claims, infringing on the rights and freedoms of all states under international law, again, as reflected in the Laws of the Sea Convention. Against South China Sea claimants, the PRC routinely harasses vessels lawfully operating in their respective EEZs. And in February, for example, the Chinese Coast Guard used a laser device against the crew of a Philippines Coast Guard vessel. And 2 months later, a China Coast Guard ship then blocked a Philippine patrol vessel with a group of journalists on board in the vicinity of 2nd Thomas Shoal. The United States again calls on the PRC to comply with the July 12, 2016 decision of the Arbitral Tribunal in the South China Sea Arbitration and to cease its unlawful and provocative activities in the South China Sea. The PRC also continues to interfere with South China Sea states' exercise of their legal rights to natural resources in their EEZs and on their continental shelves. Just last month, the PRC survey vessel and several PRC Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels engaged in provocative and unsafe maneuvers for weeks inside Vietnam's EEZ, particularly in the waters around Vietnam's oil and gas installations. Under international law, coastal states have sovereign rights and jurisdiction over natural resources in their EEZs and on their continental shelves, and the PRC has yet to articulate a coherent lawful claim to this area. The PRC thus cannot lawfully interfere with Vietnam's exploration and recovery of natural resources in its own EEZ. The PRC's provocative behavior exacerbates risks for businesses, effectively pushing out competition and paving the way for the PRC to push a joint development deal with its state-owned firms. The U.S. supports nations in standing up for their interests and resisting pressure to accept any deal whereby they would be compelled to yield those rights to any other country. I think, as everyone here has seen as well, the PRC also interferes with freedoms of overflight and other lawful uses of the sea. For example, PRC aircraft have increasingly engaged in unsafe intercepts of U.S. and other military aircraft in international airspace over the South China Sea. Just 1 month ago, a PRC jet fighter pilot performed an unprofessional and unsafe maneuver during an intercept of a U.S. Air Force aircraft that was conducting safe and routine operations over the South China Sea in international airspace. Another similar incident happened within days thereafter. A PRC vessel maneuvered in an unsafe manner, twice crossing within 150 yards of the bow of the USS Chung Hoon. We've called on Beijing to cease these unsafe maneuvers, which increase the risk of miscalculation. So in general, our policy is to support each and every country in exercising its own sovereignty and in pursuing its own national interests. We believe that all countries, large and small, should play by the same rules. Large countries should not bully smaller ones. Again, we think the alternative to this is a world in which the strong take advantage of the weak, and such a situation would put all of us at greater risk. So in conclusion, maintaining peace and stability and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea is part of our larger vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. And therefore, we will continue to work with our allies and partners across the region and across the world to ensure that our skies and seas are governed and used in accordance with international law and grounded in respect for the rules-based maritime domain. Thank you very much for having me today. I look forward to your questions.
All right, Chris, here we go.
All right. Thanks, Dan. As always, really terrific and comprehensive remarks. Maybe I'll start with just a couple of questions related to the South China Sea itself, and then perhaps we can get a little broader than that. So as you said in your remarks, it's been a number of years, really close to a decade, since China began reclaiming features in the South China Sea. As you noted, the tribunal ruling in 2016. And you've laid out a comprehensive set of lines of effort that U.S. government is undertaking to respond to all that. Can you say a bit about what have we learned over the last several years about what's most effective in pushing back on this behavior? And do you see, I mean, you described the particular developments with the Philippines, but do you see more broadly more willingness on the part of other claimants as well to stand up to the coercion that we continue to see?
Thank you, Chris. Well, a simple answer is yes, I do. And I think what we've learned is that the key to successfully advancing our interests, and I believe the collective interests of all like-minded partners in the maintenance of peace and stability and freedom of navigation across the region, is that we have to focus first and foremost on building the capacity of our allies, partners, and friends. If you go back to the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy that the President announced last year, you can see that the central animating feature of American foreign policy is revitalizing our allied and partner relationships and investing in their capacity, and then working together with those like-minded partners to promote our shared interests and principles. I think that's the key, really, to peace and stability across the region. Certainly is key, I think, to the maintenance of peace and stability and freedom of navigation across the South China Sea. I talked about our 3 lines of effort, but you'll notice through all of that really is imbued this sense that we are in this together, both with claimant states, with countries around the world who share that vision and a recognition of how important the South China Sea is to the global economy. And I guess I would further underscore that even as we approach our very consequential but complex relationship with China, we try to put that relationship in a larger frame. I always say we have a regional strategy of which China is a part and not the other way around. In other words, our primary focus is on building those allied and partner relationships. And then from that perspective, we approach all challenges and other issues. I think that's the key. As I travel across Southeast Asia, friends are always saying to me, Crittenbrink, you're not going to make us choose, are you? You don't want us, we don't want to choose. And what we always say is, we're not in the business of forcing countries to choose. What we are in the business of doing is ensuring that countries have choice and the ability of making their own decisions free from coercion. And I think that's a vision that almost all of our partners across the region embrace and share. And so I've seen an increasing realization that if we stay in this together, that I think we can, again, preserve peace and stability, including in the South China Sea.
That's great. On this issue of partnering with others, certainly Japan and Australia have been close partners in also seeking to uphold the rules-based order in the South China Sea, also in building capacity among partners. You noted the Quad. India, interestingly, in the joint statement that the President and Prime Minister Modi issued last week, condemned Chinese actions, destabilizing actions in the South China Sea. India has also announced that it's gifted Vietnam a warship following bilateral talks with the Vietnamese. Do you see a growing role for India in the South China Sea, and will we see U.S.-India collaboration in this area?
Yes, I do, and yes, I think we will. Again, I think the growth of our partnership with India and certainly the revitalization, I think, and expansion of the activities of the Quad, these are some of the most significant strategic developments I think I've seen in my lifetime. But again, Chris, I would just reiterate, I don't think this is a U.S.-India, this is not limited to a U.S.-India issue per se. Again, I think our focus across the entire region, again, is building the capacity of allies, partners, and friends. And for all countries who share that vision, right, that we want to live in a world that's peaceful and stable, where all countries, large and small, follow the same rules. We'll welcome cooperation with any country that embraces that vision. That, of course, includes India. I think it includes most of our partners across Asia. And then it's been quite interesting in this job. One of the surprises that stood out to me in the year and a half, I guess almost 2 years that I've been in this position, is the amount of time that I've spent with European partners on Asian security matters and with Asian partners on European security matters. I think there's an increasing, recognition of the indivisibility of Asian and European security matters. I think that's why you've seen European friends as well, who have focused on, for example, the maintenance of peace and stability and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea and have carried out their own presence operations there as well. So again, I think any country that shares that vision, we look forward to cooperating with them. And that's not a vision aimed against any particular country. That's a vision that embraces these larger principles and that is committed to supporting and buttressing them because we think it benefits all countries.
That's great. Yep. You talked in some detail about the recent, really remarkable developments in the relationship with the Philippines. Progress on EDCA.
It's been extraordinary.
Really extraordinary. The progress on EDCA, the conclusion of new defense guidelines, expanding exercises, deepening consultations on security cooperation. I also noted that Jake Sullivan had a trilateral meeting with the Japanese National Security Advisor, the Philippines National Security Advisor. Can we expect that the Philippines incorporation to these, expanding mini-lateral dialogue that includes the Philippines, is this going to become an enduring or a feature?
Well, I think so, and I hope so. And I notice some of my friends from the Philippines Embassy are here. We should probably ask them as well. But I guess what I would say is first, again, we have such a long-standing and vitally important relationship with our Filipino allies. And I've had the pleasure of hosting now our bilateral strategic dialogue here at the beginning of my tenure. And then earlier this year, I believe it was in January, I traveled to Manila for the second iteration of that. It's really striking the breadth and depth of U.S.-Philippines cooperation. And I think we've been particularly gratified that under President Marcos, we've taken our cooperation, I think, to a new level. And again, it's grounded in this shared vision of the kind of region we want to live in. And so it's been remarkable to see how rapidly our cooperation has expanded and deepened. But you picked up on something that I think is really important as well, and this increasing element of trilateral and other sort of minilateral cooperation across the region. Again, I'm grateful to CSIS. You gave me an opportunity to speak to your regional architecture conference. I don't remember when that was, maybe a year ago or so. But it gave us an opportunity to share our vision. That we talk about building a lattice work of interlocking relationships, formal and informal, bilateral, multilateral, minilateral, but all designed to buttress the rules-based international order that we think is so vital to peace and stability. And I think the Philippines plays a very important part in that. And I think its role is likely to grow.
Yeah, extraordinary. Let me maybe ask you now about China, and would sort of welcome your comments broadly on where you think the relationship is headed in the coming months, now that we're past the Secretary's visit and we start to think about meetings possibly in November. But specifically, this question of dialogue and resumption of high-level dialogue. China has continues to refuse to resume military-to-military defense dialogue that would be, I think, from a U.S. perspective, useful in addressing the risk of unintended escalation. What's going on here? What do you see as the way ahead on that? Do we share sort of fundamentally different perspectives on the purpose of mill-to-mill dialogue, or what's behind the obstacles here?
Yeah, Chris, another great question. Let me say one word or two about the U.S.-China relationship and what we were trying to achieve through Secretary Blinken's important visit there. First, obviously, as the president has outlined, as Secretary Blinken outlined last year in his speech on China, our relationship with China remains one of the most important, consequential, but at the same time complex relationships in the world. The Secretary outlined our vision of our invest, align, compete frame with the People's Republic of China. We do believe that we are in a significant competition with our Chinese counterparts, but we are absolutely committed to managing that competition responsibly and to keeping open channels of communication so that at a minimum we can minimize the risk of miscalculation that could veer into unintended conflict. I think that's our bare minimum responsibility as a great power. When we thought about the Secretary's trip to Beijing, we laid out three primary goals. One, to reestablish those senior level channels of communication between the U.S. and China, again, to reduce the risk of miscalculation. Second, to have an opportunity to exchange views on some of the most difficult challenges that we face. And then thirdly, to explore areas where we can compete. We do have areas where our interests overlap and where it's incumbent upon us to cooperate, and we explored all that as well. And I think set against those three realistic objectives, we thought the trip was a success. But, and by the way, I would just say, I'm a diplomat, so this should come as no surprise. I believe in diplomacy. I believe in talking to people. I believe in keeping those channels of communication open at all times. And so we were gratified that I think through the Secretary's visit, I think we've reestablished and reopened those senior level channels of communication. I think in the coming weeks, you're likely to see more senior level exchanges. And again, I think that's all to the good. But I also want to underscore, we didn't go to Beijing with the idea that we were fundamentally going to alter or transform the U.S.-China relationship. And we didn't go there with a vision of somehow changing our approach or our assessment to this intense competition that we have with the PRC. So I think you mentioned in your opening, excuse me, the adjectives we applied to the meetings.
Yeah.
We talked about the meetings being candid, substantive, and constructive, and I think that's accurate. But I would probably put a particular emphasis on candid. I think we were exceptionally clear and honest with one another, including in the areas where we have such fundamental differences, and that list is a pretty long one. But we also explored some areas where we can cooperate with one another, and I'm cautiously optimistic that you'll see some progress there as well. I do think currently one of the places where we are most disappointed is we haven't reestablished or reopened those mill channels of communication. I think we've done so at the civilian level, and I think you'll see that continue. I think the reasons why are complex. I think many in this audience know. I think our Chinese counterparts, especially in the mill domain, take a slightly different view of communication channels, and I know sometimes Chinese friends state that they're worried about providing too many assurances because they worry somehow that will embolden the United States to take additional actions that they don't want to see. That's a vision that we just simply don't share. We think at a minimum, especially two militaries of the size and capability of the US and China, we always need to be talking to one another, no matter what, so that we can avoid some of these incidents that we've seen recently that are so dangerous. And I think there are some other concerns that our Chinese counterparts have outlined. I'll just reiterate what Secretary Blinken said in his press conference in Beijing. He said that we were disappointed that we haven't made more progress yet on reopening mill channels of communication, but we're going to stick with it. This is vitally important. I think if you take a step back and you look at the history of our interactions, I would like to think we will get those channels back open at some point, but we're not there yet. But it really is vitally important. And again, opening communication channels does not, in our mind, involve compromise or paying a price just to have a conversation. We think it's a responsibility that both of us have to ensure at a minimum we don't have a miscalculation that veers into conflict.
Yeah, great. Diplomacy is certainly an essential feature of the U.S.-China relationship. Well, let's begin to open this up to questions from the audience, please. Fantastic. We got a line over here. My goodness.
All right.
We also have some online questions coming, so I'll probably toggle back and forth, but why don't we start at the microphone? Go ahead. Could you introduce yourself and then keep your question concise, if you would? Thanks.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, His Excellency. This is Huang from the East Sea Institute, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam.
Nice to see you. I see we have several Vietnamese friends here that I recognize from my time in Vietnam.
Yes, we travel in Pike.
Nice to see you all.
My question is, I'm so glad that you mentioned phone-up in your speech. And from what we have seen, what we have calculated, there has been a significant drop in terms of phone-up in the South China Sea. I think there's around 10 operations in 2020, and then 2021 and 22, it dropped to around 4 or 5 per year. And now 2023, only 2 publicized phone-up so far. Does that mean anything? Does that signify a change? Or does that mean that the U.S., phone-up from the U.S. has lost its effect, so the U.S. is turning toward other kind of forward-leaning presence? Why the transit in Taiwan via Taiwan Strait is pretty much stable? And then the second question is that in 2020, Mike Pompeo came out, and the Trump administration came out with positions on the South China Sea at this very stage, I believe. And,
that's right. I referred to it in my remarks.
Yes, and there has been so many changes since then in terms of tactics on the ground, in terms of perceptions of threats. There's been new threats, new challenges. There's also changes in the U.S. Policy with littoral countries and the presence in the South China Seas as well. I was wondering, because of those changes, will there be a possibility of the Biden administration putting out a standalone positions or statement on the South China Sea like the previous administration did? Thank you so much.
Great questions. Well, it sounds to me like you may have studied more closely the statistics regarding the precise number of FON-ops and presence ops in the South China Sea, and I haven't brought those here with me, but what I can say with great confidence is I know for a fact on a daily basis the U.S. military is flying, sailing, and operating across the Indo-Pacific domain, including in the South China Sea and the East China Sea and elsewhere. And some of those operations are designed to demonstrate a persistent routine presence. Some are designed specifically as freedom of navigation operations to challenge unlawful or excessive claims. But There's no dramatic change in our presence that I'm tracking. We're there all the time. And all you have to do is ask some of our friends in the region, some of whom welcome that presence and some complain about it, that they notice that we're there on a regular basis. And there's certainly been no change in our approach or our policy or our strategy as well. And I outlined it. I always like to talk about those three pillars of diplomacy, capacity building, and our own operations. No change there. You noticed, or you noted the 2020 statement on our policy in the South China Sea. We've reiterated that remains American policy and strategy. I don't anticipate that changing anytime soon. I can't predict whether or not there would be an additional U.S. statement on our policies and strategies in the South China Sea, but as I hope my remarks made clear today, we think our approach is crystal clear. I hope it's even slightly clearer after my remarks here today. But I think we have the policy and the framework that we need. I think we have a clear assessment of the challenges. I do agree with you that they're growing, but I think we need to use the framework and the tools and the resources that we have and apply them to the problem set. And the most important aspect, just to reiterate, is doing it together with allies, partners, and friends, including our friends in Vietnam.
That's great. Great, thank you. We'll do another one from the microphone.
Yeah, I'm calling Oregon. I have one question. In South China Sea, China has its ultimate purpose and strategy and tactics to realize that purpose. The purpose, as you know, is controlling the whole of the South China Sea. And the strategy is a gray zone strategy. That means they do not fight big war. They combine the military forces and non-military forces to advance step by step the whole area. And they have a set of tactics to realize that strategy. For example, they have economic coercion tactics over the small countries surrounding South China Sea. They have the tactics of sending survey ships, including EEZ of the country. And summary, they have purpose, strategy, and tactics. But am I right or wrong if I say that the U.S. has no strategy at all? Up to now, the only thing...
I think I can say with confidence you're wrong, right. But let's have a conversation.
But up to now,
in my humble opinion.
Up to now, the only thing the U.S. do in the South China Sea is practicing FONOPS, the freedom of navigation operation. Do you think that tactic work to counter China ambitions? Yeah, and the last question, if the U.S. have no specific strategy at all, but only have FONOPS practice, so how small countries like Vietnam and other countries surrounding the South China Sea can face the China ambitions in that area?
I think, Dan, you laid out some other components to the strategy,
yeah.
but...
No, I feel like I have failed spectacularly after hearing yours because, but let me, you've given me another chance, so I'll try to redeem myself. I have heard the criticism because spend so much time in the region talking with our friends, especially in Southeast Asia, who make the argument that you do, America's not going to FONOP its way to a free and open Indo-Pacific, and that's all your strategy is all about. Why can't you guys do better? So what I tried to lay out in my remarks, I will not read them at you again, but I'll try to highlight them here. We believe we have a multifaceted, pretty nuanced, and we would argue effective strategy that is a lot more than just FONOPS. I started with diplomacy, and that's all flavors of diplomacy. That's diplomacy carried out by our diplomats, by our intelligence officials, by our lawyers, like the great Bob Harris, who's here. And what are we trying to do? We're working especially with the claimant states, friends across ASEAN, the rest of the Indo-Pacific, and even Europe. It's to continue to promote and defend a rules-based regional order, right? Defend the application of the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal ruling. Defend and promote and sustain the vision that countries ought to base their claims in international law. They ought to resolve their disputes in accordance with international law, and they ought to always do that peacefully. And I would say we spend the bulk of our time on the diplomatic side of the equation. So that's one, and that has nothing to do with FONOPS. Number two, The second pillar that I talked about is our capacity building programs. I used a figure today that we've spent $1.6 billion in the last 5 years building the maritime and law enforcement capacity of our partners in Southeast Asia. I remember, and I knew it had to be, I asked my team for that figure today, because I knew it had to be pretty significant, because when I was in Vietnam, I always used the figure, just in a 5-year period from 2012 to 2017, we provided $450 million in maritime capacity development assistance just to Vietnam. So again, that has nothing to do with FONOPS. That's the second part. And when I talk about building and investing in the capacity of partners, we believe that the best way to preserve peace and stability in the South China Sea, raise the threshold to conflict, is to give countries in the region the ability to actually understand what's happening in their maritime domains, and then the ability to defend those interests and do something about it, right? That's what our capacity development programs are designed to do. That doesn't take the place of the significant investment that claimant states and other partners are making, but we think it certainly helps. And we think that doing so doesn't militarize the issue, doesn't destabilize the issue. We think it stabilizes the region by giving countries that capacity. And then thirdly, I did talk about the third pillar of our strategy, which is investing in our own capabilities and exercising those capabilities, both through routine presence ops and FONOPS. But I would argue that that's just one small part of our strategy. And at least from where I see, I mean, it's an important part, but it's just one part. So I humbly disagree with your presentation. We do a lot more than just FONOPS. I hope that's clear through our presentation here today. But I do appreciate your viewpoint and the candor with which you expressed it.
Dan, let me just pick up on one dimension of this maritime domain awareness discussion that you also addressed in your speech. You mentioned the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative the Quad is participating or developing. One of the goals of that initiative is to create really what's a common operating picture across regions, across the South Pacific, South China Sea, Indian Ocean. How's the progress going on that front?
Well, I think we're making progress, and maybe just one comment about the Quad. This is really, I'll just reiterate, I think it's one of the most significant strategic developments I've seen in the course of my career. This informal grouping of 4 like-minded powers, 4 like-minded democracies, believe that we have a responsibility to promote stability across the region, provide public goods to the region, and we think one area where we can do so is through the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative. We're basically taking existing, largely commercially available satellite data and helping countries access it so all of us have the same picture. What does that allow you to do? That allows you to know what's happening in your maritime domain. Who's out there fishing illegally or otherwise in your waters? Who's out there doing surveys that you haven't approved or are concerned with? Who's out there maybe stealing your resources or conducting other activities that you're concerned about? And once you do that, once you understand that and achieve that awareness, then you can do something about it. I would say we've definitely made progress. There are countries that are using that data. I think we get better at it every day. I think the claimant states are benefiting from it most. But we're quite excited about it, and we're committed to it for the long term.
Great. I don't want to totally ignore our online audience, so I'm going to take one question from a virtual one on Taiwan. How do U.S. congressional engagements with Taiwan impact the U.S.-China relationship? Maybe reframe that a little bit, Dan. Give you the chance to talk about where we are in the cross-strait dynamic, and in particular, how you think about, managing the U.S.-China-Taiwan dynamic as we enter a sensitive period, the Taiwan election season.
No, vitally important issue. I guess where I would start with, Chris, is just a couple of maybe framing comments. From the very beginning, America's enduring interest has been in the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and ensuring that cross-strait differences are resolved peacefully. That in essence, those are our fundamental interests that we believe are at stake and always have been in the Taiwan Strait. And here too, I'll just illustrate why do we take such an interest in the Taiwan Strait? Why is it so important? There are a number of reasons why, but I'll give you just a couple. 50% of the global container shipping traffic goes through the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan is central to the global economy. Just one stat, for example, 90% of the world's high-end chips come out of Taiwan. Taiwan is an incredibly important and robust unofficial partner of the United States, a top 10 trading partner, again, one of the world's most important economies, and I would argue a vibrant democracy and a force for good. So there are lots of reasons why the U.S. has taken an interest in maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, and why we've underscored the entire world ought to be invested in maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Just a crisis, let alone a conflict across the Taiwan Strait, I think would be devastating for the global economy. I'll also underscore that what we state both publicly and privately, we did this in Beijing, in private we did it in public as well, there's been no change to our One China policy. We define our One China policy as being guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. Again, we support the maintenance of the status quo and peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. We do not support Taiwan independence. We oppose unilateral changes to the status quo by either side. That is our approach. What do we see happening across the Taiwan Strait? Unfortunately, I think we see increasing steps by the PRC that are putting pressure and the use of coercion directed at Taiwan. We're concerned about that. We're concerned about the risk that poses to upending the cross-strait status quo that is so important. I hope I've outlined here why that is. I would say that, and I've talked about this a little bit in some of my briefings on the Secretary's trip, Taiwan was one of the key issues that was discussed in Beijing during Secretary Blinken's trip. I think we had a very candid exchange between the two sides. And again, Secretary Blinken walked through the elements of our strategy that I've just done for you here. And we talk about demonstrating both resolve and reassurance. Resolve about our interests that are at stake, our commitment to meeting our obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act, but also reassurance that there's been no change to our One China policy, and that our policy remains solely focused on the maintenance of peace and stability and peaceful resolution across strait disputes. We are headed into a sensitive period given the Taiwan presidential election. I think it's incumbent upon all parties to act responsibly in this period. I think we can expect Taiwan's vibrant democracy to hold another free and open, fair election, and then we'll look forward to working with whatever candidate, whatever authorities are elected. But that would be in a nutshell. I hope I've outlined why the issue is important, what our approach is. Again, our approach is the maintenance of peace and stability and the status quo.
Good. Let's go back to the mic. We probably have time for one, maybe two more, but please.
Good afternoon. My name is Laurel Schwartz. I'm a columnist for the China Project, and I also recently returned from Beijing, where I was principal of a Canadian Chinese school.
Hey, fantastic.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for going with the Secretary to Beijing.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I lived in Beijing for 8 years, and I went back, I went twice, I guess. Is it twice this month? Are we still in June? I'm in a time warp here. I've gone to Beijing twice this month, first time in 7 years. And nice to meet you.
You as well. So in 2020, the Fulbright Greater China program was canceled by executive order, and we had less than 400 students from the United States travel to mainland China last year. We have a dearth of a generation of new China scholars coming up, having spent time in the PRC. And while state does have a variety of robust public diplomacy programs in the PRC as well as in the region, this program, which is the marquee of the state's public diplomacy outreach, is yet to be restored. Can you share whether or not restoring Fulbright Greater China was discussed on the recent visit, and what the timeline might be for restoring it via executive order, and how that could come about? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. That specific issue was not discussed, but what was discussed, and I hope some of you saw in our public readout, this is one area where I think the U.S. and China fundamentally agree, and that is on the importance of people-to-people ties and people-to-people exchanges. You know, I'm the beneficiary in a past life of being an exchange student in the great country of Japan. I'm the beneficiary of 2 years of full-time language study for Chinese, and had the pleasure and privilege of working in Beijing for 8 years and getting to know hundreds, if not thousands, of wonderful Chinese counterparts. So I'm a true believer in people-to-people exchange. I'm a true believer, in the power of engaging at the personal level. And I think it's an important part of the U.S.-China relationship, and has been for some time. And we always try to distinguish between the policies and concerns that we may take vis-a-vis the PRC versus our great respect for the Chinese people. I'm really worried about this asymmetry that's developed right now. I think we still have close to 300,000 Chinese students here in the United States, which I think is a wonderful thing. I think we've got about 350 Americans on the ground right now in China studying, and I hope we can do better there. So there was an agreement between the Secretary and his Chinese counterparts that we are open to and committed to finding ways to increase these people-to-people exchanges. And one specific thing that we agreed to do was to look at increasing in a phased manner the number of commercial flights between the United States and China. I've discovered it's pretty hard to get to China. It's pretty expensive right now. We had something like 350 flights a week between the United States and China pre-COVID. Right now we have 24. So I think we can do better. I fundamentally believe in the importance of promoting people-to-people ties. I think you'll see that happen. You'll see that increase. Hopefully we'll see the flights start to increase as well. I don't know what might happen on specific programs like Fulbright, but I think you'll see us expand people-to-people exchange in a number of areas. Thanks very much.
We spend all our time in places like this talking about geostrategic issues, but the importance of people-to-people ties really can't be.
Oh, it's just extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I think it's true in every country, every relationship we have. And I know for me, every place I've served, it's been that way, whether it was in Japan or with my Vietnamese friends in Hanoi or in China or Kuwait as well. I just think it's vitally important, and making sure we understand one another, I think at a personal level is extraordinarily important. If you want to talk about a long-term investment in American national interests and a long-term investment in trying to promote peace and stability, we shouldn't lose sight of the importance of people-to-people ties.
We'll do one more question. Yeah.
This is
no
when
pressure.
They always say this is when it gets most dangerous. Last question.
Thank you
Looking for
very
a good
much.
one.
Robert Delaney with South China Morning Post.
Hi, Robert.
Thanks very much for doing this.
Thank you.
If I could just get a bit of clarification on what you were saying about Secretary Blinken's trip and his meetings in Beijing.
Yeah.
That one of the goals, of course, was to reestablish high-level negotiations.
Yes.
And that we should look forward to in the coming weeks, perhaps, to see more of those.
I think you should.
At the same time, you mentioned that this has become more difficult on the military side.
Correct.
So when you say that we should be looking forward to reestablishing more of these contacts, are you saying that we should expect this just on the diplomacy side, and that we're still not there, we haven't made any progress yet on the military-to-military side? And if that's the case, if you could explain or elaborate a bit more on why that is. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Actually, my simple answer is yes. I think you've captured it accurately. I do think, look, we thought the Secretary's trip to Beijing was quite important. We thought it was quite constructive, and again, against the objectives we set, we thought it was successful, and we did the things that we set out to do. But as the Secretary himself said, this is just an initial step, right? Initial small step to try to stabilize the relationship, again, reduce the risk of miscalculation. And I think what you'll see, and what we hope you'll see, is that following that trip, you'll see a more regular and established set of interactions between some of our civilian officials. We haven't achieved that same progress on the mil-mil side yet, but we're going to keep at it.
Dan, thank you. This has been a terrific and wide-ranging conversation. I think very much on display why you're such a terrific representative for the U.S. in that region. Please join me.
Thanks for what you do. Thank you.
I can't tell if that's my projection. No, we're mic'd up. You can actually hear me online as well. I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. For those of you who are attending online, I hope you enjoyed breakfast, lunch, or dinner, depending on your time zone. I'm Charles Edel. I'm a senior advisor and the Australia chair here at CSIS. Are we okay on the feedback? I think we're getting to yeah, it's so-so. Okay, we'll take it slow as we adjust feedback. After a pretty busy day thus far of looking at developments in the South China Sea, looking at kind of legal developments and dispute mechanisms, hearing about the strategy that the United States is pursuing, now we're going to turn our attention to allied efforts in and around the South China Sea. As things have been changing, things really have been in flux over the past year, with a particular focus not only on the US, but also taking a look at Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, represented by our panelists, if not by their nationalities necessarily. This is important, I think, to get an update now, because we know that the dynamics in the region are quite fluid. And whatever snapshot we had last year, both of what China was doing in and to the region, as well as the region's response to those actions, has changed, and in some cases changed quite markedly. To discuss the evolution of individual allies' approach to the South China Sea and the region more broadly, no less the networked effects that we're beginning to see more movement on, I'm really pleased to introduce this stellar group of experts on the panel, including Maria Timur Tana, Tetsuo Kotani, and Jim Caruso. Dr. Tana is an assistant professor of international relations in the Department of Political Science at the University of the Philippines. Her research focuses on Japanese foreign policy, Philippine external relations, human security, and peace building. Before joining UP, Dr. Tana was a lecturer in the International Studies Department of De La Salle University, where she obtained her master's degree in international studies. Thank you for flying all the way to join us. Tetsuo Kotani is a professor of global studies at Meikai University and a senior fellow at the Japanese Institute of International Affairs. His research focuses on Japanese security and foreign policy, the US-Japan alliance, and international relations and maritime security in the Indo-Pacific region. Jim Caruso has been, I'm going to read this, at the forefront of economic diplomacy in the Asia-Pacific region for much of his career. His 25 years at the US Department of State, including postings as the Senior Foreign Policy Advisor at US Indo-Pacific Command and the Deputy Chief of Mission and Charge in both Canberra, Australia, and at the US Mission to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Currently, he works with me in the Australia chair, not only as senior advisor, but as chairman of our advisory council. I'm very pleased to welcome all three of you here. If I could, Tetsuo, I'd like to just start with you to explain the deepening US-Japan alliance, what importance the South China Sea has for Japan, but also gazing and zooming out a little bit more broadly to think about what European partners are doing in the region as well. So over to you, please.
Sure. Thanks, Charles. And let me thank CSIS for having me again. So I have two brief points today. One is on the growing European interest and engagements in the South China Sea. And the second one is the evolving regional partnerships and also the Japan's new initiatives. So first, on Europe. Over the past several years, European countries like UK, France, Germany, Dutch have all deployed naval forces to the region, including the aircraft carriers, conducting training and exercises with Asian partners, making friendship protocols. And plus, we are expecting more to come. And UK, France, and Germany have deployed air forces to the Indo-Pacific as well by sending fighter aircraft supported by air refueling aircrafts. And by doing so, those countries demonstrated their rapid deployment capabilities to the region. In addition, UK and France have deployed ground forces to the region for amphibious and anti-ship operations with the regional partners. And I think these developments are very significant in terms of securing the security in the South China Sea. And some people might say those European engagements are more symbolic rather than substantial because Europeans have limited resources to deploy to the region when they are busy with dealing with the Russian threats. But I do think these European engagements are making lots of contributions substantially to the security of the South China Sea and as a region, the region as a whole. Why? So first of all, China says non-claimant states, extra-regional powers should stay out of the South China Sea issues. But those European countries are showing the importance of freedom of navigation and overflight, no matter what Chinese are saying. And by doing so, those European countries are demonstrating their resolve to stick to the rules-based international order. And more importantly, perhaps, is their presence and engagements should have positive implications for securing the stability and the security across the Taiwan Strait. We all know the primary reason why China is trying to dominate the South China Sea is to prevent the foreign military's intervention into the Taiwan Strait crisis. And Europeans' presence and engagements, I think these could make the Chinese strategic calculation more difficult. And as a result, the deterrence could be enhanced, and Europeans are contributing substantially to the peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. And I think Japan very much welcome those European engagements. And I think Japan is very much willing to become a regional hub for those European engagements. And this is why Japan is now negotiating reciprocal access agreements with countries like UK and France, and possibly Germany. And these are very important development, I think. And secondly, the evolving regional partnerships. The Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force started its Indo-Pacific deployment in 2017. So every summer, our Navy visits the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean region for exercises and trainings with regional partners and making goodwill protocols. And this deployment program provides lots of opportunities for Japan to expand regional cooperation and partnerships. For Japan, the partnerships with US and Australia, the trilateral, and also the partnerships with US, Australia, India, the Quad, are the two primary drivers for the building the partnership programs. And plus our cooperation with ASEAN as a whole, and also our engagements with ASEAN member countries are also very important for Japan's regional partnerships. Let me touch upon the Philippines a little bit. Japan is now investing a lot into a new dynamics of Japan-Philippine security cooperation. Our cooperation has been focusing on more the law enforcement efforts, but we are now negotiating the visiting forces agreement so that the Japanese self-defense forces could visit the Philippines for counter-terrorist operations or HADR. And I think this development could have positive implications for the securing the peace and security across the Taiwan Strait as well. And although Japan is not a party to AUKUS, AUKUS has very positive implications for the security of Japan and also the regional security. One of the biggest challenges for the region is how to maintain favorable underwater balance against the Chinese submarine forces. And Japan is now building up more submarines, and we are trying to work with the United States to maintain the underwater balance. But if and when Australia joins the Japan and the United States, we could more easily maintain the favorable underwater submarine balance. So Japan very much welcome the AUKUS initiative. By the way, Japan was defeated by France in selling the submarines to Australia in 2016. And when Australia chose AUKUS partners rather than France, we felt defeated twice. But still, we do understand the strategic implication of AUKUS in terms of underwater superiority. And let me touch upon the three new partners. I'm the two new partners into this framework. One is Canada. Canada released its first Indo-Pacific strategy last year and already showing lots of interest in expanding partnerships with Japan and other regional countries. Canada has already conducted combined the naval exercises in the South China Sea, conducted the passage through the Taiwan Strait with the US Navy, and they are joining the observing the North Korean ship-to-ship transfer. So Canada is becoming a very important partner, not only for Japan, but also to the other regional partners. And Canada is a NATO member, so I think Canada could become kind of a bridge between NATO and Asian security partners. And the second new partner is South Korea. South Korean government under the President Yoon is taking very realistic approach to the security in the Indo-Pacific. And South Korea also released its first Indo-Pacific strategic document at the end of last year, which mentions a lot about the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. I just learned that South Korea is now the #1 arms seller to the ASEAN member countries, surpassing Russia, whose defense industry is suffering from the international sanction. So in that sense, I think the South Korea could become a good partner for the Southeast Asian countries in terms of military capacity building. And before talking about the Japan's new initiative briefly, let me say a few words about India's new initiative. India has been very important partner for the ASEAN, but India's recent decision to provide the anti-ship cruise missile to the Philippines and Vietnam is very important. For US and its allies, it's still a little bit politically sensitive to sell those capabilities to Southeast Asian countries. But India could do that. And India is providing robust capabilities to the South China Sea claimant states, and which could have a very significant impact on the security of the South China Sea. So my last point is Japan's new initiative. Japan's traditional contribution to the South China Sea has been focusing on the maritime law enforcement capacity building using our official development assistance programs. But under the Japan's new national security strategy, we just established a new scheme called Official Security Assistance Program, under which Japan is now able to provide a capacity building program to foreign militaries. And I think this could expand our contribution to the South China Sea countries. And separately, but relatedly, the Japanese government and the parliament are now discussing whether or not Japan should provide lethal weapons to foreign countries which are under the threat of invasion. And I could assume, given the current situation in Ukraine, I think the Japanese government will make a rash decision on it. And if the legislation is passed, I think Japan could do more for the assistance program to the South China Sea countries. So I'll stop here.
Great. Well, thank you for the overview, not only of the region, but also the reorientation of how Japan thinks about the region. We're going to circle back to a couple of these. Maria, there's a lot to discuss about. We've already kind of laid the groundwork for changing orientation of Philippine policy, but really over the last year, we've seen a remarkable reorientation and progress on where the Philippines is. Hoping you can walk us through what we've seen, what's driving that, how much further we might see it go on a variety of different angles with the US, with Japan, with Australia. Please.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Greg and CSIS, for inviting me. So this is my first time here. So let me start by affirming that the alliances in the Indo-Pacific have served as pillars of the regional order and exhibited remarkable resilience. So they have endured and even thrived in the face of evolving geopolitical dynamics, expanding their scope beyond traditional security concerns to encompass economic cooperation, cyber defense, and maritime domain awareness. They have also taken a more inclusive approach, working with non-traditional partners and regional organizations to promote stability and a rules-based order. In the current security dynamics in the Indo-Pacific region and in view of the South China Sea disputes, the U.S. alliance system still serves as a vital component in the regional security architecture by providing security through deterrence and other associated benefits. So the U.S.-Japan and U.S.-Australia alliance commitments have remained strong through the region's tumultuous geostrategic developments. The U.S.-Philippine alliance also survived, despite the shift in rhetoric and policy priorities throughout President Rodrigo Duterte's term. So Duterte adopted a more independent, or at least independent from the U.S., foreign policy stance, seeking to diversify the Philippines' international relations and assert autonomy. His administration emphasized strengthening ties with regional neighbors, particularly China, while often adopting a more critical tone towards the United States. So he doubted the U.S. willingness to honor its defense commitments to the U.S., to the Philippines in case of a military confrontation with China. And he also believed that the only option in managing the South China Sea disputes was to foster economic interdependence with China. So he adopted the policy of appeasement towards China. So fear was another driving force behind his foreign policy stance. He was genuinely apprehensive that the Philippines might be entangled in the great power rivalry that could result in an armed confrontation in the South China Sea. However, the fundamental cooperation between the Philippines and the U.S. continued despite everything. So the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or EDCA, signed during President Benigno Aquino's term, remained in effect. The U.S. also continued to provide military assistance and support to the Philippines in counterterrorism, maritime security, and disaster response. Thus, despite Duterte's transgressions against the alliance, the Philippines remained central in the U.S. IPR strategy. Now, moving on to the current administration, Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s election in 2022 marked a renewed commitment to the alliance as he expressed a strong desire to strengthen it and collaborate with the U.S. in addressing shared challenges, particularly China's increasing assertiveness in the South China Sea. In his first State of the Nation address last year, Marcos firmly emphasized his determination to protect Philippine sovereignty and stated that he would not abandon even a square inch of territory to any foreign power. So this strong stance stood out positively, underscoring the importance of safeguarding national interests. The signing of the new EDCA in March this year is another significant development and further evidence of the Philippines' increased security awareness and cooperation with the U.S. So the new EDCA includes 4 new sites to which U.S. forces will have access, bringing the total to 9, and also contains provisions for increased U.S. military assistance to the Philippines, including training and equipment. However, it is important to note that Marcos has always emphasized that the Philippines prefers dialogue and restraint over aggression and escalation. And despite its apparent realignment with the U.S., the Philippines still maintains good relations with China. In a recent interview, President Marcos denied that he was pushing China away and insisted that Philippine-China relations remain fundamentally unchanged despite maritime tensions. So it remains to be seen if the Philippines can become a full-fledged military partner to the U.S. in the same vein as Japan and Australia. Although the Philippines' strategic relations with these 2 countries are also improving. Philippine-Japan relations were elevated to a strategic partnership in 2011 and has since evolved to higher levels. In 2015, a joint declaration was signed and security cooperation expanded through enhanced security dialogues, training and exercises for capacity building, and strengthened cooperation in disaster relief activities. Further stipulated in the declaration is the resolve to contribute to regional peace and security, which includes maintaining open and stable seas. And even during Duterte's time, when U.S.-Philippine relations were strained, Japan and the Philippines maintained a close relationship. Japan had, in fact, played a key role in preventing the Philippines from totally pivoting to China. Japan balanced the growing China's influence in the geographically strategic Philippines by ensuring a steady flow of aid and investment to the country. And the defense agreement that was signed in 2016 also allowed Japan to provide the Philippines in the succeeding years in 2020 and 2021 with more military assistance, including weapons and training. President Marcos' move away from his predecessor's pro-China stance and the revival of the relations with the United States also significantly affected Philippine-Japan bilateral relations. A new joint statement was signed in February this year, which includes statements on upgraded defense and security cooperation. And earlier this month, the Philippine Coast Guard began drills with the Japan and U.S. Coast Guards, so making the first exercise of its kind among these 3 countries. The aim of this trilateral Coast Guard drills is to enforce maritime law and increasing security in the South China Sea. The national security advisors of these 3 countries also agreed to draft a formal strategy document. And this document, which was set to be completed at the end of this year, will focus on enhancing airborne and maritime deterrence and response capabilities in the East and South China Seas. So Japan also affirmed that it would support bolstering the military capabilities of the Philippines through Official Security Assistance, or OSA. So it's a new framework for supplying defense equipment. The Japanese Self-Defense Forces and the U.S. military also pledged to assist the Philippine military in enhancing its proficiency, equipment, and unit interoperability. The Philippines has also stepped up its relations with the U.S.-Australia partnership. So Japan, Australia, and the Philippines recently held their first ever quadrilateral defense chief talks in Singapore, during which it was reaffirmed that they share a vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific and collectively make efforts to ensure the vision continues to thrive. So this again illustrates the strengthened ties between the Philippines and the U.S. under President Marcos and how the Philippines is exploring bilateral closer bilateral and multilateral relations with its fellow U.S. allies. So Japan and Australia, for their part, recognize how a strong and reliable Philippines could support their respective Indo-Pacific strategies. These developments show the significant changes the San Francisco system has undergone in the face of shifting geostrategic landscape and emerging issues in the IPR. The traditional hub and spokes system is reconfiguring into a more flexible alliance system. The deliberate encouragement of the U.S. of its allies to forge their own cross-spoke strategic partnerships with one another and even with other non-treaty partners like India has led to multiplying effects as each spoke ally now acts as a mini-hub of their own alignment connections that further layer the overarching U.S. network. In response to the changes in the regional balance of power, maritime issues, and ineffective multilateralism, a new web of security alliances is emerging with trilateral security dialogues founded on shared values and interests, providing an effective needs-based mechanism that broadens the security architecture. So to end, the evolving alliances in the Indo-Pacific region are an important response to the ever-changing regional geopolitical landscape. And as the region continues to evolve, these alliances will play a crucial role in navigating complex challenges, managing competition, and promoting cooperation, thereby shaping the future of this region. So that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the overview, particularly of the changing security architecture around the region, not just in the Philippines, too. I think that's a really critical point. Jim, I'm hoping that you can do at least one thing, maybe more than one thing, too. Just walk us through the evolution of Australian thinking of its security orientation towards the region over the last couple of years, and then also hoping that you can walk us through this last year, which has seen a new government in place in Canberra, and what changes we might have seen there.
Almost like I asked you to ask me that question.
Almost.
Almost. If we start back, way back, Australia is a thinly populated nation at the bottom of the globe, if we look at it from the Northern Hemisphere side of view. They've always looked to other countries for their security on a strategic basis. For years, they were British, and the British protected the sea lanes and provide the ultimate level of security. And then World War II comes, and Singapore falls, and the Japanese army is coming south, and the Australian Prime Minister Curtin says, we look to America. And that was the beginning of our alliance, strong alliance with Australia, and codified by the AUKUS treaty that followed. So still today, Australia looks to its alliances for protection of a thinly populated country dependent on trade for its existence. Australia's always exported its commodities, whether it's coal or iron ore or wool or wine, wheat. That's how it makes its money. And it exports almost all of it. That's how it lives. Who protects those sea lanes, and where does it go? Well, a whole lot of it goes up through the South China Sea. As a middle-sized country, Australia depends on the international rules to protect them when force can't. So very strong proponents of the UN system, of the international rules-based order, and why Australia's always come out very strongly about the need for arbitration ruling findings being implemented in South China Sea, of US maintaining a presence in the region to maintain the peace and stability in the region, and has designed its armed forces and policy to be supportive of those over the years. So in every conflict for the past 100 years, Australia's always joined us being the United States. Whether it's in Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan, Australia was always there. And it formed its armed forces almost as an expeditionary force. Why? Because the strategic concerns were basically taken care of by the United States. Yes, they were sometimes concerned about instability to the immediate north, Indonesia, not so much as a real threat, but just what they might have to do to enforce stability, as we saw in East Timor, actually. Then what happens? One is, suddenly it's clear that China, and when Charlie and I were in Australia in 2016 when we got there, we were constantly told, We have two great friends, United States and China, only one ally. And why did they say that? Because China was by far their most important trading partner and didn't want to screw it up. So yeah, they would pose China in the South China Sea, but no FONOPs, and trying to keep things calm. And then they discovered that China is conducting quite severe influence operations within Australia, which included an Australian senator basically being suborned to doing the work of the CCP. All Chinese language media in Australia are now basically tools of the Chinese Communist Party. A lot of important infrastructure was sold to China, including electric grids, which can be used for all sorts of other purposes. And the one major port in Australia's north coast of Darwin was sold to a Chinese entity. So you have a combination of increasing Chinese economic influence from trade and investment, Chinese efforts at political influence, as I mentioned, and then the Australian Prime Minister of the time, Malcolm Turnbull, is aware that 5G technology is really important for controlling basically all the infrastructure of the country. He is very interested in technology. He was Minister of Communications. He understood that 5G is a very sensitive node through which influence can be made, and banned effectively Huawei and ZTE from Australian infrastructure. China did not appreciate this and started to retaliate. So what does Australia do in this situation? Their biggest trading partner is now becoming more aggressive. It also sees, on the other hand, under the Trump administration, that the US is becoming potentially more isolationist, more transactional. Their big strategic partner is demanding more of their partners for their self-defense. So they start looking at what they can do. And the big result, the end result, is this decision to put a lot of their chips strengthening the US alliance via AUKUS, the Australia-UK-US agreement, which will sell US nuclear-repelled subs to Australia, as well as work together with UK and Australia and the US on developing brand new military technologies and hypersonics and AI and underwater autonomous vehicles and that sort. The biggest strategic change in Australian military in many, many years. So this needs to go forward because from a US standpoint, this is our big partner in the South Pacific. If we fail to adjust our laws for exports of technology and sharing of technology, that could really make a problem for Australia, given that they're making such big commitments to change their strategic position vis-a-vis the US. Meanwhile, Australia's also said, okay, we need to do more of developing our relationships with the countries in the region on a military basis. And they've been trying to do this for years. I mean, the Quad first started in 2007. Not an Australian idea, but they joined until it fell apart. They've reached out to Japan for years to have a reciprocal status of forces, reciprocal access arrangement. It took years and years to negotiate, but I would argue thanks to continued Chinese pressure on everyone finally agreed to find a way forward. And the Philippines, as was mentioned. So this lattice work of mini-laterals exclusive of the US, along with the strategic relationship with the US being enhanced, is Australia moving to the next level of being able to stand up more on its own to counter Chinese aggressive intent and act as better deterrents in the region, which is their main goal.
Terrific. There are a lot of questions here because we've covered such a broad array of things. Let me just throw maybe one or two out for each of you, and then I'd like to open it up to everyone here in the room and those of you online. Tetsuo, talking about the range of activities, I want to key on for a second because you talked about European partners, that it was not negligible what they were doing. But when we look about Indo-Pacific states that have really doubled, even tripled down on their relations with the European powers, Japan is really at the top of the list if we think about all the efforts that's undertaken on behalf of Ukraine with NATO. And I'm hoping that you can unpack this a little bit for us. Why the focus on Europe from a Japanese perspective when it's so far away? What are they hoping might result from that? What are they looking for? You talked about the interconnectedness between the two theaters, but if you could unpack some of the thinking in Tokyo on that, that would be great.
Sure. So I think the primary reason why Japan is focusing on the partnerships with Europe is to preserve the rules-based international order, not in the Indo-Pacific, but in a global sense. So if certain country violates international law, and then international community ignores it, then there should be negative implications from that. So yes, our primary concern today is the negative impact of the rise of China, and more explicitly the possible Taiwan Strait crisis. And we are now facing the Russia's invasion of Ukraine against the UN Charter. And if the international community allows Russia to succeed in Ukraine, that could have a very negative implications for the Indo-Pacific. So yes, our primary concern is in the Pacific, but we are more concerned about the coalition among the authoritarian revisionist countries. So this is why we are expanding our partnerships with European countries. The Japanese Prime Minister, for the first time, participated in the NATO summit last year, and Prime Minister Kishida is again participating in the NATO summit next month. And by doing so, we are trying to send a correct signal to any leadership in the world who might try to pursue revisionist actions.
Gotcha. Maria, just shifting away from Ukraine a little bit, I mean, what we've been talking about, what we just heard about too, kind of was signals that the government is intent on sending. Your comments that you made for us really kind of discussed the reorientation from Duterte to Marcos, even though there were strong elements of continuity that you were there. I'd be really curious if we can take it below the leaders level, below the government level, and talk about as the Philippines has reoriented, what does that look like across the Philippines from popular sentiment? Is there support for this? Are there hard limits about how far this might go? But when we think about kind of things that might accelerate or things that might provide a hard stop on this, understanding where public opinion is both on U.S.-Philippine relations and on Philippine-Chinese relations. Be very curious to hear your take.
Okay, there's an upswell of support for the U.S. in the Philippines. Historically, Filipinos has always been very favorable of the U.S. Like, for example, 80%, I think, of public opinion polls express some favorable opinion towards the U.S. And I think that this renewed alliance and U.S. involvement has been viewed positively by a majority of the public. And this is also the problem in the previous administration, that Duterte tried to sell his pro-China foreign policy to the public. So there was a disjoint or disconnect between his rhetoric and actual policies, because Filipinos are generally resistant of this idea. So I think that with this renewed or revitalized alliance with the U.S. that Marcos is pushing for, has been viewed positively, as I have mentioned. As for EDCA, the reactions have been mixed, but generally it's very favorable. But there are some elements in the government, specifically the faction of the segment political elite represented by the Duterte faction, are of course against it. So they were warning Marcos that this might drag the Philippines to a conflict with the great powers. But public sentiment is generally favorable.
And just what is public sentiment looking like vis-a-vis relations with China at this point?
With China, I think there's always been, the public has been generally suspicious of the Chinese. And, well, before it was easy for Duterte probably to sell his pro-China stance because of the economic benefits or the pledges. But since these pledges did not really translate to infrastructure projects, then I think that public opinion has shifted away from that perspective.
When we talk about just shifts writ large, Jim, you gave us a scoping of the last 100 years of Australian thinking about its security environment. But really, just to focus in on last year, there was an election in Australia last May, a Labour government taking power for the first time in 10 years. What are the kind of big shifts that we've seen out of that Labour government with its orientation towards the region that you were talking about?
So when Labour took over, they were very focused on ensuring that Australia was the partner of choice in the Pacific, among the Pacific Islands. The Defense Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles has been a huge advocate of those relations from the time he was a very young man. He spent his honeymoon in one of the little islands. He cares deeply. Penny Wong, the Foreign Minister, has been to every one of those islands at least once. They are making a real outreach because they know in the Pacific, relationships and the sense of family are really important. The Hawaiian word ohana really translates across the region. And the previous government, the Morrison government, talked about where we share religion, football, and I can't remember what the third one was. Faith, right. And he talked that, which was true enough, but it wasn't good enough. Had to be there. The new government also had a new worker visa scheme that brought more workers in from the Pacific. Similarly, in Southeast Asia, Penny Wong, being of Malaysian descent, actually an immigrant herself from Malaysia, has been to all the Southeast Asian countries, working hard to reassure them that AUKUS and the Quad are not meant to sideline these countries or to dictate to them, but rather to provide them the security that, as Secretary Crittenbring said, gives them the freedom to choose their path and guarantees their sovereignty, not forcing them to be allies or acquiesce to U.S. positions, or Australian positions for that matter. And she's done an excellent job of doing that, again, by being present, by always being there and talking to them.
Terrific. Let me go out to the audience, see what questions you have. As we've done in the past, I believe we have a microphone right there. Ray, if you could identify yourself, please, and then ask your question.
I'm very shy, so I don't want to.
Ray, would you please identify yourself just for those online?
Okay, Ray Powell from Stanford University. So this grouping, right, met at the Shangri-La Dialogue. There's been a lot of conversation. There's this four-letter word beginning with Q that people use for another grouping. What does this look like going forward? Is there something more than occasional meetings happening here? The lattice work that Jim talked about, does that eventually start to look like something really substantive? What does this look like in 5 years?
I think that's a question for everyone here, but what does this nascent grouping of these four nations look like? Is there momentum beyond? Tetsuo, do you want to take that first?
As I said, Japan is now very much trying to invest into the new dynamics in cooperation with the Philippines. We have the U.S., Japan, Australia trilateral very much matured, and we are trying to involve more regional partners. And in some sense, we are lucky. We had a new, more realistic regimes in Manila and in Seoul. So we have to exploit this opportunity a lot to expand our partnerships as much as possible during the realistic regimes in new partnership countries. But on the other hand, in 4 years, 5 years, we might face a difficult relationship with the Philippines or South Korea. it's democracy, so we cannot be sure. But we have to exploit the opportunities at this moment because we don't have luxury of enjoying the, ignoring these chances because the security environment in the East Asia is very tough, and we might have armed conflict upcoming in the region. So I think at least the Japanese government with the US government and Australia government to try to expand the partnerships with the Philippines as much as possible.
Maria, Jim, do you want to add to that?
I think it's also good for the Philippines because it adds to the deterrence. The previous administration has tried a more subtle or low-key diplomatic approach towards China, but it did not ease the South China Sea tensions. It did not lessen the severity of maritime threats. So Marcos, I think, has realized that it's time for the Philippines to, if it wants to play this game with a great power like China, it would need powerful allies. And I think that it would be good for us, although of course there are apprehensions among some factions in the government and perhaps among a few percent of the public. But generally, I think Marcos is doing a good job balancing, or trying to at least engage the US or ask the US for support, but at the same time maintain diplomatic relations with China.
Quad's not a security arrangement, first of all. Yeah, they have exercises in the Bay of Bengal now of the foreign navies, but there's no secretariat. They focused so far on things like providing COVID vaccines. We heard from Secretary Crittenbrink that they're doing more on infrastructure, maritime domain awareness, that sort of thing. I think the goal is to get the habit of cooperation and see if they can expand it to more security cooperation. We know India has a history of being reluctant, but maybe slowly we'll get there.
Please.
Charles, James, Maria, Tetsuya, thank you so much for your analysis and thoughts today. My name is Nishank. I'm at the Belfer Center at the Kennedy School. My question is regarding, there is obviously a growing alignment across Asian partners regarding maintaining stability in the South China Sea, but my question is more so about what are the key points of divergence that you see. Can you talk about what are those key points of divergences and what is being done to address them? Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to just, based on the number of questioners, let me take maybe 2 questions at a time, and then we'll throw that to the panelists, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rishi Pant, and I'm currently with my Millennium Project. I have a question for Tetsuya Kotani about, given the fact that Shinzo Abe announced in 2020, I think, before leaving office, that he will revisit Article 9 of the Constitution in bringing back Japan's standing army, how likely do you think it's possible under Kishida, given the fact that China's active in the South China Sea and the potential Taiwan reunification crisis? Thank you.
All right, why don't you take that first, and then we'll talk about divergence, both Maria and Jim.
Okay, so the Japanese Constitution, the current agenda is to legalize, the constitutionalize the existence of self-defense forces. We are not trying to revise the Article 9 per se. We are trying to add one clause to the Article 9 so that we can constitutionalize the self-defense forces. The late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe already expanded the scope of Japanese security policy by passing the 2015 peace and security legislation. And Prime Minister Kishida he just adopted the new national security strategy, but this strategy is based upon the 2015 national security peace and security legislation. And given the challenges coming from China, there's calls inside Japan to revise Article 9 per se, but we can do more even under the current interpretation of the Constitution. So I think our priority is not to revise the Constitution per se, but our priority is to do more, to do our homework under the current national security strategy.
Maria or Jim, any points of divergence that you see between the countries that we're talking about?
Well, the new Secretary of Defense, Gilbert Tudor, emphasized this concept of deconfliction. And one of the elements of this idea of this deconfliction is the Philippine government will try to balance its defense cooperation portfolio. So Marcos government wants to diversify its defense cooperation portfolio with non-traditional partners, and that could also include China. But now I think the Philippines and South Korea are working to form a strategic partnership, so that's also one. And it's also important to note that the Philippines has always been a key member of ASEAN, so it's very important that the Philippines engage the members of the ASEAN in security issues as well.
Yeah, I don't know if there's conflict so much as a different approach. So for instance, the US does FONOPS as we define them within 12 nautical miles of the features. We're the only ones that do it. Maybe someday we're going to say, hey, why are we the only ones doing this? Which actually happened in the past. That's one. Two, our ASEAN partners are the ones who have the most at risk. It's their territory. And as we heard from a question earlier, the question is, why are you guys only doing FONOPS? Well, in another administration, that could be us saying, you got to be kidding me, we take all the risk and for you. It's got to be more working together, ASEAN and the other non-claimant states, to say, what can we do all together to solve this problem, not what we can do for you. And I sort of see that on the horizon, potentially one day as a problem.
Let me see if we can gather these last three questions for a lightning round of answers. Please, Natalie.
Thanks, Charlie. My question's to the whole panel. All three of you have spoken about the thickening of ties across the Indo-Pacific, but also, Tetsuo, you talked about the inclusion or the increased interest of extra-regional powers, Germany, Netherlands, UK, so on and so forth. Given that we are going down this road of this increased and deepening cooperation, I want to just ask the panel, what do you think are the upper limits of not only having this deepening of ties within the region, but what are the limits and risks of having these extra regional players as well? Thank you.
My name is Rachel O'Dell with the State Department, and my question is about how cooperation among your countries or among these three countries on cross-strait issues might evolve over time and how that's evolving. And of course, I think the United States is eager to probably have all three of these allies, as well as Korea, ideally sort of participating more in conversations about this question. But could you speak to any divergences that exist among your countries on the willingness to engage more in security issues in the Taiwan Strait, concerns about entanglement, about exacerbation of tensions in the region, in the Strait? Thank you.
Hi, this is Huang. My questions are actually three prongs. The first one is that there has been talked about a possibility of doing joint patrol between the four countries, Japan, US, Australia, and the Philippines. I think quoted by the ambassador of the Philippines, right? How has it been in progress? The second one is about the Philippines strategies. You said that the Philippines is increasingly using information, making incidents more public, right? But I noticed that there's always a delay between the time when the incident takes place and the time when the Philippines announced the incident or confirmed the incident. I was wondering if that delay is intentional, there would be ways to shorten the delay in the futures, and how has the Philippines been responding to the news of possible reclamations in the 4 unoccupied features in the Spratlys? Thank you.
All right, we have 2 questions and then a 3-prong question. So that actually puts the tally at 5, and we are at time. So I'm going to look for succinct answers. Jim, would you like to kick us off?
No. Really, it's more directed at those guys.
Okay, redirection. Maria, there were multiple Philippine questions there.
Okay. So the statement that the new defense secretary has issued is that we are not going to compromise our national territory. So there are lines that we cannot cross, and that. So for the question about delay, perhaps the Philippines is being careful not to antagonize China, because as I've mentioned, we're still trying to maintain close relationship with China, especially economic relations. So I guess the government is being very cautious, but it's clear also from Chudoro's statement that we will not compromise the national territory, and that we are more willing now to confront China on these issues. Okay, other issues about the Taiwan, I think the Taiwan Strait problem, the issue. It might take, or the Philippines, the position is still uncertain, so we're still not sure what the role the Philippines will play or the bases will play in the event of a Taiwan contingency. The concern now really is about the OFWs, or the overseas Filipino workers, the Filipinos who are there. So there are about 150,000 Filipinos in Taiwan. It might take time for the Philippines to become more efficient militarily, although there are two factions or in the military establishment. So one group says that the Philippines should not be involved in the event of Taiwan contingency. On the other hand, there are those who believe that the Philippines must preserve the status quo. Although, so still undecided what to do in that event. But the overarching agreement, of course, is the MDT, and the Philippines would be under the obligation to support the U.S. in case the U.S. would go to war over Taiwan in China. In Taiwan.
Yes, just briefly. So we all have a different relationship with China. So some countries are more willing to do exercise in the South China Sea, and some countries are reluctant about the transit through the Taiwan Strait. And we have to respect each country's relationship with China. But a very important thing is that more countries are agreeing to the importance of the maintenance of rules-based international order. And as long as we are reaffirming our commitment to these universal rules, I think that could enhance the regional security overall.
Just to mention, Taiwan is a delicate subject all over the region, including on Australia. Australia has a one-China policy. Like the U.S., it says any change should be agreed upon peacefully. But there are those who oppose AUKUS who are making claims like the U.S. is only selling subs to Australia because Australia will promise to participate in any counter-China event in case of Taiwan problems, which my understanding is that's not true, but that is the concern out there, that we're going to drag Australia into a conflict over Taiwan. So it's going to be hot for all of us if anything happens.
Gotcha. Well, I think we hit like 3.5 of the questions, but at this point, I've indulged your patience because we've run a little bit over. So if everyone could join me, please, in thanking our panelists. And I think we have a 7-minute break before the next panel. Thank you.
Just waiting for someone to give me a sign that we can go. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. If I ask you to take a seat, this is the part of the conference where we can tell who are the dedicated, hardcore South China Sea adherents, and obviously everyone who's left doesn't really care about this issue. So great to see everyone here. As Greg was saying, at this point it's about quality, not the quantity. So greatly appreciate everyone staying with us as we wrap out the event, and thanks to everyone who is with us online for a very important component of this, which is thinking about a different array of actors who have interests and equities in the South China Sea and the region more broadly, and really brought together a fantastic panel to help us wade through this, looking at 3 distinct countries and regions. To my immediate right is Commodore Lolit Kapoor. Full bio is on the website, but brings deep and long experience thinking about these issues and is now with the Delhi Policy Group, where he is a senior fellow for maritime strategy. Veerle Nouwens, who is on his right, is now out in Singapore at IISS and is the Shangri-La Dialogue Senior Fellow for Indo-Pacific Defense and Strategy. And then Jonathan Miller, all the way to the right, a senior fellow with the Japan Institute of International Affairs, senior fellow and director of foreign affairs at National Defense and National Security at the Ottawa-based MacDonald-Lauer Institute. We're going to cover India, obviously. We're going to cover Europe and UK, and we're going to cover Canada, just by virtue of seating order. And as we were saying, now holding the crown as the world's most populous nation and having just ended a successful state visit, India gets the first turn at the microphone. So each speaker is going to offer 5 to 10 minutes of top-line comments. We've got some questions in the reserve bank after they finish, but at that point want to open it up to questions from the audience here in the online audience. So Lolit, over to you, please.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Greg, and to CSIS for this opportunity to share my views on the role of outside powers in the South China Sea. I'll give you a perspective from India, but let me hasten to add, I speak for myself and not for my government. And I speak not as a reluctant Indian. Okay. A fundamental disconnect between the strategic objectives of China and the US has made the South China Sea a flashpoint, despite the desire of regional nations to manage the situation diplomatically. And I'm using those words with great care. A risen China sees no need to comply with treaties and agreements it ratified when it was weak. It wants to establish its own version of the Monroe Doctrine in the Asia Pacific. Its proposal for a new model of major country relations having been rebuffed, China now seeks to prevent the US and allies from intervening while it induces and coerces regional nations to accept its will. It is developing the requisite military power, reshaping international maritime law to suit its objectives. The US administration, on the other hand, seeks to preserve the status quo. It has strengthened both itself and its alliances to counter China. The absence of meeting ground is evident from the addresses by Generals Austin and Li Shangfu at the recent Shangri-La Dialogue, and I'm sure you can vouch a lot for that. The former highlighted US determination to uphold the freedom of navigation and overflight and reiterated the final and binding nature of the 2016 award by the Permanent Court of Arbitration Tribunal. The latter described the situation in the South China Sea as stable. He said that regional exchanges and cooperation were growing, and he committed to accelerating consultations on the code of conduct. I actually look forward to his successor repeating the same words at the Shangri-La dialogue, maybe about 10 or 15 years from now. That will at least tell me that the situation has actually remained stable and it hasn't deteriorated into conflict. The worrying development, of course, is the paucity of dialogue, and I hope a beginning that has been made now will make a difference. How do South China Sea developments impact India? We have an interest in status quo, and it's a very deep interest in status quo. The sea is the foundational highway for India's Act East policy. Acceptance of China's claim would give it an unacceptable wedge between India and its strategic partners in the Pacific, including Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, Russia, and the US. India subscribes without reservations to the rule of international law, including UNCLOS. In fact, the last time I was here was to speak on India's acceptance of the ITLOS award on its maritime boundary dispute with Bangladesh. I also foresee that after China is sufficiently confident about the South China Sea, it will manufacture new claims, starting with the Eastern Indian Ocean, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The Charge d'Affaires a few years ago is on record as having stated that publicly. Don't be surprised if that happens. Its 44th escort mission is operating in the Red Sea as of today, and we expect China's force levels in the Indian Ocean to grow. So what is the role of outside parties in the South China Sea? Let me quote the 26th US President, who said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." Now, the problem is that what we are witnessing right now is a lot of brandishing of the stick and less of speaking. And I think both are important. The stick must be visible. I have no doubt about that in my mind. But making it the primary element does not convey an impression of strength, at least not to China. Deterrence, like beauty, lies in the eyes of the beholder. Not in my eyes, not in the eyes of the person who wants to deter, but the one who you want deterred. I believe the primary role of outside powers should be to strengthen regional nations, to, strengthen their spine, rather than imposing an extra-regional approach on them. China is isolated with regard to whether it is the rule of law, whether it is UNCLOS, whether it is freedom of navigation, completely isolated. Regional nations don't yet have alternatives to the public goods China provides and are unanimous about not being forced to choose. The dichotomy of the West pursuing maximalist objectives in Ukraine while preaching dialogue to China is not lost on regional powers, on the smaller nations of the region. So my submission is that credibility would be higher if the focus was on strengthening regional capacity to resist coercion and truly providing them choices, which is actually what the Quad is doing. Finally, the perception that India is not doing enough in the Indo-Pacific. The reality is that we are tying down 140,000 Chinese troops on our border. Those are not available for any other contingency anywhere else. I think people miss that. Our focus and India's primary area of interest is the Indian Ocean, which is again something where nobody else is present. We are present in 8 critical locations across the ocean on a 24/7 basis. There is nowhere in the Indian Ocean where we cannot reach within a matter of a day or so. That's why we tend to become the first responder in any major crisis, in any HADR crisis. We have nevertheless stepped up our presence in Southeast Asia manifold. We have many researchers out here. If you just do a simple metric of the number of ship days that the Indian Navy is present, let us say in Southeast Asia, now, this year, or last year, or the year before last, and compare it with 2014 or before that, you'll find a difference of the order of 5 or 6-fold. We announced the gifting of a corvette to Vietnam just a few days ago, actually just about 10 days ago. And we will continue to do whatever we can, but it will be, as we see, is in pursuit of our interests and not because something else demands it. I think I'll stop here.
Viola, please.
Great, thank you. First, thanks to CSIS and also to Greg for inviting me here today. It's been, I think, a fascinating discussion all day long. I'd like to focus on Europe and 3 points in particular, and then maybe a few questions as well, or points for consideration. The first is that European interest in the South China Sea is part and parcel of its interest in the Indo-Pacific, and that to varying extents, overarchingly, that interest is here to stay. Europe shares, I think, growing critical approaches, concern, I should say, to behavior by China in the region, even if there isn't necessarily agreement on how Europe should react to China and what foreign policy on China should take. I think as recent as 2015, the UK had a golden era of UK-China relations, and just last year, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak noted that that era was over. Significant driver of this is, of course, the behavior that we've already heard about earlier today by China at sea and in the air. There's also overwhelming agreement, I think, of the importance of the region itself. We've seen that through various strategies, guidelines, and statements. I'm not going to list them all. We've also seen it, of course, through maritime strategies, not just Indo-Pacific strategies. So thematically, this region is incredibly important. In Southeast Asia, I think Europe agrees, sits at the heart of the Indo-Pacific. They mention ASEAN centrality, the economic vibrance and opportunity of this part of the world, and the South China Sea in particular. 40% of European trade sails through the South China Sea, 12% of the UK's trade is seaborne through the South China Sea alone. And the potential for conflict in the South China Sea is, of course, of great concern. Over the years, we've seen Europe become more vocal in its concern about the potential for maritime conflict or otherwise, be it in individual announcements or through various fora. The second point I would note is that the war in Ukraine has underscored, not detracted from, the indivisibility of the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific regions. There is an undeniable reality, of course, that resources are limited. And I think we heard this morning from Representative Kiggins, that this counts for the United States, but it also certainly counts for Europe. Europe's military capacity to engage meaningfully in the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea in particular was already under question in the minds of many in both the Indo-Pacific and indeed in Europe before the war in Ukraine. And the war in Ukraine has certainly compounded that question. Beyond military capacity, there's also been, of course, a question of political appetite and bandwidth to focus on a region so removed geographically from Europe itself. In my conversations with officials in Europe, the immediate few weeks after the start of the war in Ukraine, there was certainly a brief pause to understand what this actually meant for Europe itself. But through COVID, and indeed, of course, through the events in Ukraine, I think the integrated nature of supply chains, the interdependence of our economies has become abundantly clear. Security in Asia stands to impact Europe, both directly and indirectly, and vice versa. And I think it's incredibly important then to notice how the South China Sea is being framed. It is being framed as a symptom of much larger forces at work. The fact that Russia and China are undermining the rules-based order at large and seeking to reshape it. And indeed, the Russia-China relationship itself has also played an incredibly important role in this regard. At this year's Shangri-La Dialogue, Swedish Defense Minister Paul Johnson remarked that freedom of navigation is being challenged in the Black Sea, the High North, and in the South China Sea, to an extent that is unparalleled since the end of the Cold War. And HRVP of the European Union, Josep Borrell, noted as well at the same event that we must do more to build trust and address regional tensions, and that it is our common responsibility to defend the security principles whenever and whatever they are threatened, be it in Ukraine or in the South China Sea or anywhere else. while Defense Minister of Germany underscored that we will not get very far if we're not ready to stand up for the rules-based international order, also by contributing with military capabilities, including through protecting our sea lines of communication, whether that be in the Mediterranean, the Bay of Bengal, or the South China Sea. So the South China Sea is now a global issue. As our colleague, I think, noted in a previous panel, Europe, in particular, the UK, Germany, and France have deployed to the region, and I'm not going to list in detail all of those. But I think that we have seen that that trend is going to continue. At the Shangri-La Dialogue, Germany announced that it will deploy a frigate and a supply ship to the region in 2024, and the UK announced that it will send its next carrier strike group to the Indo-Pacific in 2025. There have also been stronger signals that Europe is looking to combine efforts in the region militarily, be it through the Paris summit, where the UK and France announced that they would coordinate carrier deployments to the Indo-Pacific on a routine rotational basis to maintain a more persistent European presence, but also through the EU itself, through extending concepts like the combined maritime presences, which allows the EU to coordinate member state naval assets in areas of interest. And the EU's own MDA initiative, Crimario, was of course also extended in 2020 from the Western Indian Ocean to South and Southeast Asia. And this really brings me to my third point, which is that the role of Europe in the South China Sea, or indeed in other flashpoints in the Pacific, like Taiwan, will not primarily be a military one. It is very important that Europe continues to engage militarily in the region as part of a multifaceted approach, and we've heard that that is the case of the United States as well, but I would argue that is even more the case of Europe given those limited resources. We've seen, of course, military developments through AUKUS, the carrier strike group deployment. These are all very significant, but at the end of the day, they are supportive. There are three other, I think, strategies that are incredibly, I think, significant in principle for Europe and its engagement in the South China Sea. The first is to uphold freedom of navigation and UNCLOS and international law more generally. Secondly, to show up, to show the region that it matters to Europe and that the stability of the region is directly linked to Europe itself. And that it seeks to build trust as well as capacity, not just in the maritime domain, but also through climate change, cyber, and also, indeed, continuing dialogue with China. And finally, of course, it seeks to uphold international law and the rules-based international order through being more vocal about transgressions, through taking diplomatic initiatives, but also through exploring legal and economic tools, including, for example, issues around IUU fishing. But there's still, I think, a few areas of consideration to explore. The first is that there has to be greater coordination between Europe, the United States, and other partners as well. We've already heard of various initiatives, including on maritime domain awareness, and indeed that of Europe expanding to Southeast Asia could potentially, offer alternatives, but should also not necessarily duplicate efforts. The second is that I think there's sometimes a lack of clarity around what Southeast Asia really wants from Europe in terms of military presence, how appreciated this is or not. There's mixed messaging there. And then finally, I think, in regards to the war in Ukraine, there is, I think, a sense in Europe, and we saw this heavily through the presence of European states at the Shangri-La Dialogue this year, that there is a need for greater support from the region itself, from the Indo-Pacific, for European security and on the war in Ukraine, as difficult and as nuanced as that is. But if Europe is going to support Asia in its security, then there's a sense that that needs to go the other way around as well. Thanks.
Jonathan, please.
Well, thanks so much, Jude. And again, let me echo the thoughts of my colleagues. Thank you, Greg and CSIS for hosting this. I never thought that it would be harder to get to the United States from Canada than it is to get across the Pacific. But I'm sad that I missed the rest of the conference. But I know due to the amazing YouTube capabilities and live streaming, I'll be able to catch up with all the brilliant views of those who've come before. So I know I'm the last speaker on the last panel, so I'll try to be brief, but I did want to articulate a few points and in agreement with some of the things that my fellow panelists have mentioned. From a Canadian perspective, At the macro level, we just released our Indo-Pacific strategy at the end of last year in November. And for someone who had been working on the Indo-Pacific, both in government and now as a recovering former public servant in the think tank world, this had been long like the bread that was in the oven that you were hoping was going to come out and never really came out. We had about 3 years to develop our approach to Asia. I think a lot of this was stimulated by the tensions in our relationship with China, but there was a bigger driver here, and I think that was to recognize the region and all of the dynamic nature of it as bigger than China, as many parts, states obviously in Southeast Asia, but also the relationships in Northeast Asia with Japan and South Korea. So at a macro level, it's great that Canada is finally starting to step up and realize that this region's important. What does that specifically mean, and what's baked inside of that strategy? What will that mean for the South China Sea, for example, or for some of our friends in ASEAN? I think we're still in an incomplete phase. The positive side of this is actually there is some financing associated with the strategy. So like a lot of government policy documents, you might see them, they sound really good, there's a lot of interesting examples there, but there's no money, there's no beef. One of the positive things about the Indo-Pacific strategy that came out from Canada at the end of last year was there actually was some financing. In the midst of the pandemic that keeps lingering and all of the financial pressures that are associated with that, in the midst of Russia's illegal and unjustified war in Ukraine, which of course Canada as a principal NATO member and a leading force in Latvia, for example, in one of the NATO missions in the Baltics, we have scarce resources, but with all of this context, we did step up with a $2.3 billion commitment to the region over the next 5 years. And I think we've made clear in that document that despite some of these challenges geostrategically outside of the Indo-Pacific, Asia is the center of strategic consequence, and not just for all of us on the panel, as I think my fellow panelists mentioned, but for Canada as well as a Pacific nation with a long Pacific coastline. Specifically on how we can make this a more positive relationship with some of our partners in Southeast Asia, I think one of the positive developments was, for example, a shared ocean fund. So we've committed $85 million over 5 years, and we hope that this continues and perhaps deepens in order to help partners in ASEAN with, for example, illegal and unregulated fishing. We hope, and I guess shameless self-promotion as a think tanker to say this, but we also have funding there for academics and think tankers, and it's not exclusive to just Canadians. So hopefully many of those folks who are here in the room that might be interested in this, we call it the Indo-Pacific Engagement Fund, that's embedded within the strategy. Hopefully that will foster a much longer and sustainable period of dialogues on the South China Sea. And for those who have been around this issue for a long time, might recall that Canada actually had quite a nascent voice on this in the original days with CSCAP. One of the original Track 2 mechanisms in the region. Canada was one of the leading forces of having discussions on code of conduct, et cetera. And although our funds have lapsed in recent years with CSCAP, we're finally starting to re-engage. We're finally starting to realize the importance of Track 2 diplomacy in addition to some of our Track 1 efforts. So all of this is positive, and I'm painting you the glass half full. And I hate to end the day on some pessimism and skepticism, but I think that it is important to have a little bit of reality here too, when thinking about what certain outside parties, and I would put Canada in this basket also, could contribute. And I think, frankly, this comes down to capabilities. We're coming into the Vilnius summit, later in July, and Canada, out of the G7 context, we've seen massive policy changes, obviously in Germany and Japan with its new national security strategy and commitments on national defense spending. From a pure defense perspective, we're at about 1.3, 1.4%, so far below the NATO target. I referenced before the commitments that we have to the transatlantic, obviously, which we want to continue. We want to be doing more for our Ukrainian friends and to support our allies on the eastern flank in the Baltics. But there's a there's a reality of capabilities here after a while from a defense perspective. We have committed within this strategy an additional frigate that was previously Atlantic-based that will now be in the Indo-Pacific, so that's 3 now, which is, I know, is not significant for some countries, but for the Canadian Navy, that is relatively significant. But in the long term, the capabilities that we have to sustain this push from a defense perspective, I think is one that we have to watch. The second one is from the other 2Ds, the diplomacy and development side. We've opened new missions in Europe. We opened 4 new embassies in Europe after the war in Ukraine, but it's been slower in the Indo-Pacific. There's been a lot of commitment, there's been a lot of diplomatic signaling, but we still don't have a complete set of diplomatic missions within ASEAN. We still don't have a strategic partnership with ASEAN, even though we're hoping to move in that direction. And I think that we've signaled the Shangri-La Dialogue and others, where our defense minister was there recently and has been there consistently over previous years. We've shown an interest in getting in a lot of those multilateral clubs, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, the East Asia Summit. So we have that desire there, but I think without the strategic purpose and a sustainable purpose, I think that there's going to be some challenges for that going forward. So in closing, I think for Canada, it's not just about showing up, it's not just about spending money, but I think it's about doing that over a consistent period. And I think that's always been our challenge on this, is that a government of the day might be interested and see that we have strategic equities there, but how can they sustain that over a consistent period amidst all of the different geostrategic challenges that all of us are facing and in the same boat on? So, Jude, maybe I'll leave it there for now, but very much looking forward to the discussion.
We've got about a half hour left if my clock is right, so I'd like to ask folks to start getting questions prepped. I'm going to ask one to the group, and only, Jonathan, by virtue of your passport, I'm going to start with you, but I think this is one I'd like everyone's input on. Canada now joins the list of countries which have had unsafe encounters with the PLA. This is indicative of shifting PLA risk tolerance, but I suspect, but this is where I'd like to get everyone's thoughts, part of an intentional strategy, not only to signal militarily, but also to send a message to capitals around the world that on the issue of South China Sea and Taiwan, China cares more than everyone else and is sort of playing the we're crazy on this issue, so don't even think about further engagement here. So sort of an escalate to de-escalate strategy here. So I'd like to get your perspective either on how you interpret PLA behavior or how such actions filter into the policy discussion back in Ottawa. And then for the rest of the panelists who are also watching PLA behavior, how do you interpret this more aggressive, escalatory Chinese strategy, and what is a way to counter it that doesn't entail us putting our ships and our aircraft in even closer proximity to the PLA?
I'm happy to kick off on that. It's a great question, Jude. As a short answer, I think that it's part of a bigger puzzle. So I see the challenges and the near misses that we've seen, obviously, in the East China Sea and elsewhere, as part of a bigger puzzle of the challenge of geostrategic coercion that we've been facing from China. So, I'm not going to go through the laundry list, but I think many are aware of our citizens who were detained for almost 3 years. Michael Kovrig, who used to be in our foreign ministry, in addition to Michael Spavor, that was one area of it. It goes into canola, pork. You've heard the same stories from whether it's from Lithuania, whether it's from the Czech Republic, whether it's from South Korea. The economic coercion piece, in addition to diplomatically, and this is one of the things that I worry about most of all, is that there really is no diplomacy anymore in Ottawa. I mean, the embassy effectively is a fortress where things are done internally. They do not go out to events. During the pandemic, I think obviously they used the pandemic as a reason not to engage in person, but we're just not seeing really any diplomacy from the Chinese on this. So I see this as one element of a bigger strategy from the Chinese to push back on Canada, and I think when they look at a country like Canada, they put it in a similar basket as they would put Lithuania, Czech Republic, et cetera. Rather than sort of meeting them peer-to-peer, they see it in a sort of a how dare you perspective. So quickly on how do we approach that, I think as a country like Canada, I think we need to work as closely as we can with all of our allies and partners and think a little bit non-traditionally. So the easy, default function would be to talk to the United States, talk to our Five Eye partners, which we do need to do. But I think we need to broaden the tent a little bit. Definitely our European friends have been going through a lot of these challenges as well. So for example, when I'm in Lithuania in a few weeks for the NATO summit, I'll be talking to the Lithuanians about China. On the sidelines and hearing their experiences about economic coercion and other ways that they've had to deal with the Chinese. So I think that we need to think a little bit more creatively about the partnerships and who's dealing with these common challenges.
Fila, looking at this sort of PLA behavior, what is your sense of what's motivating it, and any thoughts on how this can be countered that, again, don't put us in a much more dangerous situation?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I mean, I completely agree with what Jonathan's already said. Look, I think there's a certain element of certainly testing boundaries and also laying boundaries by China and by the PLA. There's a sense of, I think, confidence and respect as well that it can conduct such behavior, and that, I think it relies on the fact that we turn away and that we avoid collision. That, of course, I think reinforces the belief within the PLA that they have the upper hand in that respect. I think there are also still some questions around C2, around command and control, how exactly that operates and that works within the PLA. So I don't think we can definitively say what each situation, how that actually played out. But I do think that nevertheless, it all does really underscore the importance of being present and of continuing engagement and of not backing down from that. At the end of the day, I mean, there's a certain level of a heightened risk appetite, but at the same time, I don't think that the PLA is necessarily, and China more generally in terms of government and the CCP, are really looking to engage in conflict at the moment. So, I think there needs to be a certain level of confidence as well on our part to continue to resist that. More importantly, documenting it, I think, has been incredibly helpful. I've certainly been in conversations in China where the response was fake news. That didn't happen, or it certainly didn't happen that way. Documenting this and publicly releasing that is incredibly valuable. And then more generally, thinking kind of creatively, I think building the relationships in, say, the Indian Ocean region, where Europe is incredibly present already, strengthening those partnerships, strengthening engagement, exercises, interoperability, given China's own interest in that ocean, is another way, I think, of already laying the groundwork whilst we also deal with situations like the South China Sea.
Well, at 35 years in the Indian Navy, you're probably best positioned on this stage to help us interpret PLA behavior, how you see it shifting, and of course, right on your own border, you're seeing what seems to be an increasing risk tolerance by the PLA. You mentioned command and control. That's one of the puzzles here. Is this an order on high from Xi Jinping to ramp up, or is this just local level commanders who are becoming more entrepreneurial? How do you see this?
Thank you. In fact, I was hoping for that opportunity. Like you said, 36 years experience, where especially when you're on a ship, your biggest worry is the innumerable fishing boats which litter your path and who are just not bothered that you are supposed to have the right of the way, you are the bigger vessel, etc. They know very well that if there is a collision or if something happens, the commanding officer of the warship, irrespective of which country he's from, is up for a court-martial. Mm-hmm. Right? So that is something that we have to think through. Now, China is presently they're using warships. You had, in this USS Chonghun incident recently, you had a Chinese destroyer. I don't know whether HMCS Montreal was affected in that. There's no news of that. But they don't have to use destroyers. They can use their fishing boats. They've got a militia with large numbers of boats, high speed, and they've got steel bows. designed for ramming. And they think differently about taking casualties than we do. That's a fundamental fact of life that we have to understand. So we'll need some very innovative ideas in how to deal with them. I mean, it's a question of, it's actually a game of chicken that's being played out there. And unfortunately, if you're not able to react quickly enough, in all Western navies and in the Indian Navy, you're the one who'll suffer, because nobody's going to accept your explanation into why you allowed a collision to take place. Having said that, if you're well trained, and that is what does happen quite often if you're in command, if you're well trained, you should be able to outmaneuver the other person. It can be done. It's not that it can't be done. But I come back to this, that China thinks differently. Let's go back to that EP-3 Ares incident, which resulted in that aircraft going down. It may have resulted in the loss of life for 1 or 2 people in China. Individuals in China may care. The government doesn't. The CCP doesn't. Right? And they're the ones who are running the show. Do I have another point? No, not really.
Just on the EP-3 incident, I do think, though, the loss of life of a Chinese pilot in 2023 would be treated very, very differently by Beijing than 2001, when China's looking to accede into the WTO, its military is relatively weak. So just saying that, I'm not sure I would transfer forward the reaction from 2001 on the loss of the pilot to today.
I'll say that in 2001, they returned the aircraft. In 2023 or 24, I don't see them doing that.
Veerle, I wanted to ask a question to you, but again, broaden it out to the group to think about the connection between the great and ongoing and catastrophic war in Ukraine in the heart of Europe, which, as you mentioned, has a deep connection with the capabilities, the focus, the resources available to think about other domains like the Indo-Pacific. And as you say, if partners in the region expect Europe to step up in the Indo-Pacific for some future conflict, Europe has an expectation that folks step up for the ongoing and current conflict. I wonder if you could talk a bit more about how you see that ongoing war as functionally affecting the amount of bandwidth or risk tolerance or resources available for European partners to be thinking about the South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, or the broader Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think in terms of, in terms of actual bandwidth, in terms of certainly defense resources, but also financial resources, the war in Ukraine has certainly kind of impacted European, I think, availability of those for the Indo-Pacific. We've seen some reduction in joint exercises, for example, in the past, not just because of Ukraine, but also more generally because of things like Brexit and COVID. But as I mentioned in my remarks, I think the fact that there was a comment that in the integrated review refresh, I believe, that a war in Ukraine has already impacted the kind of the global economy significantly, but a war in the Indo-Pacific would be immeasurably worse. And so it's almost that there is an imperative to direct resources to this part of the world. Again, there's a huge debate in capitals like London to what extent those should be diverted. And there's, I think, a real reality check around, European defense manufacturing as well, and stockpiling for its own security, and to what extent there should be burden sharing with the United States. So these are all very live discussions, but I don't think that necessarily means that there is a lack of concern, a lack of willingness to engage, and certainly a lack of thinking around what specific crisis scenarios could look like and what that would mean or could mean for European responses to them. And I think we see that, for example, growing with regards to Taiwan and what Taiwan contingencies might look like, how Europeans should respond. But that becomes a difficult discussion as well, publicly for one, because of the sensitivities around it, just at default, but also because I think for citizens in Europe, public support for this is not necessarily strong. So that public opinion piece is one that is currently, I think, falling behind, where European governments will have to think more creatively and more concertedly about how to bring European citizens on board with these very real conflicts or potential for conflict as well.
I wonder if I could build on that to both ask you about the impact of the war in Ukraine on how Ottawa and New Delhi are thinking about the Indo-Pacific, but also wanted to ask if you could tie into that last part that Virla mentioned, which is on public sentiment. We have polling. We had this polling by the European Council on Foreign Relations that showed low levels of support for involvement in a Taiwan contingency. We saw something similar from Lowy Institute. My own reservation about this polling is you're asking very simple questions that don't identify context, trade-offs, and I worry we over-extrapolate on the upside or the downside what that actually tells us. I think some of these are you'd see public opinion move quickly if China decides to take a unilateral action, kinetic action. That polling doesn't mean anything to me.
I agree on that, actually. But the difference is that there is still, I think, a lack of awareness in citizens kind of in Europe more generally around what the Indo-Pacific actually is and what Taiwan conflicts might look like, what that might mean for them. So I agree that, if you feel the impact of it or if you see a major transgression, sure, in that moment you might react differently to, say, what you responded to in some abstract poll. But at the same time, there is still a public relations, strategic communications piece that needs to be built up upon. We've seen that with China already. 70% of UK citizens view China negatively now. There has been a concerted effort in Parliament, but also more generally by think tanks and others, to kind of highlight the challenges that China really presents for the everyday citizen. I don't think we're necessarily seeing that on Taiwan yet. I don't think we're necessarily seeing that on the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, well, just wholeheartedly agree that I think two things exist at the same time. Number one is I worry we over-extrapolate from that polling and that Beijing over-extrapolates from that polling. The second is your point about the low levels of sort of understanding, I think, are critical, especially on the issue of Taiwan, and that we've really got to deepen the level of comprehensive knowledge that we have about the region and its interests and equities for folks in Europe. But I wonder if the two of you can talk about, again, try to mash these topics together, but how the ongoing war in Ukraine is affecting how New Delhi and Ottawa are thinking about their strategy in the Indo-Pacific and where resources go and where strategic bandwidth goes. And the second is how public opinion, where it stands in Ottawa on some of these Indo-Pacific issues, and what you see the needs in the relative capitals are to sort of shape that public opinion in ways that are conducive to the national interest. And John, to start with you.
Yeah, happy to talk on those.
I'm not even sure that was a coherent question.
No, it was a lot in there, but I think it's a great question. So first on public opinion, I would share what Virla said in Canada, even pre-existing 2015-16, when really things started descending even further in our China relationship, there was deep China skepticism. So a range of different institutes do polling on perceptions of China, and Canadians have consistently been skeptical on China. That skepticism has gotten worse and worse over the past 5 or 6 years. So that's one factor that remains. The second interesting part, and I would link this into sort of defense spending and should we be doing more, whether it's in transatlantic and also in the Indo-Pacific, Canadians actually recognize this. I think the governments consistently say there's not enough public support for defense spending, and that public basically relies on the United States and others to provide that security guarantee. We've seen an appreciable change, and the public polling is actually showing that Canadians do understand that the world has changed. And I think, getting to your point, Jude, about Russia's war in Ukraine, I think that was a fundamental catalyst for a lot of Canadians. We noticed in the public polling that the recognition that we need to do more, whether it's in the NATO context or also in the Indo-Pacific, has gone up. One last point I'll put on this, and this ties into a potential Taiwan contingency, or maybe it's in the South China Sea as well. I think there's national interest and then there's capabilities. So for a Canadian perspective, what I've constantly counseled Canadian officials on, and I think they're aware of this, although sometimes the politicians don't want to talk about it, is that the strategic choices for Canada versus France and Germany are fundamentally different. It's not to say we don't share a lot of things, but if we get into a Taiwan contingency, imagine you're a Canadian Prime Minister flying down to Washington and saying, sorry, good luck. We'll have some diplomatic support. We may not have the capabilities to have significant assistance, but absolutely, in all political terms, in all sanction terms, we have to be there. So I think we need those discussions much more deeply, whether it's on Taiwan, whether it's on South China Sea. We have one neighbor. It's the United States. Up in the north, we have one that's not so friendly. But that's our reality. And I think we're starting to slowly realize that.
Can I respond? And I'm sorry to, give a contrarian opinion or whatever it is. One of the problems that is, it's a problem and it's actually a merit of democracies, is that getting unity and cohesion on any subject is extremely difficult, not only within the country, but within countries, between countries. So, as Veal rightly pointed out, as you were pointing out, getting Canada to join into a Taiwan question, the Taiwan contingency, is not going to be an easy task. Getting, anybody from the Indo-Pacific nations to join up. Veal, I'll take up one point that you made about, why should Europe help when the Indo-Pacific or these nations are not helping? There are 2 points I'd like to make on this. These nations have seen conflict and continue to see conflict for the better part of the last century. Even now in the current century, they're seeing conflict time and again. Europe has actually turned a blind eye to that. So they don't understand now why they're being asked to step up. That comment was actually best put by my external affairs minister at the Bratislava summit, when he said that Europe has to get out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. And that is something that actually resonates across most of Asia. So you'll find sympathy, but you won't find support. I cited that example of unity and in dealing, let's say, with China. Let me take a simple example again. Not many months ago, I think it was March or April, where both Macron and Ursula von der Leyen made a joint visit to Beijing. And the objective of the joint visit was a show of unity. China rang rings about them, absolutely. In the sense that Macron was given, as a head of state, he was given literally a ceremonial welcome, and Ursula von der Leyen was literally left to do everything alone, right? So the result was quite visible after that. You saw the statement that Macron made after the summit, after this thing with Beijing. And Ursula, for all the hard words that she'd spoken just a few days before, I think towards the end of March, she received the isolation treatment from China. And the big takeaway as far as Asia is concerned is that there was no unity. There was not even a semblance of unity, right? I'll rain on one more parade, if you permit me today. And this is the Taiwan contingency parade. Just about 20 days ago, I was at an event there's an Admiral Lee, who is the author of Taiwan's new defense concept. It's going to be, it's already been adopted in large part. It's the bedrock of Taiwan's defense strategy as it stands now, right? He's very frank. I don't see a Taiwan contingency. I don't see China trying an invasion of Taiwan, at least in the next decade. We've got that much time, right? Very blunt words on this account. He says, we've got that time in which to build up. After that, I'm not making any predictions. This is also the impression across much of Southeast Asia. I was in Indonesia, again, about 3 weeks ago. And the basic outlook across both academia and government was that there's going to be no conflict over the South China Sea unless it's initiated by the great powers. It's not going to be initiated because of an action that we can manage China. We are not going to give in to them. I said right at the beginning that China is isolated as far as UNCLOS. Southeast Asia is not going to give in on UNCLOS. It's not going to give in on that code of conduct. They'll keep discussing it for the next 20 years. It's not going to happen because the code of conduct as China wants it is inherently unacceptable to them. So there's this difference in perceptions. Take it for what you will.
You've put some interesting stuff. I wish we had another hour because partly you've incited my. I think I'm less certain Beijing ran circles around Europe than the French made a mistake. Okay. I think Beijing played classic divide and conquer diplomacy. That were it not for Macron's ill-timed interview on the back of that. So I think this is less a masterstroke for Beijing and more France showing in that moment it was a bit out of step with the strategic messaging. But I think von der Leyen's influence on Indo-Pacific strategy has been great and will be enduring. On Taiwan, I think this is the problem. I think you've highlighted is it's the problem of how some have overly focused the discussion to purely a unilateral Chinese invasion. Yeah. That, I think, is the problem. I think what it leaves off the table is all of the actions to the left of an invasion, which are far more likely.
Absolutely correct.
So I think that, what I hear, and Virla, you tell me, being based in Singapore, I don't notice an insouciance that sort of conflict's not going to happen, because China's not going to invade. I feel a deep sense of concern that these two powers are jockeying and is likely to result in something. And, whether that's Chinese blockade or quarantine or accidental collision, the spectrum of actions that could take us into conflict is vast. And so to me, it just means we need to stop this fixation on this one narrow scenario of Xi Jinping turns over the calendar to 2027 and says, we're going in, and thinking about the just spectrum of paths that could lead us to conflict.
Absolutely, and I think that discussion is certainly happening at different levels across Southeast Asia. I don't think we can necessarily kind of generalize here, but I think there is concern about this. Absolutely, I do think there's also a necessity, even if you don't think it's going to happen. You need to prepare. You hope for the best, you prepare for the worst, right?
No doubt in my mind about it.
And the worst can take many different forms. And I completely agree, Jude, that there is a fixation on unilateral, change of status quo, on invasion, kind of maximalist approach to a Taiwan conflict. But things become a lot less clear, if there's a lack of attribution. There's a lot less clarity around, the different types of gray zone activity that could spark inadvertently or otherwise a conflict. And to be fair, that is also a conversation that needs to continue to happen in Europe. I do not want to paint a picture that Europe has a flawless, unified approach to everything. That is certainly not the case. There are, of course, divergences, but it's exactly these conversations that need to happen.
We've only got a few minutes left, so why don't I just give final, benediction from the three of you on any final thoughts either were. Sorry, I didn't even see you over there. Sorry.
Yeah, there are two of them there and there's one there.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry, I didn't see you over there.
Thank you very much. Hong Sen from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. I have a question on ASEAN. As a Southeast Asian member and an ASEAN member, I was very disappointed how little reference is made to ASEAN. Given that we sit at the heart of the Indo-Pacific, as Willie say, and given ASEAN's 5 decades of regional architecture building. So my question is to all the outside powers, how do you see ASEAN? How helpful or unhelpful ASEAN is to what you are trying to do in the Indo-Pacific? Thank you.
We'll take the next question as well, please.
Okay, hi, this is Huang from the East Sea Institute in Vietnam. I have one 4 questions. I'll try to be very quick.
How many questions?
1 question.
Oh, I thought you said 4.
But with 4 aspects. No, to Ms. Noels, we noticed that in the UK integrated review in 2021, the UK has set the goal specifically to become the most integrated European powers in the Indo-Pacific. But then in the review in 2023, we saw that language being removed. And then I think the UK Defense Minister set the goals of increasing defense budgets, I think to up to 11 billion. But then that number is reduced to 6 or 5 billion. I'm not
You've
really
got 3
sure.
more questions. We got to get through these quickly.
Okay, so do you feel like it is a watered-down commitment to Miller? Canada has recently expressed the intention to join the second pillar of AUKUS on defense and information sharing. I was wondering, what is the added value to Canada, considering that there has already been a Five Eyes alliances? And to Commander Kapoor, do you, with the so-called emergence of the Quad 2.0, how does India view such kind of emergence? Do you feel like India feel sidelined by that emerging group? Thank you.
We got 3 minutes left, so that's a minute per speaker. So any final thoughts or answering some of the questions put out there?
Great. May I make a start, if you'll permit? ASEAN, there was a question that there's very little mention of ASEAN and whether it's helpful or not helpful. Let me put it to you that ASEAN is essentially an economic alliance. It is not a security alliance. We talk about what sort of centrality does ASEAN ask for. And there are 2 things that one can never deny, that ASEAN has geographic centrality. It has institutional centrality of a type that nothing else in the area has, right? So they are being driven into a security area, and there's a lot of dissatisfaction about ASEAN's performance within ASEAN insofar as the security front is concerned. So on that area, I don't expect unity from ASEAN. I expect that individual countries will go their own way, as is indeed happening with the Philippines, as is happening perhaps to some extent with Indonesia. On the Quad and AUKUS, I don't see the Quad and AUKUS as competitors. I think both are doing one purpose. The AUKUS is doing the hard balancing task. The Quad is essentially about soft balancing, about providing alternatives. It doesn't have to be an in-your-face military alliance. You know, the Indo-Pacific is a huge theater. You can't expect, let us say, Japan to put in any major contribution in the Indian Ocean. I can't expect Australia to put in any major contribution in the Indian Ocean. It will with Japan, and it's going to that alliance with Japan. But there are other reasons for that also. So we need to think of it as filling a gap in the developmental area, in providing alternatives to a lot that China is doing across the board. Security is only one component. Let's not focus only on that component. And there's one question out there which, if I may.
Yeah, appreciate that. Virla, why don't we go to you? We're
Sure.
up against time here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just very briefly, I think I agree with the sentiment that ASEAN has its place and it has its uses, and there's certainly an endeavor to engage as much as possible and as broadly as possible with ASEAN across Europe, the EU, and also the UK. I mean, the UK has specifically become a dialogue partner of ASEAN for that purpose. So I don't think anybody is sidelining ASEAN or underappreciating ASEAN, but I think there is a view that through unilaterals, through other initiatives, bilaterally or otherwise, there are maybe more appropriate avenues for engagement on, say, security issues, and certainly defense. And then on the integrated review, is it watered down? Actually, no. I think that one line around the most integrated European presence in the region, one that was never defined. Nobody ever defined what that specifically meant. So it was a bit more of an indication that the UK was serious about its engagement in the region. But I think that in the integrated review, if you look at what they've done, they've listed absolutely everything that they've already achieved in a very short amount of time. And if that doesn't show strength of commitment and determination to continue, then I don't think that that's necessarily any less important than a one-liner that really at the end of the day I think was quite meaningless substantially.
So on AUKUS, I'll table that one largely till afterwards. But very quickly, Pillar 2, why it's important is that we have capabilities to bear on defense technology, artificial intelligence, all of the things that they're talking about with AUKUS Pillar 2. I'm happy to talk more about that one later. On ASEAN, I would agree. As a Canadian ASEAN EEP, I feel like it's my obligation to say there's some utility, and I think there is some utility through the ARF and other formats. That being said, I think one of the fundamental points that we often mistake, and I think it sometimes gets mentioned at every ASEAN or South China Sea related conference, is there is ASEAN and then there's the individual member states. And I think, yes, all the individual member states, especially those with claims, have their own interests and their own agency. So I think it doesn't mean that we ignore or sideline ASEAN. And one thing that, at least on this panel, I don't think got brought up, it might have been brought up earlier, was ASEAN's own outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And it's not a perfect document, I'm not trying to say it is, but I think there have been some progress, there has been some progress within ASEAN on these issues. So I think, yes, of course, ASEAN's foundational to how we deal with this, but I think that we're going to need other elements as well.
4 minutes long at the panel, which is not bad by DC standards. So please join me in thanking the panelists for the discussion today. Huge thanks to all of you for coming and staying for the entire day. Greg, I don't know if you have any closing remarks here.
Yeah, I'll be quick so the panel doesn't have to vacate. Yes, I just want to say thank you all for sticking with it. Thank you to the embassies of Japan, the Philippines, Australia, New Zealand, and our friends at the Foundation for EC Studies for supporting us for the 13th year. And thanks especially to all the team here at CSIS that made this happen. Harrison Pretai, you saw on panel 1. Andrei Kanalagawa, unfortunately you didn't since he's fallen ill. Jared Tupuola, who has done so much of the running around. Karen Lee, for whom this is her last conference because she'll be joining the Foreign Service on Friday. Yes. Monica Sato and Jaffa Kitson, and of course our interns. We have Mai Takahata, we have Ramil Mercado, and Yume Lin, who I don't know if she's still in the room. And the AV team, who despite a little hiccup on panel 2, I think actually did a pretty good job all day. So thank you, and with that, I'll see you at the 14th conference next year.